All right, all right, all right. We're live. And the CTV live stream should start any second now. Let's see. 39 minutes now. Huh. Well, let's look at CBC while we're waiting. So I went out and voted
today.
The
stage for how this election will unfold. We'll bring you those results as soon as they come in. David Cochrane has arrived now from Power and Politics and will begin to do that.
Awesome.
But the first polls are closed in Canada for this election. It is 8:30 local time in Newfoundland, and polls have now closed in the easternmost part of this country. There are 7 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador. They'll start off our results tonight, as they always do in every election. Okay, so it's exciting. It's really happening. It started. But before those results come in, let's go to Adrian, who's going to tell us a little bit about PEI.
Oh, yeah. No one's going to forget about PEI. 4 ridings on PEI, almost all of them Liberal for the better part of 40 years. The story here is of a huge investment by the Conservatives with high-profile candidates. They so want to loosen some of that red sand on PEI. This is one place they're going to try to do that, Cardigan. First time in 40 years, Lawrence McCauley is not running, so Kent McDonald, the dairy farmer, he is hoping to carry that high-profile James Elwood, former provincial politician for the Conservatives. Another riding we're going to look at, Egmont. Of all the PEI ridings, this is the only one since the early 80s that's ever gone Conservative. For Logan McClellan to do that, he has to get past Bobby Morrissey, who certainly has been around for a long time. Let's see how all of this is landing with someone very familiar to Islanders. That's Louise Martin, who's at a watch party in Charlottetown. How are you, Louise?
I'm doing really well, Adrian. And listen, I'm in the province that had the highest voter turnout, right, in 2021 in the last federal election at nearly 73%. So it's no surprise that I'm surrounded by a bunch of political junkies. I'm at University of Prince Edward Island's campus bar. It is closed for the season because school's out and there are still people here. Even the Premier of Prince Edward Island is here watching the election results come in. There is a lot on the line, as you mentioned, for the Liberal Party. All 4 ridings are Liberal red. Will the blue be able to chip away? I mean, the appetite for change is real here, but is a change in leadership enough, or will it have to be a change in party? So the polls have closed in Newfoundland and Labrador. About half an hour to go here. Lots of people watching.
I didn't see it, but
We'll check in with you later.
my mom told me that Pierre and his wife, Poilievre, both voted at the same time in the same booth and were giggling about it. As far as I know, that's illegal. You don't have 2 people in the booth at the same time, even if they're married. Hey, Team Boxcara! Welcome, welcome, welcome.
But they can be predictive as waves start near the sea, and the Liberals got an omen of Liberal fortune in the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada in the last 3 elections. So this is how it looks right now with no results reporting. This is what it looked like the last time Canadians voted. You're going to see some anomalies here because this is the updated 343 riding map with the last vote transposed on it. There are no Liberal seats in Saskatchewan right now. This is just how it would have gone had they voted the same way with the new riding boundaries. So we're going to walk you through paths to majority for the Liberals first and then for the Conservatives. 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, split right now 24-8 favoring the Liberals. If you want Mark Carney to be the Prime Minister at the end of this election, you want to see the Liberals coming out of this region with about 25 of the 32 seats. Quebec, 78 seats up for grabs. The Liberals right now in the low 30s. They want to get off the island of Montreal into the North and South Shore ridings. If you're a Liberal, you want to see the number being at or above 40. Then Ontario, the biggest province in Canada, more seats than the North, PEI, Newfoundland and Labrador, and the 4 Western provinces combined. The number you want to see there from the Liberals is around 80 or above. That gets them to the Manitoba border with 145 seats, keeping in mind it takes 172 for a majority government. This is where it gets a lot tougher for the Liberals. They have 2 of the 3 northern ridings. Say they hold on to 2 there. There is a real chance in Saskatchewan that they could win this riding in northern Saskatchewan. Des Neffe, they've got a former NDP member of the provincial legislature running there. The polls have been suggesting that you might see 1 seat coming out of Saskatchewan for the Liberals. Then I skipped over Manitoba. My apologies to friendly Manitoba. The Liberals, they want to come out of the prairies essentially with 10 seats. They're strong in Winnipeg. If you're a Liberal, you want to see 6 seats coming out of Manitoba. Then you get to Alberta. They've got 1 seat in Edmonton last election, 1 seat in Calgary. They're hoping to gain a little bit more. Then you want to see 3 seats coming out of Alberta. This brings you to British Columbia, where there are 43 seats. The Liberals need 15 seats to form a majority government. So all of that gets you to 172. The polls would suggest all of these outcomes are probable, if not likely, maybe a little bit more upside in Eastern Canada, but that is the path to majority for the Liberals. Now, let's look at the Conservatives. It gets a whole lot more difficult. We're going to start in Western Canada. There are 43 seats up for grabs in British Columbia. They're going to be hunting these orange seats. They have been throughout this campaign. You'd like to see a number somewhere around 25 for the Conservatives coming out of BC. The prairie provinces, in particular, Saskatchewan and Alberta, that is the political home for the Conservatives. The problem is that home is a bungalow. There's really no second floor. There's only a basement. They tend to sweep Saskatchewan, do really well in Alberta. 37 seats up for grabs there. You'd like to see them get 35, sweep the 14 in Saskatchewan, and then you want to see them get about 8 in Manitoba and maybe get lucky and flip one up north. That gets you 83 seats. We got a first result. We're going to go to that in a second. In the Harper majority years, they got 11 seats in Atlantic Canada. Let's give them 12 for this thought exercise. 12 in Quebec. This leaves you 65 seats short, and that is what they need in Ontario. To get to 65, they're going to have to bust down the doors of the 905, break through that Liberal wall around the city of Toronto in places like Mississauga and in Brampton and in the York region. That just shows you how important Ontario is and how difficult the path is in Ontario and in Eastern Canada for the Conservatives to get to a majority.
And that's sort of what Jason Kenney was saying about vote efficiency and how it breaks down. That's what it shows you. Okay, tell us more about this first result we're seeing on the board here.
All right, well, this is one of the seats the Conservatives picked up in the 2021 election in Newfoundland and Labrador. It's split 6-1, and this is the one. Clifford Small, he defeated longtime Liberal MP Scott Sims. People watched the election last time. They learned that Clifford Small is a businessman who owns Smitty's Restaurant in Mount Pearl, amongst other different ventures. Lynette Powell is running for the Liberals. She's a doctor, former president of the Newfoundland and Labrador Medical Association. And this riding, of course, Rosie, this is where Gander is. This is where Mark Carney went on day 2 of the campaign to do that 9/11 themed reminder of how Canada was there for the United States in an election. That's really all about the Canada-U.S. relationship.
Okay, David, I'll let you take a minute before we get some more results. Maybe I'll go to our panel, Jason Kenney. What do you make of David's math there? I mean, that's all informed by what parties are telling us, obviously, and what their expectations are.
I probably agree. Look, it's cliche for a reason that these federal elections very often come down to the roughly 45 constituencies in the 905 metro belt around Toronto, the suburban, exurban constituencies, partly because they tend to vote fairly monolithically. You saw that in the recent provincial election.
Yep.
When Stephen Harper won, he won big in there. The same with the Liberals in the last 2 or 3 federal elections. And my sense is, those are a lot of young aspirational families, a lot of new Canadians who are very focused on affordability and the cost of living. They, like all of us, are concerned about the Trump threats. But I think first in their mind is this issue about affordability. And what I've been hearing from Conservative candidates in that 905 region of suburban, exurban Toronto is 5 to 1. When Conservative candidates are at the door in those ridings, what they're hearing about is cost of living, affordability, housing, food, more than they're hearing about
probably
Trump.
Too.
And crime is thrown in there, but the overwhelming concern seems to be about those issues that at least the Conservatives have been majoring on in the campaign.
Arif Irani, what did you make of the math and the possible path to victory?
Well, I think it's interesting. I mean, I noted obviously as an Ontario MP that we had, by my count, about 78 in the last Parliament. So getting to 80 in Ontario, when I'm seeing on the ground and I'm hearing from my colleagues about the tremendous upsurge in support, seems very doable, is the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that in terms of the vote efficiency point, is that I know in 2019 and 2021, we lost the popular vote, we as Liberals, and yet because the vote was better distributed, we were returned to government. So that's very, very important in terms of that vote efficiency point. But I think what's really resonating for me is that, if we talk about the 905 and how important it is in this province, is that if you take a bit of the playbook that you saw with Doug Ford in the February election, I mean, he talked about the one thing that Mark Carney's been talking about, which is how to take on Donald Trump with a actual achievable plan. And for my colleagues that are fighting in those 905 regions, they're seeing that sentiment is resonating, as is Mark Carney's resume, because it's clearly showing to voters that, you know, you need to have an actual plan and a business pedigree to back it up, as opposed to, unfortunately, what we've seen a lot of over the last 2 years, which is 3-word slogans that amount to basically a polarization. And instead, you have a person who is a newcomer to politics.
We don't
who's actually
need slogans.
engendering a lot of support by people towards his vision.
Okay, let's thank you for that. Let's take another look at this result. One on the board. This is how it goes. It goes slow and then it goes really fast. So as we get a big jump of polls when Quebec, Ontario, and everything out to Alberta
Goes
closes.
slow,
But
then
at
it
the
goes
beginning,
really fast.
Newfoundland, Labrador gets a lot of time, and so David Cochran's very happy. What can you tell us about this one blue on the board here?
Well, I mean, it is the central
I think
Newfoundland riding.
Ontario
It is where
gets
Cliff
to,
Small busted through last time.
have an extra few hours to count votes now.
It's very early polling. It's not very small. It's very early. 108 to 30, a 78 vote lead with one of 233 polls reporting. You got big towns, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, but a very rural riding. So it's going to take a bit of time before we get true clarity on how this is going to go.
Hello,
but Heather
Yvonne.
Gillis with
Used to
CBC
be
Newfoundland
simple in the U.S.
Labrador
too.
is
Now they
standing
go
by
out of
in
their
the
way to
riding,
prevent you
near
from
the Clifford
casting a
Small
ballot.
campaign.
Yeah.
Heather joins us now. So Heather,
Trying to make it
what's
even
the
harder
latest
than that,
you're
yeah.
getting from Central Newfoundland?
Already hard as it is,
Okay,
and they're
well,
making
David,
it harder.
we're outside Clifford Small's campaign, and we just heard a big
I know.
roar of
I'm still sitting here
applause
wondering what
from
I'm gonna
inside, and
talk
that must
about.
be that one poll reporting that
got
you were
nothing.
talking about. So just to let our viewers know who Clifford Small is, he's got ties to the fishery. He owns some restaurants. When Pierre Poilievre was campaigning here, he was front and center, of course, because he is the only Conservative MP in our province. He's up against Lynette Powell, who's a doctor, was president of the Medical Association in this province. And when we've been talking to people in this area today, the Conservatives are confident that Small will be reelected. The Liberals, on the other hand, saying that it's close, but the feeling here tonight is that Clifford Small, they do believe, will be reelected in this area. And this is, you know, one seat to watch, because if the Liberals want a majority, well, this place was a long time Liberal riding. Will they flip it back red? And for
On Friday, I voted municipally. Municipally. I voted for an Indigenous woman. I'm not even sure which party she's with. Might have been NDP, but I voted for her because I felt it was worth going for a woman, and an Indigenous one at that. So apparently she got in. So hooray! Let's now see how she does.
Remember this. Danny Williams scorched the earth for the federal Conservatives in the 2000s with the ABC campaign.
Hey,
so Cliff Small
Dolly.
breaking through. It's a bit like,
Yep.
you know, Liberals breaking through in
No
Saskatchewan.
worries.
You need a Hinterland Who's Who video to see them in office. And it's been a long time.
I
so Cliff Small
suspect
is
it'll be an
important for
early
Pierre Poilievre.
But very
evening.
early results.
Very, very,
But
very early.
You want to weigh in on
We've
Newfoundland,
got
Labrador,
about
and Danny Williams?
3.5
Well,
hours
yeah,
till
but
the
really not.
polls close out
Rather
west.
not. That was a difficult moment.
It was.
They close out west at 7:30, I think.
Shut up. But I will say,
And then they have to count them, of course.
And, you know, before the Trump attacks,
So by
Trudeau resigned.
9 o'clock, they should have a pretty good idea, if not sooner,
They are optimistic about picking up potentially
which way we're going.
And that one would be one.
Either with a new party
Rosie, there was
completely,
a by-election, for Andrew
or
Scheer's
with the
Liberal
Liberals
government.
for another 4 years,
In the Bayvert
but with a new leader in
Senate
Carney.
was held,
So we'll see.
And it swung by 60 points in the by-election to the Progressive Conservatives provincially, and it was all anti-Trudeau, anti-carbon tax. And a guy I've known since university was knocking on doors out there, and people were saying, oh, I'm voting for Conservatives. I'm going to get rid of Trudeau and get rid of the carbon tax. And they'd say, well, you know, that's federal, we're provincial. And then by the fourth or fifth year, it's like, you know, forget it. Yes, yes, you know, get rid of Trudeau.
Yeah, and there's no carbon tax now, so you would have to wonder whether that has affected anything as well. And of course, the Atlantic provinces and home heating oil had been taken out entirely by Justin Trudeau. Randall Garrison, I feel like I should bring you in, even though we don't expect
It lights
any,
up.
any orange to show up on that part
Changes
of the map.
colors.
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
Okay.
Fancy,
me more.
fancy.
No, we've got a strong candidate in Halifax who was a former provincial member of the legislature.
Oh, yes, in the Maritimes generally, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
and even in Newfoundland, Mary Shortall, who's the
Yeah.
president of the NDP and a former president of the Newfoundland Federation of Labor, is running in St. John East. So we'll see what happens over the evening. But if I can just go back to David's numbers and say how much I like them. as a New Democrat, because I think what's happening at the end here is that New Democrat voters who may have been worried about a Tory government are starting to see that they might be able to go home and vote for their New Democrat incumbents as the possibility of a Conservative win recedes. And also those who are worried about who's going to face Trump are becoming more and more confident that it's probably going to be Carney. And so therefore, who's going to keep the banker in check in the House of Commons if you don't re-elect some New Democrats?
Well, that was Jagmeet Singh's closing argument. Jason Kenney, quickly, then I got
one other point about Newfoundland
Please.
that we sometimes forget about. We think about Newfoundland and the fishery, which is historic and important, but increasingly it's an oil economy. And so because of Mr. Poilievre and the Conservatives on the oil and gas sector, on energy development, responsible resource development, exporting Canadian oil, and a lot of Newfoundlanders have worked in the Alberta oil patch as well. So I think that there's been a gradual shift focused around those energy issues.
Yep, that's an awfully good point. Got another result there, David.
Yeah, and Jason Kenney's not wrong. My dad was one of them.
Hey, Doug, can you drop the link for that Keystone Line video? We're talking about oil and energy sectors in Canada. And there's a lot of problems with oil pipelines. Gas pipelines might not be so much of a problem, but oil pipelines are a huge problem if we're going to try interprovincial trade barrier and self-sufficiency. We have to think about that. Keystone has always been a mess.
And here we are in Ontario. There is central Newfoundland again. Clifford Small growing his lead a little bit. We're only at 2 polls of 233. We've got a 106 vote lead over Lynette Powell. But interestingly, 2 Conservatives on the board. And where is that second one? Well, here it is in Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. Look. We're not going to call this one for a while. 1 poll of 270 polls reporting. Jonathan Rowe, Jason Kenney, an engineer who worked in the oil and gas sector, also has a strong organizational base within his church, running against Anthony Germain, who is a former CBC broadcaster in both Ottawa and in Newfoundland and Labrador and in China. He is in second place with 1 of 270 polls reporting.
Okay. David, thank you so much for that. As you can see there at the bottom of your screen, that's where we're at.
Did anyone here find out more about the power outage in Europe? I heard at least Portugal and Spain were out completely, but I didn't hear what caused it.
And of course, the map's going to start to change quickly.
It's not solar flares.
Through the night. And as we wait for more results from Newfoundland and Labrador, maybe I'll bring in Aretha Ronnie just on that point about energy and
my Wi-Fi was lagging a lot, and I went to the post office, and they said they were having some trouble with their computers slowed down and stuff, so I don't know what's going on.
Possibility of energy development, including maybe a pipeline.
Well, I was in the room on the night of the Liberal Leadership Convention, and it entered the conversation immediately on that first night, and he talked about being an energy superpower. And people were talking about asking him, what does that mean? And he said quite candidly, that means embracing new technologies, new types of energy, sustainable energy, but also embracing the energy resources that we have and ensuring that the needs are met within Canada, but also among our allies, and building up this east-west corridor, including a pipeline. And I think that kind of message has gravitated. So obviously Jason's point is well taken with respect to Newfoundlanders and their work in the oil and gas sector, but you're not seeing in a guy like Mark Carney an individual who is not embracing the energy sector. Far from it. He is actually openly discussing it, talking about how we invest in it, how we build up that sector as a way of shoring up our economy. And I think
if I'd known sooner, I would have set up Zoom and had her join me as a host. But I was also concerned about the lag in the stream and buffering, but it seems to be pretty clean.
Indeed. And really,
but I don't want to touch anything now, so I'll be glad to have her in the chat. Do you have the tools there, or I might have to do it myself to make her a moderator? I don't think it's really necessary. We'll have a few trolls, but I think I can handle them. Lynn says she's heard speculation about Russia sabotaging the various countries. I heard France was affected too. Yeah, France too. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of, Lynn, but until substantiated, we'll see.
Well, it's going to be an exciting night. All of our assumptions about how this election would look.
Cats and Amanda and friends.
Trudeau and the arrival of Donald Trump and this whole issue of trade and our economic relationship with the U.S. has dominated it. But
You're
of
sure I
course,
can what?
there's still all of
Figure
the
out how to get Jen in here? Oh, handle the troll.
cost of living
Yeah.
crisis,
Whop!
childcare. All of those are still important.
I'm an expert at that.
And the bridge tolls, you've got 2
5
commitments,
years,
one from
5
the
plus
Liberals to
years
reduce the bridge
experience
tolls
and
the cost of the ferry, and one from the Conservatives
trashing
to
the
actually
trolls.
reduce or cut the bridge tolls altogether, but no commitment there on the ferries.
Well, you know, it just underscores the fact that this has been an election largely about trade, and the bridge and the ferry for us are critical strategic transportation infrastructure. And just as
I
Canada
had the gummies,
is
yes I
a
did. I
huge
had to have the
country
gummies
with
for tonight.
tremendous resources that we move around the country and around the
Ooh,
world.
it's
PEI is no
4:20,
exception. We've built a huge trading economy
Smoke
here in
'em
Prince
if you
Edward Island.
got 'em.
Export is very
Or
important
chew
to
'em.
us, more so than ever. And so, eliminating or reducing the bridge tolls effectively is a tax cut to islanders and island businesses that they can use to reinvest in Prince Edward Island and create a more
Bright
At the
red
University of
mud in
Island.
Prince
We're at the
Edward
campus bar
Island.
with a lot of political
He's
junkies
from
in the
Prince
room
Edward
as the polls close
Island.
very shortly here on Prince Edward Island. Adrian.
All right, thanks, Louise. Our thanks to the Premier. Third time a PEI Premier has shown up on this broadcast. Listening to him talk about exports, 80% of what PEI exports goes to the United States. So you know that tariff conversation is going to be a big one. Rosie?
Okay, thanks, Adrian. I've been desperate to get the premier on, the PEI premier on my show. Maybe I should.
She can hook you up,
We'll see if we
maybe.
can make that happen eventually. Ian.
As you know, Rosie, I grew up in New Brunswick, but
Yes.
I'm reminded tonight that it's been a long time since I lived there, more than 40 years. And so a kind viewer sent a kind email and said to me, you know, when you
You look
said
40, right?
No, but when I mentioned that St. John is the biggest city, it was when I was a kid.
Yes.
But he points out that Greater Moncton has surpassed St. John. He said,
Very good.
kindly, I'd like a correction. Here's your correction. Okay. Now, let's go to the second biggest city in New Brunswick, St. John. And Jacques Poitras is looking at St. John cases for us. And Jacques, you talked about Wayne Long, the incumbent Liberal MP. But tell us the other side of the political story there and what's been happening with the Conservatives.
Well, there was a lot of interest in the Conservative nomination here going back more than a year, and there were several Conservatives, provincially they're progressive Conservatives, who were interested in the nomination. And the nomination meeting kept getting put off and put off and put off, and then we got to the election call, and the party appointed Melissa Young as the candidate without a nominating contest ever being held. And there are Conservatives here who were not happy about that. One of the other potential nomination contestants, in fact, wouldn't tell me how she was going to vote in this election, and she was clearly dismayed with the process, how that had happened. And we've heard that story in some ridings across the country. It is a factor here. One thing people are watching here tonight is whether that progressive Conservative vote comes out for Melissa Young, or votes for Wayne Long, or stays home, Ian.
We'll look for those numbers. Last time around was a 6 percentage point difference with the Conservatives in second place. So as you say, will the Conservatives manage to at least keep the support they had last time around, or will those internal divisions, among other things, have an impact? Rosie.
Okay, thank you for that to Ian and Jacques. Let's go back to David now, because you can see there's been some movement there at the bottom of your screen. 2-2 so far.
Yeah, it's very incremental movement. We have
We'll take it.
4 of
We'll
7
take it.
ridings
Yeah.
reporting. The latest is the riding of Avalon. This is a seat that got a bit of notoriety because Ken McDonald was there. He was the first to call for a leadership review of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, suggesting his best before date had come and gone. This was January of last year. Ken McDonald did that. Ken's not running federally. He's getting ready to run provincially. But Paul Connors is Ken McDonald's executive assistant, running against Steve Kent,
and then,
a former deputy premier of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Was it Saturday
He was in
that
charge
the,
of candidate recruitment, certainly in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Philippine Festival tragedy happened? Where was the rally, Katz, if you don't mind me asking?
One of whom, Jessica Babb,
Don't have to dox yourself.
John Babb was a former longtime president of the Provincial Progressive Conservative Party. There's some bad blood in Avalon that could cause some problems for the Conservatives.
And
So
for
right now,
our American viewers, remember here in Canada, red is Liberal and blue is Conservative. It's the other way around from you guys.
Long-range mountains out here on the West Coast. This is one
Your bro is out door knocking in Toronto, more brave than you. Good for him.
David Brazel, who's the Conservative candidate in St. John's East, and he tells me turnout is high, Lines were still
Our
going
town
in
is very
stations after
conservative,
official
so
close of polls. And so
I
they wait
expect
till
we'll
everyone's voted and then it's
stay
ballot box before they start
blue,
counting.
but
So
you
that's
never
why
know.
some of the
It'll be
voters are
interesting to
getting results
see
from those ridings.
how much gain there is or loss there is for each side. We're still pretty tight in the polls, which are pretty accurate here in Canada.
So special ballots were very, very high as well. So lots of people already voted. We'll see what people did today. A reminder now that we are just under 6 minutes out from the Maritime provinces polls closing there. 25 more seats, which will bring us up to 32, and we'll start to see more shifts here as votes get counted. We are told that there are no issues from Elections Canada with any of the counts at this hour. But of course, lots of polls still open and lots more votes to count. Let's go back to our friends over here at the panel as we wait for more results to talk about. Let's talk a little bit about Atlantic Canada. I'll go back to you maybe, Randall, because you made a point about Halifax, St. John's East too, a place where the NDP has had success with Jack Harris. Do you think that people are still interested in the NDP in the Atlantic, and why do you think there's been
Poor
past success
NDP.
that hasn't necessarily been built on?
Really sad to
Well,
see
what I've
them
heard
go
from my
down and
contacts,
support so
in
much, but
both
this is
Halifax
a
and
very
St. John's,
different
they have
election
very
from
active
others, so
campaigns, lots of volunteers, no trouble
they might bounce
fundraising.
back, but
So
they
there
might
still
need a
is
new
that
leader.
interest, but in this
I like
overwhelming
Singh, but
attention that's given to Trump
it hasn't been all that
and to the threat
effective,
he presents
other
to Canada,
than
and that's real, and I
he pushed
understand
through
why
some
Canadians
good
are
health
concerned about
programs,
it's become
but
difficult for New Democrat voices to be heard.
other than that, I don't know.
That applies especially in the Atlantic provinces, where so many of the economies are so linked to trade with the United States.
How much do you think Mr. Singh staying in that supply and confidence deal so long, and I'm sure we'll talk about this later in the night, how much of damage do you think that potentially did to him and the party, being so attached to Justin Trudeau?
Well, definitely some people are very unhappy with that. There's also
Quite
people
a
now
bit of
with
damage.
dental care. There are people who have the beginnings of pharmacare in this country, and especially among seniors, which I think is a factor many people miss. Tons and tons of seniors were without any kind of dental care, and millions, literally millions.
Now that
of
I
kids
have
got
no
dental
teeth,
care
they
now.
bring
So
in
for those who are
dental
unhappy
care.
that we propped up the Trudeau government, that was a risk we knew we were taking. There are those who are happy because we've delivered things that Canadians need.
Yeah, and yet that message was hard for
but
that
hard to
message
get it through in
for
this
sure.
campaign.
For sure. Okay, thank you for that, Randall Garrison. We'll go back to David Cochrane because the numbers have shifted a bit there on their screen.
Yeah, they're pouring in now, Rosie. We got results from the West Coast riding of Long Range Mountains. This was the seat held by Liberal Cabinet Minister Goody Hutchings, who, like the 5 of the 6 Liberal incumbents, decided not to run again. Don Bradshaw is a well-known face across Newfoundland and Labrador. He has been, for many, many years, the West Coast correspondent for NTV News. So he is used to getting the viewers of Newfoundland and Labrador, and now he's trying to get the voters of Newfoundland and Labrador. Carol Anstey, the Conservative, she ran against Goody Hutchings last time, got just under 40% of the vote, and hasn't stopped knocking on doors since. She's a real estate agent in Deer Lake, so she's used to jamming signs into lawns, and she's been doing that throughout this campaign. This is one the Conservatives think, along with their held riding in central Newfoundland, Rosie, this is the one they think they have the best chance of picking up in Long Range Mountains. And I know the one the Liberals, of all the seats they hold, the one they are the most worried about in Newfoundland and Labrador. Okay, and look, one riding we're still waiting on results for is St. John's East. Luckily, we have Carolyn Stokes standing by there, so she can maybe catch us up on what's happening there. Because Carolyn, you know, a cabinet minister, there's some big candidates running there. What's the latest from St. John's East?
Well, David, Joanne Thompson, she is the last Liberal standing in this province. She is the lone Liberal incumbent. We had 5 other Liberal MPs, but they all jumped ship. And Thompson was rewarded for sticking around with a cabinet position. Carney put her in the fisheries portfolio, but she is going up against
folks,
some
joining us, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe and share. We'll be here all night.
Who's the former PC leader and won 5 provincial elections. And there's also a very well-known NDP candidate, Mary Shortle, who is the president of the federal NDP and a veteran in the labor movement. So months ago, this was a pretty tight race, and there was a sense that Joanne Thompson was in for a really tough fight and that she might lose her seat. But of course, as I've been hearing everyone talking about, a lot has changed since then with Donald Trump and the trade war and a new prime minister and the collapse of the NDP vote, all benefiting the Liberals and Joanne Thompson. So the campaign here tells me that they still think this is a tight race, but we'll find out soon enough when those and just how tight it is, David.
Okay, Carol.
I saw somebody say today it's such an important election, and Donald Trump not only unified Canada, he made Quebecers Canadians. He turned Quebecers into Canadians. Let's hope he also turned some Albertans into Canadians.
The election, and remember, the fishermen were outside his speech. They had to get the police to come in. This is why you never have an election in spring in Newfoundland and Labrador, because the fishery is always in crisis in the spring, so you try to avoid it. We'll see if it has any kind of a difference on these results when and if we actually see something from St. John's East, and of course from Cape Spear, the other St. John's riding. We have no results.
And would that be enough of a move to upset voters in that riding?
I mean, it can be. It depends on where it is. You got a lot of people who work in the fishery, who live in St. John's, but the rural seats tend to be more acutely vulnerable to fluctuations in quota.
Okay, this is where we are as we move into another group of polls closing. 3 leading and elected for the Conservatives, 2 for the Liberals, but very early results. But guess what? We're now going to add to that 25 more seats in the Maritime provinces. It is now 8:30 local time in the Maritimes. Polls have closed in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. The 25 seats here will start to give us an early sense of Canadians' voting intentions tonight. Will it be a trend for the rest of the country? We'll have to wait and see. Okay, and so those 25 seats will bring us up to 32 as these polls start to close, and we'll start to give you a picture of what else is happening. Pointed out, if the Liberals want to form government, they really need to perform well in this part of the country. Catherine.
Yes, Rosie, Randall Garrison's been telling us about Halifax as a potential bright spot for the NDP in Atlantic Canada. One thing that makes the riding of Halifax particularly interesting, those folks haven't had an MP since September, when the Liberal, Andy Fillmore, decided he was going to leave the House of Commons, try to run for mayor of Halifax. He succeeded. He's been the mayor for months. They're still waiting to find out who their new MP is going to be. So let's visit the CBC's Tom Murphy, who is in the riding of Halifax. Tom, what's going on?
Yeah, another reporter reporting from another bar on election night. Don't read too much into that. But it is it's half-price wine night here. It's half-price wine night here, by the way, for some of the curious in the room. No, this is your panel was talking about how this
Half-past wine night?
It really is. I know the Liberals you mentioned have.
I didn't get myself anything to drink when I was out today. I don't really drink often, and I didn't feel the need. I might later, though, if Pierre Poilievre gets in.
After that, real big NDP roots here for sure. Now, obviously, some of that frustration that the panel was talking about as well, about how some of those NDP issues seem to get lost in some of those bigger issues: housing, healthcare, affordability. All of them big issues, certainly in the city of Halifax, as they are in many cities across the country. But there was that frustration during this campaign. How did they get the time for that? But Lisa Roberts is a very popular politician here, a former MLA in the provincial legislature, lives just down the street from where I am here now. She almost won this riding. She's about 1,000 votes short the last time around, so she has come close before. NDP, of course, famous for the ground game. We'll see how that goes. Will they be celebrating with the wine or crying in their beer later tonight? We'll find out.
Nothing says affordability like half-price wine. CBC's Tom Murphy. Thank you very much.
We do need the NDP seats, because if it's close, and if there's a couple of seats missing for the Liberals, we need those NDP seats to join in a coalition again.
That's what everyone will be watching for tonight. Not only who forms government, but what kind of government you have decided to elect this time round. Let's bring you some pictures that came in just moments ago. Jagmeet Singh in Burnaby, British Columbia, watching results roll in there with his wife and 2 daughters and his parents. He probably a little bit nervous about how things are going to unfold tonight.
Yeah,
look,
he's at risk of losing his own seat.
Glad he's tuning in with us. Yves-François Blanchet is in Montreal. He is also watching results as they begin to roll in. Probably not watching CBC. I'm going to guess he's watching Radio Canada, hopefully. He's there with some of his staff waiting to see.
For non-Canadians, the Bloc and the Conservatives want to cut funding to the Canadian broadcasting.
A critical night
and
for so many parties tonight. Critical night for the country.
Another
lots of questions tonight about what will happen to the parties that are not the two main parties, and that includes the Bloc Québécois, as you saw there. We heard from 3 of the leader headquarters. We're also at 2 others, the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party, and Rafi Boudjikanian has been following the Bloc through the campaign. He's in Montreal tonight. Rafi, what are you hearing?
Well, Rosie, I will say I think Yves-François Blanchet was actually watching TVA, not Radio-Canada. Basically, this has been a
Thanks,
challenging
Jennifer.
campaign for the
Welcome.
Bloc. They tend to do well when they can talk about Quebec identity issues. Think of the language protection law or the secularism law that this province has. But this has not been the kind of campaign where they've had the space to do that. Instead, they've had to try to muscle in on this national debate about who's best placed to tackle U.S. President Donald Trump and the threats he represents. Yves-François Blanchet has tried doing that. He's tried presenting a platform that's all about protecting Quebec economic interests, and he's tried to argue that Liberal Mark Carney is not the guy to do that. But he's also gone on to predict a Carney victory, and then has tried saying, look, Quebecers, you can just vote for me so I can defend you guys from a majority government. Now, a few months ago, it was a very different picture. Think of Justin Trudeau's unpopularity. Last September, the Bloc won that by-election in Montreal. They might
If the
have been
Bloc
thinking
and
about
the
forming official
Conservatives
opposition. That's very different
make a
than
coalition,
now,
that
when
would
they're
be interesting
aspiring to
too.
hold a minority parliament to account as the party that holds the balance of power, and they might be able to pull that off even if they lose some seats tonight, and that would be an argument Blanchet could then take to his supporters and say, look what I've accomplished.
Yeah, similar challenges to what the NDP is going through there. And Rafi, just so you know,
Everybody
Mr. Blanchet
wants
did
to
have
be a hero.
Canada on his laptop, so he hasn't abandoned us quite yet. Thank you for that. That's Rafi in Montreal. I believe Adrienne Arsenault has some results from PEI.
Indeed. We have some of the first numbers in from Malpeque. Let's have a quick look-see and see what's going on there. So that is the Liberal incumbent Heath MacDonald with a lead of 14 over Jamie Fox, who is a former MLA.
And 5
just
for
one
Green is
out of
good.
97
That's good.
polls reporting. So
I like that.
You know, there's a ways to go. Worth noting that Pierre Poilievre spent some time on Prince Edward Island, quite determined to try to move the needle. We'll see if he does.
Okay.
PP is always determined.
But you can see there on the bottom of your screen, things are starting to move around a little bit, 6-3. But again, early results as we start to get more from Atlantic Canada. Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, we've got first results from Nova Scotia. Let's head over to Sydney, Glace Bay. Mike Callaway there in an early lead. One thing that makes this riding particularly interesting, Rosemary, there were 2 Liberals that wanted to run here. Both Mike Callaway
That's a good
and
turnout for
Jaime
NDP
Batiste
there.
running in Cape Breton, Canso, and Antigonish. Right. This is because of redistribution. It changed the ridings an awful lot. Ultimately, the party decided that Callaway was going to be the one to run in this riding. Off to a healthy start. One other fun fact about Sydney Glace Bay, home to, you knew I was going to say this, it is home to the world's biggest fiddle, also known as the Big Fiddle.
I'm wearing my little
tall.
maple
So next
leaf
time you're in Sydney
earrings
Glace Bay, just one thing
today.
Well, you know what's going to happen is at the end of this night, everyone
Not
will
like
book
you can
holidays
see
to
them,
Atlantic
but
Canada,
I've
'cause
got
this is
them
when
on.
we have a little more time to talk about all the great things out there.
Wonderful time to travel Canada.
That's right, David.
I have restaurant recommendations in all 7
Wonderful.
ridings that I'm covering. Look, Rosie, as Rafi said, the Yves-François Blanchet decision desk has already projected a Mark Carney win tonight. We're not ready to do that because we've only just now got the last 2 ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador reporting. These are the ones in and around the St. John's area. This, of course, is St. John's East, as we were talking about. Joanne Thompson, the fisheries minister, the last incumbent running for the Liberals, with an early
Really
lead.
good,
'Cause
strong
everything is
early
right now.
leads.
2 of 197 polls reporting. She's leading David Brazel, a former cabinet minister and leader of the Provincial Conservative Party, and Mary Shortall, who is the national president of the NDP. And this is Cape Spear. This was Seamus O'Regan's seat until he announced last year he wasn't going to be running
Seamus
again.
O'Regan,
The
there's
Liberals
a
couldn't
name
find
for
anyone
you.
to run for a long, long time, and then they had a contested nomination of some pretty good candidates, and Tom Osborne. I wonder what changed. He came out of that victorious. Tom Osborne is comes from a political family. Him, his mom, and his uncle all had seats in the House of Assembly all at the same time. He's been a Speaker of the Newfoundland Legislature, a progressive Conservative cabinet minister, and most recently a Liberal government cabinet minister. Left politics not that long ago, Rosie, but he is back and right now has an early lead in this. But just one thing to show you about Newfoundland and Labrador. all blue right now.
See,
outside
I'm
of the
learning
St.
along with
John's,
all of
adjacent
you guys
ridings.
too.
The rural island
I'm learning
ridings.
stuff about
right now,
Canada.
The Conservatives are leading in those. That's the type of change Pierre Poilievre needs, and Mark Carney does not want to see.
That's right, because they only had one seat
One.
previously.
Yeah, it was 6-1, and right now it's 3-4.
Okay, so we'll see where that goes from there. Before we get some more results, I do want to ask. I'm going to ask Rudy Ferrani. You can weigh in on that certainly, but the issue of incumbency is an important one during an election, maybe particularly for the Liberals in Newfoundland and Labrador. Liberals and Conservatives have about the same number of incumbents. You yourself could have been an incumbent, decided not to. How big a deal is incumbency, do you think?
Incumbent.
Well, the first thing I want to do, since everyone's laying claim to the East Coast, is just point out to David and the viewers that I proposed to my wife at Cape Spear.
Oh well.
So, but in terms of the sort of the incumbency piece, I think it's generally an advantage. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But what I'd say is interesting right now is that since Mark Carney's nomination as leader, what we found is that there was search for candidates at one point in time, last fall, early winter.
Yeah.
And since Carney coming into the fold, there have then been competitive nomination races.
Yep.
So there's been an urge for people and excitement for people to get involved. I think that's really telling.
And people changing their mind.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the other points I just want to make about Eastern Canada is just that this idea, I think the progressive voters in Halifax, I think they're looking for the same thing progressive voters are looking for in Toronto. And I fight in a progressive riding. I did for the last 3 elections. And what that is someone that will protect things that people care about, but someone who will also protect them from an existential threat, which is Donald Trump. So that's an important point. But in Nova Scotia in particular, what I'm thinking about is the portfolio I just held and things like the Mass Casualty Commission and the impact that's going to have on things such as people's approach towards gun violence and intimate partner violence. Mm-hmm. Those are important issues for progressives. They should be important for all Canadians. Yeah. I think Carney's team has a very strong plan on that, and I think you're going to see results in Nova Scotia that bear fruit.
In case you forgot, Rudy Ferrani was the Justice Minister and Attorney General.
Nova Scotia had
recently. Jason, Kenny,
do you want to weigh in on incumbency? I think yesterday or Saturday's tragedy with the guy running his car through the crowd. I think that was our second. Maybe it's our. I don't know, but we had a mass shooter or a serial shooter in Nova Scotia a few years back. So that really pushed, improved the gun laws here. Are you?
When you're talking about Atlantic Canada,
cheers, Lynn.
Ridings in rural Atlantic Canada, I think
I'm having trouble remembering the name of the location where that shooter was from, but he was in a car. He was in a cop car, or disguised his car as a cop car, and was moving around,
so I do think that
shooting at people.
Greater advantage.
There were 11 killed this Saturday, and how many at Polytechnique? My memory's really bad tonight for things like that, but yeah. Thank you, Jennifer.
At this hour, if you are on your way to vote, trying to figure out where to vote, still making plans to vote, because that could well be the case, particularly on the West Coast. Elections Canada's website is down. So that means that if you are looking to find where you vote, you would normally put in maybe your postal code, your address, and you would be directed to a polling station. That may not be working for you right now. Don't panic. We also have that tool at cbc.ca/results. So go there for now, because we do want to make sure that all of you get an opportunity to vote. We will keep our eyes on the Elections Canada website and let you know when it is back up and running as it should. But again, cbc.ca/results will tell you where to go to cast your ballot. It is your election after all. I'll go back now to Randall Garrison. Just some thoughts on incumbency for you as well. I have the NDP one, but I'll let you start talking while I pull up that number.
Well, for me, I ran 6 times.
One of our
3 times I was not the incumbent.
needs
I
to
only
win,
won one of those. And 3 times I was the incumbent, and I won all 3 of those.
I mean, I'm really confident, but
my personal experience would tell me. I think there's 2 things on incumbency. One is when you hold
if they
the
don't
office,
get
you have a
majority
for people to judge. And
government,
that's an
they will have
if you've worked hard
a
at
very
being
large
the MP locally. And the second thing is
plurality.
Canadians generally look for ties to the riding.
22
it's much more
in
difficult
Nova Scotia?
for someone
if
they haven't been the MP to prove that
there's
all
a big
parts
injury
of
to the
riding are
RCMP
important to them, and all those kinds of things that the incumbent's been doing for the
you
last
get
term.
the alerts, emergency alerts
being present everywhere, handing out the grants. So there is an advantage. Now, I'm a recovering political scientist as well as a recovering politician.
So I think that was the highest number of people.
By being the incumbent. But in the kind of
killed.
ridings and races we have in Canada, 5%.
I'm still trying to remember how many at Polytechnique. Was Polytechnique higher or lower? I think it was 19. That's the number that keeps popping into my head.
Has been so different and unusual. Maybe none of those same rules apply. So we will see. I'm going to go over to Ian now because he's got some results.
No results yet
no
in New
results,
Brunswick,
sorry.
which is interesting. But I want to talk a little bit about one of the ridings where voters have shown propensity to switch from election to election. So in Fredericton, Oromocto, they had a Conservative MP back in 2011, a Liberal in 2015, a Green MP in the next election, 2019, and then a Liberal in 2021. So, as I say, if there's a place in New Brunswick where voters seem willing to, vote for other parties, it is in Fredericton or Oromocto. So let's go to the provincial affairs reporter for the CBC, Jacques Poitras, who is in St. John, Quebecois.
Okay.
But Jacques, tell us a little bit about the race in Fredericton or Oromocto.
It's a very interesting race, Ian. As you said, Jenica
do we
Avalon
tabulate
captured that
single
riding
votes?
for the Greens
Yeah.
in 2019. Then
No,
crossed
no,
the floor to
electoral
the Liberals
college,
and was
no.
re-elected in 2021
Thank
as a Liberal.
God.
But it was the closest race in the province. It took the decision desk days to call that race.
No, I think it's
and
just
so,
tabulated
Jenica
single
Avalon
votes.
decided just recently
And,
not to run again.
I don't know,
and
there's something
David Miles,
first
a
past
popular
the gate. I'm
singer-songwriter
not
from
sure
the
how
Fredericton
that
area,
works.
got
Hang
into the
on.
race with the
Let me see if I
enthusiastic
can
backing of the new Liberal
Google
Premier
it.
Susan Holt. David Miles is up against Brian McDonald. He's a former two-term provincial member of the legislature, a military veteran. He's been campaigning for more than a year. He was nominated more than a year ago. Strong candidate, looks like an MP, but he may see that slip away from him with the way things have changed in the last few weeks.
All right, Jacques, thank you very much. I had an interesting conversation with David Miles earlier today. I tried to talk to the Conservative candidate, and his campaign manager said he's too busy knocking on doors today for even a 5-minute phone conversation. So either he doesn't like me or he actually is too busy knocking on doors. We have our first results, by the way, from a New Brunswick riding, Acadie Bathurst. And there's a famous quote in New Brunswick politics, or maybe infamous. The former Conservative Premier Blaine Higgs said, the Liberals could run a lampshade in northern New Brunswick and win. And, not casting any aspersions on Serge Cormier, an excellent politician, but Liberals do very well in Acadie Bathurst, and of course this is really, really early here, but we would expect to see the Liberals to continue to do well in that riding. Rosemary.
Okay. That's great. Thank you, Ian. Did want to remind people about that Elections Canada website issue. The other way that you can find out where to vote, if you are still doing that, is if you got your voter registration card at the mail. That also has your polling station on it. Otherwise, you can go to cbc.ca/results. Make sure you get counted today, because we're in the early hours of this, still trying to figure out what Canadians
I
have
should
decided.
know the answer to that, but I never
about
thought about
80
it.
miles an hour. Yeah,
Figure, they just count them one by one.
It's kind of refreshing, though I don't know what to do with myself. Look,
Those
we're gonna
paper
look at the
ballots.
3 Conservative leads in Newfoundland and Labrador right now, because this would have the Liberals down too, and it usually reliably.
I don't. Whoops! Did I lose it? Oh damn! Did I just lose my stream? Uh-oh. Hold on, please. My dumb ass closed a window. Okay, just a sec. Laura, how dare you? Oh, come on. Slowly loading. Okay, C2E. We'll stay on this channel for now. CBC. Okay.
Nick Nanos. And we're going to take a quick look at this.
Fraser ultimately decided to come back to politics thanks to a phone call from Mark
There
Carney.
we go. Sorry about that.
The Conservatives were really hoping to get their hands on this riding.
See, now I got to do the research.
Trying to give the Liberals a run for their money, but a strong early start,
thanks.
although just with one poll for Sean Fraser. Braden Clark ahead in Sackville. The Liberal incumbent did not
Trying
run
to
again,
upgrade my little steer, but
finally, and let's see if these
I like
numbers are
that
still-
too.
Yes, a tie in South Shore St. Margaret's. Yes, it is just one poll. Too early for a recount, David Cochrane. A couple of things interesting here, Rosie. This riding expected to be a real tough fight, and also you'll notice the third place there. The NDP did not run an official candidate in this riding. Rick Perkins is the incumbent. He took the riding in 2021, but this question about whether or not the fact that there is not an official NDP candidate in the riding is going to make things tougher for him, because perhaps some of those progressive votes are going to wind up going to the Liberals.
Okay,
I
that's
don't
great.
mind
Thank you so
more
much, Catherine. If you look
progressive
at the bottom
votes,
of
but
your
I'm really
screen,
worried
that's where
about
we
the
are at so far with the tally
NDP
this evening,
in
but as all
general.
of my friends and colleagues have been saying here, early results coming from Atlantic Canada, and of course many more polls to close. Adrian, though, has some results.
And I'm going to say it again. Early results.
Yes.
In only 2 of the 4 ridings of PEI. Let's start with Egmont. Bobby Morrissey with a 76 vote lead over Logan McClellan. This is basically
I got
a
the mic.
rematch
That was
of
the last piece of the
2019.
puzzle.
The
Till the next
Conservatives really
piece.
hoping to repeat what happened with here, what happened in Egmont years
I love
ago
my
with
toys.
Gail Shea. We'll see if, obviously 5 of 99 polls reporting, ways to go. Let's check out Malpeque as well. Heath MacDonald, again, a lead of just 28, 2 of 97 polls reporting against Jamie Foxx, who has, by the way, been campaigning in Malpeque for some 16 months. That's how ready the
picking up a bit.
Conservatives have been.
It's probably going to be
Thank you so much
really
for that,
close, but I still think we got a Liberal government
all right, so
coming.
this is where we are
I
again
mean,
in the evening as all the
we're
polls
still
now
counting the
closed in
very,
Atlantic
very
Canada,
eastern
so that brings
provinces,
us to
but-
32 polls reporting, and this is what it looks like so far. 11 for the Liberals, leading or elected. I don't even know if we have any elected as of now. Yeah, no. And Conservatives leading in 4. Which means that we are still in the early hours of this election. Remember, the next group of polls to close, 266, and that's from Quebec all the way through to Alberta, plus Nunavut and the Northwest Territories. That's when things get busy, because that's where the most votes get counted. But we're going to stay where we are in Atlantic Canada for now, and we'll go back to David in a minute to get some updates. But first, I do want to make sure we hit one more leader headquarters, and that's in Victoria, British Columbia, for the Green Party, and that's where we find our own Olivia Stefanovich. Olivia.
Greens have 2 leaders. Co-leaders.
Well, it's still really early on the West Coast, and
Elizabeth, I love her.
Green Party co-leader Elizabeth May, she's not here, of course, at this moment.
When I
She's
worked for
actually out
Friends of the Earth, I knew her
trying to hang on
and
to her seat in Saanich
worked with her a bit. She was really cool. She was the executive director of the Sierra Club then.
4 times in a row in the past 4 federal elections by quite a large margin, but now she's in the race of her life, facing stiff competition from the Liberals and Conservatives. Pollsters say this riding is a toss-up. They aren't sure if she'll be able to hang on to it, and her supporters aren't sure either, but May is trying as hard as she can, leaning into those local connections to try to make sure she can hang on for a 5th federal election, Rosie.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Olivia. Of course, Elizabeth May shares her leadership role with Jonathan Pedneau, who's running in Outremont in Quebec. There are lots of questions why he chose that particular riding, because it is
But that's
not
like a
gonna be an easy
vice
race for him,
president.
but those polls have not closed yet. Let's go over to David at the magic board there, David.
Elizabeth May, by the way, Olivia Stefanovich has the best assignment tonight. She's at a winery.
Well, everyone's at a bar, though. Everyone's at, it's just us.
But a winery on Vancouver Island, and one of the guests is one of the members of the band Chilliwack. You know, and I don't know if Gone 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 should be going so long as what you want. But let's go through Newfoundland and Labrador again and show you the situation right now. You have 3 Conservative seats right now leading. No one elected. The biggest lead is here in central Newfoundland, where Clifford Small is, he's got almost a 2,000 vote lead with 55 of 233 polls reporting. So you're seeing there the sort of margins the Conservatives want. When Pierre Poilievre came to Newfoundland and Labrador, and he was there a lot, he spent a lot of time in Cliff Small's riding and in long-range mountains riding in areas like Corner Brook, and you're seeing some of the fruits of that labor. 5th of the polls reporting there for Carol Ann.
Little buffering going on. little buffering going on.
Are coming in slow because of these lineups that went past the end of voting, and this is why we're sort of in this static sort of situation right now with slow results coming in. So the central Newfoundland numbers are creeping up and up and up, and Cliff Small, who just, I think he won by like half a percentage point last time, he's got a pretty good lead right now, but the advanced polls are expected to heavily favor the Liberals, so we're waiting to see what happens there.
Okay, so all early results.
For the Liberals, so we're waiting to see what happens there.
Okay, so all early results, but thank you for reminding us what everyone is looking for coming out of that part of the country as they look to see who will form, as we look to see who will form government this night. Let's go to Ian now. He's got some more results from New Brunswick.
Yeah, something's going on in New Brunswick, and it's not quick counting of votes. We have one poll that we talked about from Acadie Bathurst, and now we have early results from Madawaska Restigouche, and look how a few votes have been counted there. This is, though, another one of those ridings in New Brunswick that I don't know if there's a sure thing in politics, but if there is, it's ridings like Madawaska Restigouche. The Liberals win it almost every year. One exception was 20 Gouche. The Liberals win it almost every year. One exception was 2011, the first Harper majority.
Yeah, we are hungry for those early numbers, Rosie, so let's see what King's Hants has to offer us. Not a heck of a lot of votes, but Cody Blois is in the lead. This is an interesting riding because this is a very precise example of the kind of riding that the Conservatives really thought they had a great shot in the fall. Cody Blois, frankly, he was sweating about holding on to his seat when Justin Trudeau was still Prime Minister. Since then, he was named Minister of Agriculture in Mark Carney's government, and I've been talking to him the past couple of days, feeling pretty optimistic about that, says he's been meeting with a lot of farmers, getting a lot of requests for signs. Certainly he will like these early numbers, but only 2 polls. So we'll have to go back and check in on King's Hants later.
Okay, so as we've been saying, again, and we're going to say it for some time now, early results and the count, not happening super quickly. Nothing wrong with that, but we'll have to keep on top of things. Again, this is what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen. Those are leading numbers. No one is elected yet, and we're waiting for more polls to report.
Just
Remember,
check on
the next
Global
big
News.
swath of polls to do that will happen at 9:30 Eastern.
States. The Americans, and that was a decision that went in favor of close relations and redounded well to Canada's benefit. It's made Canada richer and more dynamic. The Americans have now torn up that agreement, broken faith on the U.S.-Canada agreement, the NAFTA agreement that followed it, the U.S.-Canada and Mexico agreement that followed that. And so Canadians trying to hold on to this vision of North American free trade are now challenged by a United States that has turned its back on its own idea.
So do you think that, as Mark Carney says, the U.S. is no longer a reliable partner to Canada?
It's no longer a reliable partner to anyone. It's not just a Canadian problem. But the decision that Canadians have to make, and the danger of some of the decisions that are being faced this night, is that because the Americans have lost faith in the idea of free trade, free
Yep. Frozen or what?
markets,
there we go.
Private enterprise, that doesn't make it right, and that doesn't encourage Canadians to do the same. And Canada has to find a way to hold on to things that are true, that private enterprise works, that markets work, that trade works, and not make it an issue so much about the U.S.-Canada bilateral relationship, but make it about the inherent power of these ideas. Canada will need to trade in freedom with whoever will trade in freedom with Canada.
Does it actually, this is maybe a stupid question, does it matter who the Prime Minister is in Canada when you're dealing with someone like Donald Trump? If he's after our resources, if he's after the Arctic, is a new Prime Minister going to make any difference to his mission?
Why would you disparage your question? That's a very powerful question. And personalities matter a lot in history, but they often matter in surprising ways. And Donald Trump has behaved in surprising ways. That we had an interview with him just today in the Atlantic, where he made clear he knew he was hurting the Conservatives. And you might think he's more pro-conservative than pro-liberal, or maybe, but you might think that. But he knows he's done terrible damage to the Conservative Party candidate,
In
and he
Canada.
seems to take pleasure in it.
Like he's talking about.
He seems to
Hey,
take pleasure.
Jules.
He said today,
Good to see
I
ya.
did. Canadians dislike me so much, and they cost the Conservatives 25 points, and he took pleasure in that. And it's kind of hard to figure out why would that make him happy, but it seems to make him happy.
Is that a sort of implied endorsement of Mark Carney?
I think it's look. He likes pain. He likes trouble. He likes mischief.
Yep,
He doesn't
Lynn.
like any other human being on this planet other than himself. He doesn't like his wife. He doesn't like his
David
children. I
Frum.
can't believe he likes Mark Carney or Pierre Poilievre either. But he seems to like the chaos he's capable of breeding and the damage he's capable of doing to a fellow democracy that is a neighbor and was a close friend.
So as you watch the campaign unfold, who do you think is best suited to take Canada through the uncertainty of the next 4 years and build these new relationships beyond the U.S.?
I don't think it's a question of personalities. I think it's a question of policies. That Canada needs to not let the United States push it into doing things that are harmful. Don't pile up barriers to trade for yourself just because your neighbor is doing that stupid thing. Don't turn your back on the world. Don't let the government direct where capital goes. Don't tell savers they must spend more of their savings inside Canada, which is only 2% of world capital markets, and turn their back on the rest of the world. Whatever the Americans do, Canada must be bound to free trade, free markets with the rest of the world.
All right, David Frum, thank you so much for taking time with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
He's so right about Donald Trump, and he likes to stir things up. And if he's seeing that he's having some kind of impact on the campaign here, that'll just tickle him.
He knew that he was having an impact.
Yeah.
And he takes, according to David, took pleasure in it.
Sick
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah. All right, we're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in a moment.
Okay, let's go back to CTV. CBC might be copyright hot,
Beausejour is
so I'm going
a
to switch
riding, used to be Westmoreland, Kent.
between Global and CTV.
Dominic LeBlanc first won here in the year 2000. He has been an MP and, of course, a cabinet minister, but an MP for 25 years. He's got a solid lead there, and we would expect him to just grow that lead through the night. Rosemary?
Okay, I don't get those kinds of emails. I got one about my hair and one asking where we are. We are in the atrium of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation in downtown Toronto. It's a beautiful building, and they've set up this beautiful set for us, and that's where we are bringing you all of, look at it, that's where we're bringing you all of these results, and Catherine Cullen has more.
Okay.
Yes, earlier Taryn Grant was telling us about Acadianapolis. Let's take a look at the first numbers from there. Now, yes, it's true, the Liberals are in the lead, and this is a surprise, but you'll note that that is a 3-vote difference. Chris d'Entremont, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, and well-liked across the aisle, I'm told, which is interesting. The Liberals I've spoken to have said, you know, they would love to get their hands on this riding, not so convinced it's going to happen. Ronnie LeBlanc, as Taryn Grant was telling us earlier, a member of Provincial Parliament, he got a little boost in this election campaign, Rosie. Jean Chrétien came and visited him in the riding, and Liberals saying, you know, Mr. Chrétien wouldn't necessarily have made the trek if he didn't think the Liberals had a shot. Although 3 votes, I think, obviously, we're going to have to wait and see some more numbers.
But when you see former Prime Minister out on the hustings, it's usually an
a
encouraging
91-year-old, no less, too, right?
So, quite right. Okay. Thank you for that, Catherine. We're going to go over to Adrian now, who has some results.
Well, firstly, I'm not checking my email. So if people are sending me notes, I'm not
You'll answer them tomorrow.
I'll do that tomorrow. We do have some more results from Prince Edward Island. Let's look at Cardigan. Kent McDonald. The first time there hasn't been an incumbent there in a very long time. He's got a lead of 214 votes over the former provincial health minister, James Aylward. That is going to be important to the Liberals. So far, the trend looks like that they are holding Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent in Egmont. Lead of 76, but certainly a lead over Logan McClellan. One more to look at, which is Malpeque. Heath MacDonald, again, a lead of just 28 over Jamie Foxx, again, who has been campaigning there for a very long time. PEI, this place where the Conservatives invested a ton. So far, the Liberals are holding, but somebody should check in on Charlottetown because we don't have any numbers from Charlottetown yet.
Yeah, and one of the things about this race is the Conservatives have been ready for this election for
Absolutely.
18 months, 2 years. So they had an advantage out there until things changed pretty dramatically with the new Liberal leader. And of
Until
course,
they
Donald Trump
didn't.
Yes, let's take a look at Cumberland Colchester, where again we have early results. This is one of the 3 ridings the Conservatives held going into tonight's vote. Dr. Stephen Ellis with the lead. He was elected in 2021. He's been pretty outspoken on a number of health issues, including the fentanyl file and the way in which the Liberal government dealt with that. So again, early numbers, but not an insignificant lead in that first poll for Dr. Stephen Ellis.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine Cullen. 16-7 is what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen there, but we only have 1 elected at this stage, so we're standing by for more results, and that's what Ian has for us right now.
We've been really eager, Rosie, to find out what's going to happen in Miramichi Grand Lake, so let's take a look at the first results from there. Nothing very conclusive at this point, not a lot of votes counted, but one thing I should point out to you as we do get, hopefully soon, more results from Miramichi Grand Lake. Both Mike Dawson and Lisa Harris point out that the riding is really different depending on which polls you're looking at. They're conservative areas, they're liberal areas, and so we really have to be cautious about reading too much, even in the early results. And of course, we would read nothing in this really early result, but this is a riding that the Conservatives won last time around, and they're leading right now.
Okay. But the results are coming, and that is encouraging. As we wait for more results, we're going to take a short break. This will probably be the only one tonight because we're very busy. Canada Votes 2025 will continue right after this.
Should I do that?
The top issue for me is affordability. So whether it's housing, gas, groceries, student loans, affordability really is my top election issue, which I'll be voting on for the first time.
Your parents are both in the automotive industry, so talk to me about how the tariffs will impact your vote.
I live in Ontario, where auto is the main industry, and both my parents work in that industry. My dad was laid off last year, and my mom is still working in auto. So for my dad to be rehired and for my mom's job to keep going, auto is really important. And I'm starting university, so that's an added expense that will really suffer if the job stability does not exist in the auto industry anymore.
What are you looking for in, a new leader?
Well, obviously, if the tariffs go into effect, there will be a decrease in job stability, and so I think it really is the federal government's responsibility to make sure that lower and middle class families can still afford, housing, groceries, gas, kind of like as the minimum. So like I live in Brampton, which has really high house pricing, either mortgages or rent. It's really unaffordable. So yes, build the homes, but make sure that those homes are affordable for the lower and middle classes. And then in addition, groceries is really important. Maybe a tax break or something else that can make sure that, at least the bare minimum of affordability is there. And then also there's gas, which the prices for gas recently went down with the removal of the carbon tax. And so that's one of the things that I'm looking at when I'm deciding my first vote. Definitely the responses that we've seen already from all of the different parties, Prime Minister Mark Carney, and all of that he's doing with negotiations with the US, that's really important.
We are responding with purpose and with force.
Obviously, there's a very optimistic attitude still because it is an election. I'm hoping that maybe something could still be done about some of the tariffs that are going on for auto, and if something can be done, that's definitely going to win my vote. My parents, they worked really hard for the last 20 years. They had me and my brother. They have 2 cars and a nice home in Brampton. It really was living the immigrant dream for the last 20 years. It's only recently that affordability has become such an issue that that dream is kind of slipping away.
Now.
Welcome back. Elections Canada's website is down for some people in the country. So if you are looking for where to vote, you would normally put your postal code in there and head to your polling station. Here are some other ways you can do it if you are encountering that problem. First of all, the voter registration card, which you perhaps got in the mail, will tell you where to go if you are encountering that problem. And again, it's not everyone. You can go to cbc.ca/results. Let me give you a little bit more information about how votes are counted in this country. Unlike some provinces, the federal election is done manually. That means you write it down with your X on a piece of paper. It gets counted manually. It takes about 15 minutes for those polling station doors to close, for the people to start counting, and of course for scrutineers, members usually of parties, to watch over that count. It is all to make sure that this is a trusted process and that everything happens the way it should. So that is why it sometimes takes a little longer to count those ballots, because it's all being done by human beings. Let's go back to David Cochran now, who's at the map to give us a bit of a sense again of what we should be watching for in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, so we'll go back to Newfoundland and Labrador, where we have the most results, and that is a very relative statement at this hour of the night. But we have at least the results from all 7 ridings and one projected elected right up here in Labrador. You see more blue than you would normally see in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is what it looked like last time, where you had just the one Conservative seat. You now have 3 when we bring it back to real time based on the results that we have so far. None of them projected elected yet, but this is the sort of change the Liberals were afraid of and that the Conservatives were desperate to see, because they only ever got to 11 seats in Atlantic Canada when Stephen Harper won his majority in 2011. So the path to 11, where they are now and higher, that is, it starts here on the rural part of the island of Newfoundland. We do have another elected, though, in Newfoundland and Labrador, and this is in Cape Spear, I believe. Okay, I'm going to just make sure my fingers can get to the right one. Here we go. Cape Spear, Tom Osborne. Comes from a very long-time political family. Him, his mother, and his uncle, all members of the provincial legislature at one time. He now has just under a 2,000 vote lead over Corey Curtis, who's an executive with OceanX in St. John's. Tom Osborne's been a provincial Conservative cabinet minister, a Speaker of the House of Assembly, and a provincial Liberal cabinet minister. He can add Member of Parliament to a fairly extensive political resume, as Tom Osborne has been the second Liberal tonight elected, joining Philip Earle up in Labrador. So good starts for Tom Osborne and Philip Earle, but a good start for the Conservatives as they need to gain. They're doing that right now in rural Newfoundland and Labrador. And look, there's a lot of blue right here. They're up to 12 seats. Remember when we did that Path to Victory, Path to Majority segment right off the top of the show, the Liberals needed to be at 25. The Conservatives, 12, would have been a very good result for them in Atlantic Canada. That's where they're sitting at right now. You're even seeing one on Prince Edward Island, where normally the red soil delivers a lot of red seats, but there is one blue leading right now. Ridings like Miramichi in New Brunswick, which the Liberals had targeted, are holding right now. You see moving up into Central Nova, where Sean Fraser came out of retirement. Retired when the Liberals were down 25. He was talked into unretiring when they were not down 25, but at least in the early results, he's trailing there. So, Rosie, in terms of the path to the majority, the Liberals are 10, 11 seats off their mark at this stage of the counting. Conservatives are pretty much right where they need to be at this stage of the counting. So we'll see if any of that flips when the advanced polls come in, when more numbers come in. But at this stage of the night, it looks like a pretty promising start for Pierre Poilievre and his Conservatives on the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm looking again to see, how quickly the polls are coming in. It's 11 out of 229 for Sean Fraser.
Exactly.
So again, we are not sure how this is all going to shake out.
And Rosie, just to go back to what I was told by both Conservative and Liberal campaigns, Liberals banked a lot of vote very heavily in the advanced polls, and those come in at inconsistent times. Day of tends to come first, and that could be why you're seeing the trends we're seeing early.
And we're reminding you all of that, of course, because here 13 to 13 is something significant, and it's moving around a lot, and that's why. It's because the votes are being counted. We are going now to Adrian.
The loser?
Yeah, you bet, Rosie. Because I think we want to actually talk about another province that we're going to be waiting for soon, and that is Ontario. Because the pressure certainly will be on Ontario for the Liberals. Maybe some of the pressure is eased off for the Conservatives. We'll see. It is the key prize. The Liberals in particular are looking to pick up seats that they won in their 2015 majority, but then lost in subsequent elections. A lot of those seats are along the 401, the biggest highway in Canada. And because David Common's job is to get up very early in the morning and he'll come in at 4 a.m., we thought we'd send him out because it's going to be a late night. I mean, why not? So, David, you are somewhere along the 401. Where are you? What are you hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, as you all are paying attention to the big political game going on tonight, there's this other game happening here in Kitchener at the Odd. This is the Kitchener versus London, the other Battle of Ontario. And what is amazing is that we are in Kitchener Centre here. This is one of those key ridings. It was held by the Green Party, Mike Morris, when the election was called. Now, whether they're going to be able to hold it or not, that is not a certainty. Absolutely coming into this election, Mike Morris was working very hard to hold on to it. But this is a city that really does flip back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And so when you look at the other ridings, three of them in Kitchener, Kitchener-Conestoga, Kitchener-South Hespeler, those were decided in the last election by less than 2% in between first and second place. So it really gives you a sense of just how much the parties have to work really hard here. The game right now is tied. The crowd is pumped. And guess what? When we get to the second intermission, if you haven't voted yet, that's no problem, because just down the hallway here, right down the stairs, that's a polling station. Now, Adrian, that is convenience here in Kitchener.
David Common, trust you to find that, and you're probably going to get yourself a hot dog for the whole deal, too. All right, David Common at a hockey game. Rosie?
God, I just love David Common. I mean, I don't even... How does he get those assignments? How does that even happen? Catherine Cullen, over to you.
Yeah, got some jumping around happening in Nova Scotia in several ridings, Rosie. So let's take a look. We're going to start with Central Nova. You and David were just talking about it. Let's look at where the numbers have us. So that is, of course, Sean Fraser's riding. He was the incumbent. Right now, the Conservative, Bryce Jenkins, in the lead. And I will tell you, Conservatives I've spoken to have said Bryce Jenkins really hustling, but Sean Fraser is certainly a well-known name in this country. So we're going to want to keep an eye on that. Up next, Cumberland Colchester, the Conservative incumbent, Stephen Ellis in second place. Liberal challenger, Alana Hurdle in first. And coming up next, Acadianapolis. Earlier, we showed you Ronnie LeBlanc. First results, he was in the lead. Chris D'Entremont now moving into the lead. And we have first results from Halifax West, so not a flip, but the first results of the night. Lena Medelage-Diab, she is up against the former Conservative Party president, Federal Conservative Party president, Rob Batherson.
Okay, and some people are asking me about that little star there that you see on the screen. That means that that person is the incumbent. That person has already won that riding before, so we give them a little star, a little gold star. Just keep that in mind, because as we were talking about earlier, incumbency can be a factor here, but that means that they are up running for re-election another time. Let's go over to Ian now, who has some more results.
Yeah, I want to take a look at three ridings, and they have these things in common. First of all, the parties that are in the lead are the parties you would expect to be in the lead, given the trends in New Brunswick over the last few elections, and also that the shares for the party in the lead are actually a little higher than they were back in 2021. So let's start with Fundy Royal, longtime Conservative riding, except for Justin Trudeau's first year, 2015, and Jean Chrétien's first year in 1993. But no surprise to see Rob Moore in the lead there. Not a huge lead, and still early in Fundy Royal. Tobic-Mactaquac, also a riding that the Conservatives have done well in. Richard Bragdon has won the last two times, and as you can see, he's in the lead at this point. And this will certainly come as no surprise from the largest city in New Brunswick, Moncton.
Anywhere.
And this riding also includes Dieppe, not Riverview any longer, though it used to, but Riverview through redistribution is no longer part of this riding. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor has been the MP here since 2015. She is the president of the Treasury Board, one of a handful of cabinet posts that she's had, and a comfortable lead for her.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Ian. I'm going to go back to the panel because I'm going to put you guys on a break after and bring At Issue in, because I am getting emails demanding Chantal Hébert's appearance. So we have to respect that. But I wanted to go back to something that you said, Jason Kenney, about popular vote. So right now, the Liberals are leading in popular vote, but it is. I wanted to dwell on it for a minute because it is interesting that Conservatives frequently win the popular vote.
Yeah.
And yet it doesn't translate into forming government. And I gather that's all, again, about voter efficiency and where the seats are.
Right. So each of the last two elections, the Conservative Party obtained more popular vote than they were at 33-34% versus 31-32 for the Liberals. And I think it's entirely possible tonight that we'll see a Conservative popular vote, if they get out that vote, which I think is more intense, more motivated, north of 40%. It could be the first Conservative campaign since Brian Mulroney in 1988, 37 years ago, to do that. A very good chance of exceeding Stephen Harper's high water mark of 39%.
Yep.
And yet, you could still see the scenario where they achieve that, but fall short on seats. But what we're seeing early here is, I think, it is early, and I do think that smaller population rural polling stations tend to report earlier because they're quicker to count. But this is a fair bit off what the public, what the media polling was suggesting. So I think most Conservatives right now would be taking at least some faint hope in that.
Sure.
Their basic premise going into today is that people really do want change. And a lot of those shy Conservative voters perhaps felt intimidated into saying they were going to vote for Conservative, and perhaps weren't entirely forthcoming. So we'll see. But that's happened in previous elections where Conservatives outperformed the polls so far.
Oh boy.
Very early indications in Atlantic Canada. Something like that may be happening.
I don't know a lot of shy Conservatives, so that is not a thing that I am familiar with. I'm not doubting that it can happen, but most of the Conservatives I know are quite out there and proud about it. Arif Ronnie, talk about that that issue, that poll, popular vote versus voter efficiency, and whether we should read anything into things so far. And again, the Liberals have taken the lead in the popular vote, but previous elections, that has been the trend.
Well, I think we have to understand the function of the electoral system as it is. Right? We have a first-past-the-post system. We have ridings that are distributed. Some ridings are much smaller in terms of population size. Some are much larger. But I think, winning a riding in rural Alberta by 90% only serves you so well in terms of your vote efficiency. And I think, as we've seen so many times, we're sitting in the Toronto studio, we've talked about the 416, we've talked about the 905. These are key battlegrounds, and this is going to be determinative in this kind of election. Yeah. I think it's also telling what you and David were talking about earlier, that the advanced polls were at record-setting levels. Those have yet to be counted, and we're also looking at more rural sites reporting in than urban sites, and that's going to affect the results that we're seeing. So I think we need to be patient in terms of what we're seeing, but I think it's also important that we're not taking anything for granted as Team Red over here, right? Our volunteers are out there. I was with a couple of GOTV teams this morning in Toronto, and they are motivated. They're not taking anything for granted. They're working extremely hard, which is, I think, what needs to be done to earn people's trust.
GOTV is get out the vote.
Yes.
People that are not as nerdy as we are. I will say, too, with the redistribution, one of the things that happened was Alberta picked up 3 seats as part of the rebalancing of the population. So there is an attempt to sort of course correct a little bit for what Jason Kenney's talking about. Last word to you there, Randall Garrison, on that issue.
Well, again, I'm the recovering political scientist. What this demonstrates is we have an archaic electoral system. And most world democracies, most advanced democracies, have moved to proportional representation, where every vote actually counts toward getting representation in the national parliament. And so if we had change to that, which the Liberals promised to do and then reneged on the promise, we wouldn't be having these arcane discussions about voter efficiency and other things. We'd be talking about what people actually wanted being reflected in Parliament.
Yeah, that was not a conversation at all during this election, electoral reform. Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for that. I'm going to go now to David Cochrane.
Yeah, Rosie, this is how it is filling in across Atlantic Canada. We're still waiting on results from one riding that appears to be Charlottetown in Prince Edward Island, but we do have the first Conservative elect of the night, as Clifford Small has been elected by the CBC decision desk, winning his second term in the House of Commons in the riding of Central Newfoundland. You can see there a lead that has just kept growing throughout the night, more than 3,000 votes ahead of Lynette Powell, the Liberal candidate, a doctor and former head of the Newfoundland and Labrador Medical Association. This was the big target in Newfoundland and Labrador by the Liberals, who are now behind their performance of 6 seats in that province in the last election. And Heather Gillis with CBC Newfoundland and Labrador is standing by with Clifford Small, I believe. Heather.
I am. Yeah, hi, David. I'm here with Clifford Small, and we have a lot of happy and exuberant Conservatives here because Clifford Small has a commanding lead here. Thank you so much for joining us and being with us, Clifford. How do you feel about your win here tonight?
Okay, well, I feel great. I feel very happy for the people of the riding of Central Newfoundland and for the people behind me who made this possible. It's their victory. It's a victory for Central Newfoundland riding and a victory for Newfoundland Labrador.
What were you hearing from people at the doors?
Somebody just decided they didn't want to see his stupid comments and blocked him for herself.
Cost of living was number one.
To you.
Crime, it really, at the doors, things haven't changed since the way they were in December. So it's no surprise to me. We soldiered on, we worked hard, we knew the support was there, the people have spoken, and I thank them very, very much for the support that they've given me here in the riding of Central Newfoundland. And it's from all over the riding. It's not concentrated in any one area. It's from everywhere. So my heart is bursting my heart's bursting.
Well, congrats to the guy.
It's very humbling.
I don't hold grudges.
Victory, and I'd like to thank the people again. I can't thank them enough, and my volunteers.
And what are you looking forward to about your second term in Ottawa?
I'm looking forward to being a part of a Conservative government. I'm expecting that we're going to double our seat count in Atlantic Canada. That was my prediction right from the beginning of this election. I predicted 3 or 4 here in this province. I'm predicting 16 to 18 in Atlantic Canada. The blue wave has started, I think.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on the polls. Congratulations, sir.
You.
Okay, David, so Clifford Small there, the MP for Central Newfoundland yet again.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. That's a happy crowd there in Central Newfoundland as Clifford Small is on his way back to Ottawa. You can see on either side of him, these were the 2 Liberal-held seats that the Liberals were most worried about just because of the loss of incumbency, weak ground game they believed in this particular riding. Clifford Small elected, and one more Liberal in Newfoundland and Labrador to tell you about who's been elected, and that is Paul Connors, who holds the riding of Avalon. He now has a 2,100 vote lead over Steve Kent, the former Deputy Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of those ridings where there was a nomination controversy where the party nominated Steve Kent, displacing people who had been gearing up for months, if not more than a year, to seek the nomination for the party there. But Central Party headquarters came in and made Steve Kent the candidate there at the last minute. And Rosie, there's some other controversies. Mr. Kent, an old selfie of him surfaced wearing a Make America Great Again hat. You don't know how any of those things play out, but when you upset some of the grassroots and you're running in a Liberal-held seat where you have no typical roots,
right,
this is often the kind of result you end up with.
Okay, that was a nice moment with Clifford Small, and that's a good reminder to everyone that these are people who are working really hard to serve you and get your confidence and get your vote, and they are delighted when they get it, as you saw from Clifford Small. Okay, I do want to show you one graphic that might give you a sense of where we are right now. In the evening. Okay, this is something called Vote Change, just to give you a sense of who is doing well and who is not doing as well. So you can see that very clearly in those top 2 lines there. Liberals, an increase of 6.3%, but the Conservatives double that. And that is the kind of performance that they would want to see coming out of Atlantic Canada. This is the beginning, at least, of a very good night for the Conservatives if they can make that kind of gain in Atlantic Canada,
well,
and if they can continue that, of course, then through the rest of the country. Let me show you what that looks like in terms of seat change. So there you see it.
But they were
one
just
for the Conservatives, down 1 for Liberals. Yes, it's just 2 seats, but it's just one flip, but it does make a difference when obviously every riding counts. And as we start to track what government Canadians have chosen here tonight, that is the beginning of a picture that we're going to try to paint for you and explain to you as the evening continues. Jason, Kenny, what do you make of that?
Yeah, as I was just saying, it is very early, but still a positive sign. There does seem to be a swing, and there's something in that I've been wanting to watch for tonight. Sure. We've talked a lot about this NDP switch to the Liberal Party in the polls, and notionally that's long-term New Democrats wanting to, not to waste their vote when it comes to standing up to Donald Trump. But one of the things Mr. Poilievre has done very effectively is to reach out to traditional private sector unions and union members, working people. I mean, if you look at the kinds of events, he's done hundreds over the past 3 years, very typically working people in small manufacturing, food processing, where people make stuff. And he has received far, far more endorsements from unions than any Conservative campaign at the federal level I can recall. And so, and you also see this where a significant polling advantage for Conservatives amongst people who don't have university degrees, typically in blue-collar occupations. So I think we may beginning to see a shift of some traditional working New Democrat voters to the Conservative column. That appears to be the case so far in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that is something that Doug Ford has done very successfully in Ontario, for sure. Randall, do you want to weigh in there?
Well, I think it's been a strong strategy of the Conservatives. It's just unfortunate that their record in the House of Commons doesn't match that when it comes to working people. They've been, as governments prone to order workers back to work in strike situations. They voted against any of the improvements to employment insurance. So the proof is actually in the pudding. You can appeal to people, but you have to actually deliver in the House of Commons. And I think that's where this will fall short.
Okay, I'm going to let you all take a little break and bring in At Issue, but we will see you through the course of the evening. Thank you for starting things off with us. Appreciate it very much. We are now just 39 seconds away from one poll closing, and that's in Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, just off the coast of Quebec there, a beautiful place if you've never been. And that will bring us one more poll closing before we get, again, to the big dump of polls closing that happens at 9:30 Eastern. That's when 266 more polls close and we start to get a much better sense of how this night is going to unfold. But you can already see there on your screen 21 for the Liberals, leading or elected, 10 for the Conservatives. And while the Liberals are off to a good start, it is really the fact that the Conservatives seem to be doing well coming out of Atlantic Canada that would be giving them a little bit of encouraging signs as we head into the next bit of the polls closing. I believe it's Ian now who has some results.
Yeah, and let's start with one that's really interesting, and I think it'll be surprising to a lot of political watchers in New Brunswick, or at least political watchers outside of Madawaska-Restigouche. This is a riding the Liberals have won 3 straight times with about 50% of the vote there. But as you can see, it's the Conservatives that are in the lead. That may not look like a big lead, but when you look at the percentage right now, the Conservative candidate has 50% of the vote, and 2,200 votes have been counted so far for him. So last time around, the Conservatives had just under 28%. So that is a big pickup. And as of right now, that pickup is at the expense of the Liberals, the NDP, and the PPC. So that is one that's worth watching. It could be a switch in New Brunswick. Here's another one that could be a flip in New Brunswick, but another one that's very close, as we expected last time around. The Conservatives won here. This time around, the Liberals are in the lead. And by the way, the incumbency factor not in play in those last 2 ridings I showed you, the incumbent MPs not running again. And in Fredericton, pretty big lead for David Miles, the Juno-winning musician who's trying his hand at politics. I'll have more to say about that as the evening progresses, but not a lot, 7 of 175 polls, Rosemary, but fair-sized lead for the Liberals there.
Yeah, I should tell people, though, that all 32 polls in the Maritime, in the Atlantic provinces are reporting now. So we do have results coming in from all of those ridings, which will make everyone really happy here because they're all concentrated on their results and the ridings that they are looking at. Look there at the bottom of your screen. That is the beginning of the story of this election. The Liberals leading or elected in 21 as we come out of Atlantic Canada, and the Conservatives leading or elected in 11. Those numbers have changed. They've shifted, and they'll continue to do that as more polls close. We've had one additional poll close in Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Gaspésie, and we'll have another big dump of them at 9:30 Eastern, of course. But let's go to Adrian, who has some results. Adrian.
Well, very relieved to see that Charlottetown is okay.
Good.
We're getting first results from Charlottetown. Let's have a look at that. The incumbent Sean Casey has a lead there. Just one poll reporting, lead of 53 over Natalie Jameson, popular
too stressful for you to watch.
MLA at one point there.
Okay,
Has been
check in
campaigning
later.
hard. Just a
polls
note here,
close
only
here on the
10%
West
of the
Coast
polls
and another-
across the whole island are reporting. So obviously these are still early. But why don't we flip to the ones we have some more information. Bobby Morrissey, the incumbent, a lead of 69 over Logan McClellan. Again, someone who is well known there. This is a matchup from 2019, just 99 polls reporting. The third riding here, Malpeque, Heath McDonald. Slightly bigger lead of 250 over Jamie Foxx. 16 months Jamie Foxx has been on the House. Just one to have a look-see. Kent McDonald. That is a big lead for Kent McDonald over James Aylward. Kent McDonald, the only Liberal candidate that isn't the incumbent on PEI. Liberals are holding so far, but again, just 10% of the polls reporting so far on PEI.
Okay, thank you for that, Adrian. Glad that Charlottetown's doing fine.
Me too.
Yeah, we like it there. Okay, David, I hear you have a pickup of some
source and see if we can get some more commentary or catch up on other
And can I just say, because of the slow count in Charlottetown, someone working on the campaign there took pictures of the results the scrutineers have and sent it to me and said, here, because you're not getting them, they have a bunch more results. So we should
I don't know if they're allowed to do that, so don't
No,
reveal
the
any
scrutineers
names.
call it in, the campaigns have it, and it says how they know whether to be happy. Look, we got one more elect in Newfoundland and Labrador, and this is a gain for the Conservatives. Carol Anstey has done it in
perhaps not counting their chickens before they hatch. What's your interpretation?
Well, I think we've seen this in the camp that everybody uses is voter efficiency, right? Which is, and this happens in my home province in Saskatchewan. People win ridings by 15,000 votes or 20,000 votes. You don't need that many to win. But what it does do is it's reflected in popular vote.
Can expect some really anxious moments at Liberal headquarters.
Well, it puts the pressure then on the
They need to overperform in Quebec, Ontario, and the West.
Yeah. For sure. And it would be a reassuring sight, as you heard there from Jason Kenney, for the Conservatives to come out with a couple of flips like that. Do you have some results?
Yeah, let's take a look at Halifax. We've been talking about that riding quite a bit tonight, Rosie. Again, they haven't had an MP since September. And what is so interesting about the results in the riding of Halifax, and that is not necessarily a surprise, Shannon Miedema, but look where the NDP is, in third place. Now, with redistribution, last time around, the results would have amounted to the Liberals beating the NDP by almost 1,000 votes. This time you have the NDP in third. So I do think that's something, you talk about how people are feeling in headquarters, the NDP federally not going to be very happy to see that. And we want to check in on Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, where the incumbent, Darren Fisher, is in the lead.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine Cullen. And because so many people have been emailing me demanding that they appear, they have now appeared. At Issue is here with us tonight. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj. Thank you all for being here in person. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Isn't it nice to know you have a large fan base that gets angry when you haven't appeared yet? Okay, I'm gonna start to get your take so far. As David has been rightly pointing out, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted to see Atlantic Canada. It is not, there are ways to make up the seats, but it just makes it much harder. Chantal.
Yes, but it's also very, very early. Yeah. I'm looking at some of the margins on your board. 14 seat lead, 14 vote lead means very 58, 65. So I don't know. Possibly because I'm still traumatized from 1997 when Atlantic Canada gave a slap to
the Catherine Cullen to talk about that in a minute. But Andrew, what is your first take of this?
Well, so the difference with 1997 and now, if this were of any significance, is that 97 there were specific reasons why Atlantic Canada would be particularly ticked with the Liberals, which weren't necessarily indicative of a national trend.
Right.
Don't see as much of that this time around. If these results were indicative, it would say this is clearly, at this point, Liberals underperforming, and you're more inclined to see national trends in that. The difficulty is we don't know how much of this is rural versus urban, how much of this is advanced polls versus election day voting, and so one has to be really, really careful.
Yeah, I would also say in this part of the country so far, we are not seeing, the NDP isn't really a factor yet, and that could also be part of the story moving forward. The same for the Bloc. Althea?
Well, I don't want to just repeat what Dave said, but
you can.
This is not what the Liberals wanted to see, we're hoping to see. This is a lot tighter. I think we're all getting messages like, oh, this is uncomfortably tight, and what could it mean? Especially in Ontario, if this pattern continues. So the breather that they were hoping to have is not there. The signs of a potential red sweep that they were hoping to see
that's right.
is not there.
Yep.
I think that, yes, Chantal is absolutely right. We don't actually have that many polls reporting. But from early indication, even this pickup in Newfoundland that the Liberals did not want to see, I think the other conversation we may end up having is the importance of incumbency.
Yes.
So many Liberals decided not to run again. What will that mean if that pattern
Though it is the same, it's almost the same number. It's 109 to 107 for the Conservatives. So I don't.
But the boundaries shifted a lot. It gave the Bloc a real advantage, and we see right now something of a star candidate for the Bloc, Alexis Deschênes, is in the lead. He's a former Radio Canada reporter, also a lawyer, well known in the area, and this is definitely going to be a riding we want to keep our eye on tonight.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think I'm going to go back to Rafi Bouchikanian in Montreal. What was the Bloc talking about when it was talking about that riding? Île-la-Madeleine, Gaspésie, Liste-Gauche.
Rosie, they were very aggressive about that riding. They said they could take it. Yves-François Blanchet visited the riding twice. That may not seem like a big number, but keep in mind it's a little difficult to get to, especially for a party leader who does not have his own plane, unlike all the others. So he would have had to charter a plane, go there, come back. He went to see Alexis Deschênes, and as Catherine said, Deschênes is a known quantity in that area. On top of being a candidate for the Bloc, he's also run for the provincial Parti Québécois a couple of times now, but never in his home riding, never where he lives. And they're hoping that'll make the difference for them this time around. That being said, they might have also been hopeful that Diane Leboutillier would not run again. She used to be cabinet minister, was shuffled out by Mark Carney, but she decided to run again. And the Liberals seem to be aware that there could be a challenge for them there. They actually flew Dominic LeBlanc over from his campaigning in New Brunswick to go reinforce her. Now, if the Bloc ends up winning, that would be an early sign of enthusiasm and Bowie supporters who have been hearing for this whole campaign that some seats held by the Bloc could be in danger. This would be a flip for them.
Okay. Rafi, thank you for that context. Very early results in that riding, of course, though, and the margin is small as well. But we'll come back to you, Rafi. Appreciate that. Canadians across the country are voting still right now at this hour because polls are still open in large parts of the country. But many of them will be voting in new ridings in this election, and here's the reason why.
That's right.
When Parliament dissolved, there were 338 seats in the House of Commons. This election, Canadians will be electing 343 MPs. 5 more ridings are being added, 1 in Ontario, 1 in BC, and 3 in Alberta. That's all thanks to redistribution. It's a process that happens every 10 years. Independent, nonpartisan commissions were tasked with redrawing the electoral map as populations change based on census data. The idea, each riding should have roughly the same number of people, while taking into account factors like community identity and geographic size. And the brand new ridings aren't the only changes. A number have been renamed, and some have had significant boundary changes. In fact, 90% of ridings across the country have changed in some way. The redrawn map also means a new threshold for a party to win a majority government, 172 seats. Okay, so that's why you might be voting in a riding that looks different or has a different name. That's why in Alberta there are 3 more ridings to adjust for that kind of population growth, and why now the number is 343 and the number that everyone will be watching for tonight, 172. That is what would bring you a majority. We'll see whether we're on track for that tonight. Adrienne Arsenault has some results.
Thank you, Rosie. Beyond the seats, we're curious what's happening to the votes. Where are the votes coming from? So let's look at a vote change on PEI here. What you will see there, the Liberals up 11.2 percentage points, Conservatives up 5.8, but look at who is down. The Greens. The Greens have been such a huge force in provincial politics on PEI, but look, they're down 7.3 percentage points, NDP down 7.2 percentage points. That is a big deal, but good old PEI, they have already got a projected elect. So let's look at Cardigan, because this is a big deal. This is a huge lead. Kent MacDonald is going to Ottawa. That majority is bigger than the one earned by Lawrence McCauley last time. That is a big deal for Kent MacDonald. Well done for him. Completely different story in another part of the island. Let's look at Egmont. A lead of 13, just 13 votes with 30 out of 99 polls reporting. Egmont, if you recall, is the one riding on Prince Edward Island that has flipped between Liberals and Conservatives at some point over the last 40 years. It has been bouncing a little bit at the bottom of your screen over tonight, and it is not over yet in Egmont.
Okay, Adrienne, thank you for that. Let's go down to Ian now, who's also got some results.
Well, let's start, Rosemary, with the change in the vote in New Brunswick from 2025 compared to 2021. And you can see both the Liberals and the Conservatives up considerably, and to an extent at the expense of the NDP as well as the other parties. But, you know, votes are kind of like shots on goal in terms of the actual goals, the seats that parties are leading or elected in. Well, nothing right now is changing in New Brunswick. Let's take a look at Madawaska-Restigouche. Last time we looked here, the Conservatives were in the lead. That's changed. And what happened is there was a huge swing in Madawaska-Restigouche, almost like 7 or 8 percentage points just in a matter of minutes. This is more of what we would expect in that riding. 3 times in a row, the Liberals have won there with Renee Arsenault and new candidate, but old story in terms of a lead. Miramichi Grand Lake, this one has been going back and forth, and right now a 52-vote lead for the Liberal. This would be a flip, and so this just happened a moment ago, but it's been going back and forth exactly as we expected. Not that we could predict who would win, neither could the candidates when I talked to them, but they did predict it would be close, and indeed it is close at this point. There are 4 MPs projected, elected in New Brunswick, and no surprise that Dominic LeBlanc is one of them. Not only has he been the MP for Beausejour since the year 2000, but it's one of the 3 ridings across the country, Rosemary, that I'll be covering. One is in Manitoba, another one is in British Columbia, where there's kind of a father-son dynasty. And Romeo LeBlanc, of course, a loyal lieutenant to Pierre Trudeau, won in what was Westmoreland Kent 4 times, and now Dominic LeBlanc has won many times. I know this riding well because the town I grew up in, Sackville, New Brunswick, is right in, well, it's not in the center, but it's certainly part of this riding.
And Dominic LeBlanc is such an interesting story through the past 6 months of turbulence in Canadian politics, stepping in to become finance minister for Justin Trudeau when Chrystia Freeland quit, and then stepping up to help Mark Carney with some of the negotiations with the United States and dealing with the issue of trade. Okay, we are going back to David Cochran.
Yeah, and Rosie, that's why we call Dom LeBlanc the Minister of Janitorial Affairs on my show, because whenever there's a problem, they just shuffle him into there, and he tries to...
I call him the Minister of everything.
Yeah,
yours is more colorful.
Yeah, well, that's I'm on cable. Look, we're still waiting on 2 final results in Newfoundland and Labrador. One of them is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, where Jonathan Rowe has a 570-vote lead over former CBC broadcaster Anthony Germain. There are 165 of 270 polls reporting. The concern from the Liberals in this particular riding was maybe a weak ground game. Churns Rogers retiring there after 3 terms, a by-election win and 2 general election wins. It is unclear what sort of a machine Anthony Germain inherited there as a Liberal candidate. Right now, about a little over halfway through, he is down by 570. And here in St. John's East, where Joanne Thompson, the cabinet minister and the incumbent, as you see by that little star next to her name, she has a 1,360 vote lead over David Brazel. But look, fewer than 1/3 of the polls are reporting there, 60 of 197 polls. So that's the situation there. You've got a 4-3 split in Newfoundland and Labrador. You got a 21-11 split in Atlantic Canada, Rosie. The Conservatives are sort of where they want to be, in the area where they want to be, to have the kind of growth. The Liberals are down. If the Conservatives end the count in Atlantic Canada in double digits, there's going to be some anxiety, I think, Liberal headquarters. And it's good that you and Catherine pointed out that the Gaspé reports early, because if the Bloc were winning seats in Atlantic Canada, that's a really bad night for the Liberals.
I did want to go back to something you said about advanced polls, because I'm getting lots of questions about that. So just so people know, every poll can decide when they count the advanced votes. So you can choose to count them 2 hours ahead of the poll closing if you want, or you can wait till the very end. So some of the things that you're talking about may or may not be reflected here.
Right, and so here's the thing. I'll give you an example, all right? So obviously I am paying attention and texting with people who are in Newfoundland and Labrador. This has been lost by the Liberals. We have projected that Don Bradshaw has been defeated in Long Range Mountains. Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, which we just showed, that is not called yet. I'll just bring it back up to show the numbers. Look, you can see this. It's about a 600-vote lead, 170 of 270 polls reporting. The campaigns have, in every vote counting location, or just about every, scrutineers, who, when the votes are counted there, they call the headquarters and tell them. You're hearing from Liberals saying, hey, the scrutineers telling us, you know, the numbers are better than what has already been reported. So information flows at different times. There have been times in provincial by-elections when we knew a candidate had won, just in what you're able to get from the different campaigns, well before Elections NL was able to call it, just because the scrutineers called it in so fast. They write it on the wall in marker, and that's how you know what's going on. So it is going slow. There is definitely some anxiety in the Liberal camp. There is some excitement in the Conservative camp, because there is a lot of blue on the board right now in Atlantic Canada. But right now it's gone back down to 10. Right? So just to show you one last thing, because we got time. As you can see, this is the change, right? Right now, South Shore St. Margaret's, that was, Rick Perkins won that in 2021. Right now it's red. You know, so there is some lead changes bouncing back and forth. And what's interesting is more polls have come in, Rosie. When you look at the vote share, it was like 48-44. It's starting to move up. The Liberals are at about 50% now overall. The question will be, is that NDP vote that lets them run up the score in safe Liberal seats that they were going to win?
And so vote inefficiency comes into play, and also some of the Atlantic NDP voters, more of that trade unionist thing than urban progressives, right? The sort of people who might switch to the Conservatives because they could be union members who live in Clarenville and commute to the oil patch of Fort McMurray to work.
As Jason Kenney was just saying.
Exactly.
So something to watch for sure. Okay, let's go over back to Ian now.
It is a very good night for Wayne Long, the 3-term but about to be 4-term MP for St. John, Quebecois. He has increased his share of the vote in that riding by 20 percentage points. Our provincial affairs reporter in New Brunswick is Jacques Poitras, and he is with Wayne Long in St. John. Jacques.
Yeah, hi, Ian. I'm here at Wayne Long's headquarters with the candidate, Wayne Long. Wayne, tell us, you were the first MP to call for Justin Trudeau to resign last year.
I was.
How did his resignation change the election campaign?
Totally turned it around. I mean, people sadly were tired of Justin Trudeau. They wanted a change. So Mark Carney came in, new vision, economic leader. You'd argue one of the best economists in the world. And I think that, you know, Canadians looked for leadership. Canadians knew the threat we were under with respect to Donald Trump. And Mark Carney was a difference maker. I heard it door after door.
And the tariff issue itself, how did that change things here for you, for the riding?
I mean, I don't think it's any secret that St. John is the most impacted city in the country. So, you know, whether it's Moosehead Breweries or Cook Aquaculture or the Irving Conglomerate or Crosby Molasses, every business that employs thousands of people in this riding were impacted. So they were looking for leadership. They looked to Mark Carney. I think Mark was somewhat of a blood pressure lowerer for the country. When he spoke, people listened. People wanted to hear what he had to say.
Definitely.
And again, I heard it door after door. It's a great night so far. Lots of votes to be counted yet, though, so we're not putting anything in the bank yet.
Please,
okay, well, the CBC says you're elected, so
I'll take that, but we're still waiting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wayne Long, declared elected by the decision desk. Ian, back to you.
Yeah, Sean, thank you very much. And Rosemary, maybe it's worth reminding people that when our decision desk projects a winner, that is a significant step for them. It's not something they do lightly.
No, Wayne Long can take that to the bank, I would say, if he wants. Maybe he's not quite ready to celebrate yet. Catherine Pellett.
The Wayne Long decision desk, not ready to make that decision yet, but the CBC decision desk has made some more decisions in Nova Scotia. I've got a few ridings projected elected to tell you about, and then also some interesting races to watch. Halifax, there we go. The Liberal Shannon Meadaba projected elected in that riding. And again, I would just draw your attention to the NDP number. The NDP in third when they, in the past, have been in second place in this riding. It's been a pretty healthy competition, so not a great sign for the NDP in this particular riding. We're going to look at a couple more projected elected. The incumbent, Darren Fisher, projected re-elected in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour. Let's move on to Sackville-Bedford-Preston, where Braden Clark is projected elected in that riding. And here is an interesting riding to watch. Central Nova, Sean Fraser and Bryson Jenkins have been duking it out all night, and right now the former cabinet minister is in second place in that riding. Finally, we're going to talk about Acadianapolis, where Chris D'Entremont, the deputy speaker of the House of Commons, is in the lead. That is also where the TBC's Taryn Grant is tonight, at Chris D'Entremont's headquarters. Taryn, we got you with us? Yes, there she is.
I'm here. Yep.
How are things going there?
Well, we're calling it leading. Chris D'Entremont has already made his victory speech. He walked in here a few minutes ago and spoke to his supporters. So he's obviously feeling confident enough that he already thinks that he's won. He spoke in his victory speech about how the fisheries were an important issue in this riding, which we talked about earlier at the top of the show. He was also talking about how now he's waiting to see how the rest of the results shake down in Nova Scotia. And as you and your colleagues were mentioning earlier, things are flipping back and forth in some Nova Scotia ridings. So the polls are coming in really fast, and we'll probably know some more just in the next few minutes here. But as it stands, it's not clear if and how many Conservatives from Nova Scotia might be heading back to Ottawa. Catherine.
Okay. The CBC's Taryn Grant in Acadianapolis. The Chris D'Entremont decision desk moves with much more certainty than the Wayne Long decision desk.
We have not called that one at this stage, but Wayne Long can relax. Chris D'Entremont, not quite yet. but things are looking good. But we're going to stick with our own decision desk, if that's okay. Couple numbers just to keep in mind here as you look at the bottom of your screen with the Liberals leading or elected in 22, Conservatives 10, and the Bloc Québécois on the board, of course, just because of that one Quebec riding that has closed. All right, I'm going to bring in At Issue again, even though they're all busy away, like talking to people, messaging people, writing columns, all the things that they do most of the time. Althea, you traveled a little bit and you talked to lots of people. Is there anything that stands out to you in terms of what we're seeing here?
Well, the NDP is third in every single contest that we have looked at, that we have data for. And one of the things we heard both from the Conservatives and the Liberals was that they don't actually have a model that can predict an election like this, because we haven't had a two-party race in a very, very, very long time. And so while they think that they're doing well, or they think that they are hoping that they would be doing better, they're not sure how things might break down. There is also questions about, not so much in Atlantic Canada, but in Ontario and British Columbia, how three-way splits might work, because the Progressives have been galvanized by the Liberals to vote for Mark Carney. But in some ridings where there are NDP incumbents, or where the NDP has done typically better than the Liberal candidate, the Progressives are not sure who to vote for. And so there's the potential that the Conservatives are elected in those ridings. So there's a lot of different things happening. The parties have been doing IVRs in addition to their modeling, trying to figure out what the support might look like. But it's clear, I think, that this is not what any camp actually, if this plays out the way that it is, this is not what they expected.
But that speaks to really the story that we've been trying to talk about through the election, that if it's a two-party race and the NDP doesn't perform, and we'll see whether that continues, that becomes very difficult for us to know where that support's going to go and how that's going to shake down, because there are blue-orange races just as there are orange-red races.
But just to echo Althea's point about the difficulty in modeling this, we may emerge from tonight with both the Liberals and the Conservatives over 40% of the vote. You know the last time that happened?
Hit me.
1930.
Okay.
Okay, so this is...
None of us were alive then.
Exactly, so I hasten to add. So that makes these things, I think, very difficult to model. There's the usual difficulties in even just polling, let alone modeling, which we may find are greater than we thought. I think it's also bedeviled by the fact that I think there was really two elections that went on this thing. There was the election of the first half of the campaign, which was, it's all about Donald Trump, NDP voters stampeding to the Liberals, stop Trump, et cetera. It's all about leadership, Mark Carney having decided advantage over Pierre Poilievre. But as the Trump thing seemed to recede, only because he wasn't fueling it every day with the same intensity or frequency as he was before, you could see greater focus on time to get rid of this bunch, time for a change.
Cost of living.
Been in too long, cost of living. And you could see it. I mean, I was a skeptic at first about the closing of the polls. I'm not a skeptic anymore. There was a lot of closing, and there may have been more closing in the last weekend than was apparent even to the pollsters. And that's one of the things we're going to test to the degree that we're reading anything into Atlantic Canada. But that will be one of the things, is how much of that ground was made up, how much of, if they're not shy Tories, then at least unpredictable Tories, people who don't usually vote. So that's the potential for a surprise here.
I have about 2 minutes before I need to reset. Chantal, the other factor, though, is that the issue of the leader's favorability, right, as we're looking at the modeling here. And Pierre Poilievre never overcame that issue in terms of favorability and likability.
6 months ago, those Liberal numbers in Atlantic Canada would have looked miraculous.
Yes.
And the share of the vote, which at this point stands over 50%. So clearly we're into a two-party battle, as we've seen from the beginning. But it is breaking somewhat in the Liberals' favor. Now, I'm not saying that what we're seeing here we can replicate and apply to Quebec, Ontario. That it's much too early for that. But it's really interesting to see those numbers. They're really high. I mean, both main parties have increased their vote share significantly. And I do believe that this two-way battle, we will see more of it as we move west,
definitely
across the country.
Race.
And like my
Moving
colleagues, I
west.
do not have a template for this kind of polarization between two parties.
Just to give people an idea of what we're talking about here, Liberals right now at just over 51%, Conservatives at just over 48%, and you have to go the NDP is at 4.5%. So that gives you a sense of, that does reflect sort of what we saw in the polls, that this is a two-party race and that the other parties are struggling to get support. And indeed, the Bloc Québécois, the only other party on the board right now, but we will expect to see a lot more of that to change. At 9:30 Eastern, of course, 266 more polls close, and we will start to see the results of those coming in just a few moments' time. We are getting ready for another important moment, and that's because many more of you are joining us at this hour. It is Monday, April 28th.
See what they have to say over here.
Early January, so I'm confident. It's very close, but there's no surprise. We knew it was going to be very, very tight, and I'm confident that she'll pull it over. Yeah.
New Brunswick is really vulnerable to American tariffs because so much trade is done with the U.S. What do you think might happen from here in New Brunswick after this election, regardless of who wins?
So very hard to predict what's going to happen south of here. I mean, we kind of dodged a bullet without having the tariffs at 25% that he was threatening. So especially fisheries, the coastal communities, I mean, it's 85% goes to the U.S. So we've dodged that bullet, but as we know, and we've heard the president yesterday even saying, you know, he wants Canada to emerge as a 51st state. So it is very troublesome. But again, I think where we're at today, the shift that's happened is just amazing, and we're hoping that I think Mark Carney to deal with the president. I mean, that's on the mind of a lot of people, especially along the coast where we trade traditionally with the Americans. So.
What are the main issues in Miramichi, Grand Lake, and what sort of promises or campaign promises might tip the scale for voters there?
So Miramichi, as far as issues, it's not that different from others. I mean, of course, health, the economy, and the threat of the American, forcing us to lose our, our country, our sovereignty. It's on the mind of everyone. So before the Carney merge, I think the issue of the carbon tax was a big issue. That's gone, and Mark Carney's got a total different outlook on the economy, how he's going to handle that. So I think that had a lot to do with it. But again, it's not that different from. I think it's kind of a bellwether as we see. It's if we can swing Miramichi Liberal, I think there's a good chance that the rest of the country will follow because it's a tough one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Finnegan. Back to you, Donna.
All right, Suzanne Lapointe in Shediac. My apologies, Shediac, not Moncton. Thanks so much for that.
Pat Finnegan, David Aiken tells us, is known as Mr. Tomato because he owns a greenhouse. So he
used to own a greenhouse. Yes,
Tomato.
exactly.
What a title.
All right, let's go to our political panel and Mercedes Stevenson. Mercedes.
Mr. Tomato, see the things you learn by watching this broadcast, Donna, that you might not pick up anywhere else. Well, we're sitting here watching the numbers with our political panel. I wanted to start with you this time, Nathan. I mean, obviously, we could talk about how the NDP are
or how David Aiken knows that he's called Mr. Tomato.
David Aiken knows everything about everyone and is an encyclopedia. But when you're looking at the results here tonight at this point, what's your take on, in particular, the issues that seem to have been driving voters that we're hearing as they exit out of the polls?
Well, we were talking about this a bit before, the generational split.
Yeah.
Right? Classically in Canada, we have all sorts of segments. Some people say we don't have a national election. We have a series of elections that take place across the regions. That could be true tonight as well. But we're also seeing something that might be different between the generations. And we were talking amongst ourselves about the group that maybe have a home versus the group that doesn't or doesn't even hope to have a home. And how does that change your view when an issue like Donald Trump and the U.S. and all of that comes along? Does it move you if you're 30 years old and not having the life that you expected to have, or even the life that your parents had? And that is the first time in Canadian history that that's true for a lot of Canadians. So if the Conservatives were more focused in on that and did that work for the preceding couple of years, Liberals haven't had always the best answers in the previous government, difficult challenges, housing, etc., then that's some of the results. I mean, for the NDP part of this is disappointing numbers coming in. Of course, we're really looking to see what happens in a couple of key Quebec ridings, as well as when we start to move into Ontario into Saskatchewan, Manitoba, where we'll start to know how it is that our party is going to be doing tonight.
Jill, what have been the big issues in Quebec for voters? Do you see that same skewing of ages, or is it, I mean, we've seen obviously a step away from the pro-sovereignty vote, but what is your sense of what's driving voters in Quebec?
Well, I think what's driving voters in Quebec is what will be negotiated with the United States. And in the past, when we didn't have enough people from the Bloc in the House, we had problem that what was put aside was the supply management, the softwood lumber, the aluminum, and the culture, because Trump now is questioning the cultural exception. That's part of the deal with Mexico and the United States. So when you look at what Carney said, helping the automobile sector, I don't have anything against that, but not a single word on the softwood lumber, aluminum, and supply management
jurisdictions,
and that's quite important for us because that's our economy. It is different, but we have to protect that. Otherwise, we'll have real problems. Especially, I mean, they need aluminum in the States also, in Ontario also, but we're producing that, and also phosphates. I don't know if it's the right word in English.
Phosphates, yes.
The critical minerals, we have a lot in Quebec, and since we want to make the economy more based on battery, we need those minerals, and not a single word I've heard from neither Carney or Poilievre, so we have to fight for that.
But for younger voters in Quebec as well,
yeah.
the question of affordability, what their prospects are in life.
Of course.
Huge,
all of that.
huge questions.
Well, and I want to ask a double-barreled question to Lisa and Seamus. This is a switcheroo of what we normally see. Typically, young people vote Liberal on the left and older people vote Conservative on the right.
Yeah.
And it looks like that has done a flip in this election.
Yeah.
I want to ask why each of your parties hasn't been able to hold on to your traditional voters, starting with you, Seamus.
I think that, first of all, let me just state the obvious. Affordability was an issue. Back in November, December, affordability has been a primary issue and kept the Conservatives ahead for 20, 25 points over the past 2 years. The game changer is Trump. The Liberals, after 10 years, my party, was not looking forward to this election, and now look at it. So Trump obviously had a huge effect on this. But it does peter down to generations. It does, I think, come down to those who have homes, those who do not have homes, those with the prospect of owning a home, those who do not. And it gets complicated. And for I think, a younger generation that is looking usually to save up and aspire to have a home, these past few years, given COVID and given inflation, have been tough.
Lisa, what do you think?
So I think what's happened in this case is that the older demographic who are probably refreshing their banking statements to see what's happening to their investments are looking for a short-term fix. And what they see in Carney is somebody who can negotiate, who knows the system, who knows the ropes. And maybe he's the better choice for the short term.
I'm retiring a lot soon.
I'm retiring soon. But then the younger generation is, that's great. I don't even have a hope in heck of having an investment. I want to be able just to survive.
Fear with the boomers and then frustration with Gen X.
We have alliteration on the panel, fear and frustration.
but when people are saying that Carney knows business, I agree with that. He certainly knows business. To have Brookfield making $541 billion last year.
Yeah, it's going to be a real split.
In terms of whether the Liberals, whatever ground they lose in Atlantic Canada, whether they can make it up here, they want their number to start with a 4. They want to be at 40 or above. Then we're going to get into Ontario, which is the key province in this election campaign because it has 122 seats. That's Newfoundland and Labrador, PEI, the North, BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba combined, all in one. For the Conservatives to win here, they have got to storm the doors of the 905, which, as you can see, all around Toronto is red seat after red seat after red seat, except in Toronto-St. Paul's, where Don Stewart won that by-election last year that really started to catalyze a series of movements that got us to an election with Mark Carney as the Liberal leader. You need to see all of this turn blue tonight, or a lot of this turn blue tonight, and a lot of this turn blue tonight. If the Conservatives are going to continue the trend they may be starting in Atlantic Canada, the Liberals need that to hold. And where they were hunting for their majority in the final days was in southwestern Ontario. Not so much these blue Conservative seats, but the orange seat in Hamilton, the green seat in Kitchener, the orange in London, the orange in Windsor. This part of Canada is where the election story and the Trump story intersect at scale, because it is the home of the auto sector and the manufacturing sector. It is the most vulnerable part of the country to the trade threat presented by Donald Trump. So if the Liberals are below the 25 mark in Atlantic Canada, when all of these polls open, they need to be at 40 in Ontario, they need to be at 80 in Quebec, because they need to hit the Manitoba border at around 145. They think they can win a seat in northern Manitoba. There's going to be a fight in the Winnipeg area where you can see St. Boniface should be fine for them. But it's these two NDP seats where the Liberals have ambitions, where the NDP needs to hold in their quest for party status, and they think they can actually take some seats from the Conservatives in Winnipeg West and in Kildonan and St. Paul. They believe they have a shot in Saskatchewan up here. This is a Conservative seat in the House of Commons that was just dissolved, but with the redrawing of the boundaries and the overlaying of the vote from the last election, it projects to go Liberal. Just a projection. That would be where they hope to gain. And of course, Edmonton and Calgary, NDP, Conservative, and Liberal fights there. But if this continues, Rosie, if the Liberals underperform in the Atlantic, though as more votes come in, they get back closer to at least status quo, they need to pick up ground here and pick up ground here, because the chances for areas end in the north, and then a whole lot could be riding on British Columbia. But they just got one more seat on their quest there, and that is because the CBC Decision Desk has elected Joanne Thompson in the riding of St. John's East, the fisheries minister in the Mark Carney government, and the last Liberal incumbent to seek re-election is returning to Ottawa, and the CBC's Carolyn Stokes is standing by at Joanne Thompson's headquarters. Carolyn, take it away.
Hi, David. Yes, I'm hearing that CBC is projecting that Joanne Thompson has held on to her seat, but actually not many people here in the room have heard that yet. We've had no reaction to this yet, so no cheering or anything, so we're just, here we go. There we go. Okay, so this is from very, very happy people here. We're expecting Joanne Thompson to come out now and give a speech. Lots of celebration, as you can see, and a pretty good showing, it looks, for Joanne Thompson tonight. Holding on to the seat, heading back to Ottawa, and with not as many Liberal colleagues from this province as before, because of the loss in Long Range Mountains, and Clifford Small holding on to his seat. So yeah, this is the situation here in St. John's East. A lot of happy people. David.
All right, Carolyn, thank you very much. Joanne Thompson beating David Brazel, a former leader of the Provincial Conservative Party, Mary Shortall, the president of the NDP. Rosie, I was getting texts from people there with Carolyn saying, why haven't you projected Joanne Thompson elected yet? We're going to change the channel, is what they were threatening to do. That's not why we did it. The numbers just got to the point that we could.
There's a little delay, just a delay between us saying it and it appearing on your TV screen. But that also, nice to see when people get excited to win. Adrian is going to, as we get closer to the polls closing here, in many, many, many ridings, you've got a big one, and you're going to give us a sense of what we should watch for beyond the trends there that David was talking about.
Yeah, rolling up the sleeves, 122 seats to keep an eye on. Given what David was just saying, Rosie, about the pressure, definitely the Liberals want to pick up places that they won in 2015 and then lost subsequently. Places like Peterborough. They lost it in 21. The Conservative candidate, Michelle Ferreri, the incumbent former radio show host. Redistribution makes this one a little bit more of a potential pickup for the Liberals, but an indication of how much is at stake here. Both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre have spent important time there. Let's look at another one that David was referring to. This is one of the 4 NDP seats that were held in Ontario. Windsor West, front line of the trade war. That has had 2 Mark Carney visits, 1 Pierre Poilievre, 2 Jagmeet Singh. Carney was there almost as soon as he became Prime Minister. He was back a few days ago. This one is one that, boy, the Liberals are counting on picking up if they can. One last one to look at that I think is really relevant here. This is King Vaughan. Again, the Liberals won it in 2015, then they lost it in 2021 by very few votes, but also it had the lowest turnout in the province then been very interesting to see Mark Carney there in the last few days of this race.
Okay,
Rosie?
Adrian, thank you for that. Just wanted to give you a little update on the Elections Canada website. It is all working now. So if you are still waiting to vote, if you're trying to get to your polling station, you can go to their website and you can put in your postal code and find out where you need to go. So that problem has been solved. And if you are wondering what's happening in your riding and the polling has closed for you, you can also find that on our website, cbc.ca/results. In case we have not mentioned your riding or you're just tuning in, that's a good place to go to find it. Catherine, you've got a lot coming up as well.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be looking at results in Alberta and Quebec tonight. Rosie, why don't we start in the West with a sample of what we might see? Edmonton Centre. Now, this was Randy Boissonneau's old riding. Former cabinet minister, you'll recall, he resigned from cabinet in November when there was controversy involving his former business partner. The Liberal fight in this riding gets even harder because with redistribution, the changes in the riding boundaries, this riding now would have gone Conservative if you transpose the results of the last federal election. Let's move to Quebec with some real high drama south of Montreal. This is Châteauguay, Les Jardins, and Napierville. The Bloc candidate in this riding, Patrick O'Hara, he ran last time. In 2021, he thought he had won on election night by more than 280 votes, started making plans to go to Ottawa. It was a judicial recount. He lost by 12 votes. Now he is back. Redistribution in this instance favors the Bloc, but the Liberals have a star candidate, Nathalie Provost, known for her fight for gun control. Finally, the last vestige of the orange wave in Quebec. The only NDP MP in Quebec is Alexandre Bouleris in the riding of Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, and that is where we find the CBC's Quibina O'Douro. Quibina, it has not been a terrific night for the NDP so far in terms of what we're seeing in the numbers. What is the energy like in Rosemont?
Well, Catherine, the energy here is starting to pick up. More volunteers and more candidates are coming to join the party over here. I asked them about how they're feeling about how things are going so far. They said that they are optimistic that Alexandre Bouleris will keep his seat here in Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, but they are not liking what they are seeing. As you just mentioned, it's not a really good night for the NDP out east, and they are feeling it here. But they say that in Montreal, they feel like they will keep this seat because when they went out to talk to people in the riding, they say that people have been giving them positive feedback. And the issue that they say that they are hearing the most is the housing crisis and the cost of living. And Alexandre Bouleris says that if he gets re-elected here, he's going to handle and he's going to make sure that he holds anyone who is elected accountable at Parliament when it resumes. Catherine?
Thank you very much for that. The CBC's Quibina O'Douro and Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. And Rosie, you know, if the NDP is going to maintain official party status tonight, that is one of the seats that they would expect and hope to hold on.
Yeah, and you need 12 seats for that, and that is important if you want to have money and opportunity inside the House of Commons and get to be part of committees and have questions and all those kinds of things. So we'll talk more about that as the night goes on.
Yeah, like I was
Ian,
saying,
as we mentioned off the top of the show, we talked about that
Canadian
tragedy in British Columbia, how it affected the last day of campaigning at that Filipino street festival. 11 people dead, more than 20 people injured. The city just really grappling with such a shocking event, coming at this joyous community event in Vancouver, obviously affecting the campaign as well, and had become kind of a part of the campaign on that last day of campaigning.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. You know, thinking about what's happening in New Brunswick, where the NDP vote has collapsed, but what impact does it have on seat change? None at all. Like all the parties that won last time are either elected in those same ridings or on their way. In BC, if the NDP vote collapses in the same way, it likely will have a huge impact in terms of changes among the Liberal and Conservative count. In a riding like Port Moody Coquitlam, if you look at the redistributed results in that riding, 35% is what the NDP had in terms of support in what are the new boundaries, 32% for the Conservatives, 29% for the Liberals. So imagine a world where the NDP support dropped by 15 points, for example, and then who picks up the seat. On Vancouver Island, take a look at Nanaimo Ladysmith. There, the leading party was the NDP with just over 29% of the vote, the Conservatives at 26.5%, and in third place, not the Liberals, but the Greens with almost 26% of the vote. So again, in a world where the NDP ends up losing 10 percentage points, 15 percentage points, then all of a sudden you wonder, does that go to the Conservatives? Does it elect even a Green member?
Yeah.
So that it's really intriguing. So, you know, the political observer in all of us finds that intriguing, even exciting to see what's going to happen. But there's the other part of the BC story, as you mentioned, and it's with every time I think about British Columbia, it's with a heavy heart right now. I mean, everything changed on Saturday night, and so many of us, you know, just feel very close to what happened there. I know the neighborhood very well, and so we're toggling here between those two things: political excitement, but also the heaviness of what happened there on Saturday.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ian. And we are trying to reflect a little bit what's going on in Vancouver because, listen, Lindsay Duncombe talked about how people were voting, but they're also voting with all of this weight on them. Lindsay, you're in Vancouver. Give us a sense of how people are doing and what is happening there right now.
People are so overwhelmed, Rosie, by the shock of this, the sadness, the grief, the loss, the anger. I've been standing here since about 7 o'clock this morning, and people just keep coming. And they're laying down flowers, they're lighting candles. It hasn't stopped. I want to just show you what the crowd looks like now. It's after work, after school, and people are lining this memorial, which is taking up much of this corner, and this is the same scene on the other side. There are just as many people there. On the other side of the police tape, there are 2 more memorials, a little bit smaller than this one, where people have also been gathering. I think there's just a real sense that people want to show that they care, that they want to care particularly about the Filipino community in this city. This was, as you mentioned, a celebration, a festival of culture, and it all just went so tragically wrong when 11 people were killed. We know that there are 16 people who remain in hospital, so there is this sense that people are hoping for their return to health, even as we know many of them are in, or at least some of them are in critical condition.
Okay, Lindsay Duncombe, thank you for speaking to us from Vancouver. Wanted to make sure we talked about that because I know a lot of people in British Columbia with heavy hearts again still today. Thank you so much. The leaders certainly responded to that on the last day of campaigning. We will see if it gets mentioned again at all tonight. Obviously, they did continue to campaign, but the campaign looked very differently in those last hours and had a lot less energy, perhaps, in some instances, because people were trying to address 2 things as they were unfolding. Did want to address something that's happening there on the bottom of your screen, and you can see a couple of block numbers. The polls haven't closed in Quebec yet, so there may be some early returns that have been put in. We're not going to pay too much attention to it yet because the polls are going to close in under 10 minutes. 2 party leaders this time are in the nation's capital, both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, both running in ridings, neighboring ridings, in fact, in the nation's capital. We're going to start to see the results from their own ridings soon. One has never been elected to public office, and the other trying to get elected for an 8th time. Let's start with the CBC's Ashley Burke at the TD Place. Ashley, how are they feeling so far about things?
Well, Rosie, the doors are about to open here at the Liberal headquarters, and we're expecting supporters and volunteers to start filling this room. The stage has been set for leader Mark Carney to appear here later tonight. On the first week of the campaign, we were at a rally when he said that he was seeking a majority government. Then his language changed, and he talked about in the final week here that he wants a strong mandate. I'm getting texts from sources saying, with the campaign, saying that so far so good based on what they're seeing from the results. One person said that the theme of this campaign has been pragmatic, that they want to over-campaign, they want to be overly cautious and overperform tonight. And they've been targeting, Mr. Carney's been targeting, going on the offensive in places like Atlantic Canada, targeting ridings that were held by the Conservatives. And the theme of his campaign really has been trying to remind Canadians and hammer home his message about what's at stake this election. And for him, that's Donald Trump and his threats to Canada's sovereignty and the economy. But tonight, it will be Canadians that are the ones deciding if it will be Carney sitting around the table with Donald Trump at the end of all this or not.
Okay, Ashley Burke, thank you for that. You are in Ottawa. You're finally home after a crazy couple of hours there with the Liberal campaign crisscrossing the country. We'll come back to you through the evening, of course. Kate McKenna with the Conservatives. She's at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Kate, what is the word there? Perhaps a little bit of optimism from the Conservatives, given what's happened in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, quite a lot of optimism at this headquarters, Rosie. It is open. There are people here. There are a couple hundred people here watching the results as they roll in. And of course, Atlantic Canada is a difficult region for the Conservatives, but what they're seeing on the board is making them extremely happy. I was going out and looking around talking to people, and they were scrolling their phones saying, why are we ahead in this riding, or why are we ahead in that riding? And of course, as you've been saying, these are early returns, but a lot to be excited about if you're the Conservatives, because they're then saying, well, if they're outperforming the polls in Atlantic Canada, then what's going to happen when they hit Ontario with all of those seats in Ontario? And in fact, just a few minutes ago, one of the leaders of this campaign came by and gave me just a big 2 thumbs up. They're very excited about what they're seeing in Atlantic Canada. They're not losing seats so far in Atlantic Canada, and that's a very positive thing for them going into these Ontario results in the next few minutes.
In fact, I think there's one pickup there for them, so I can see why they would be encouraged by that. Kate McKenna, thank you. So I'll talk to both you and Ashley Burke a little bit later throughout the evening as more results start to come in, and we'll get reaction from all the people you're talking to there. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it. Just a reminder that polls are closing in just under 5 minutes in many provinces, Quebec, Ontario, and all the way through to the Rockies and a couple of territories. If you are in line, if you are waiting to vote, stay in line, because even after the polls close, you have the right to cast your ballot. If you're watching this on your phone and wondering where things are at, your vote will matter in this election, that's for sure. So stay where you are and make sure it gets counted. Catherine Cullen has a result.
Yeah, well, we've got a few interesting stories coming out of Nova Scotia. A little bit of drama to start with. First couple of races here. Central Nova, Sean Fraser continuing to be in second place. You can see about a 400 vote difference. So this one is certainly one we're going to keep following through the night. We want to talk, though, about dramatic races. What is happening in South Shore St. Margaret's here right now? The Liberal challenger in the lead, but an even smaller margin, 354 votes. The incumbent is Conservative Rick Perkins. He picked up the riding in 2021. And if you want a sense of what this has looked like, certainly for the candidates and the teams watching this race closely over the course of the night.
No orange.
Check this out.
Strange.
What has been happening. And you can see sort of that big bump at the beginning, but just look at how close those lines are, Rosemary. So this is definitely going to be one that we're going to have to follow closely. And we're going to take a little jaunt back to Halifax as well, where we have the candidate projected elected and where the CBC's Tom Murphy finds himself tonight is in the lovely riding of Halifax. Hey there, Tom. What's going on?
I have time for that you want me to.
Hey, Catherine. Yeah, another bar, but a different mood in this one for sure.
Mike's been off. Sorry about that.
Shannon Meadaba, the Liberal candidate here in Halifax, projected elected, as you say, taking the stage to make her acceptance speech. And boy, is this room boisterous compared to what the NDP camp were. A lot of people wondering where that NDP vote would go, because going into this election campaign, the NDP were thought to be leading in this ride. And by the sound of this room tonight, you can tell how much things turned around. Shannon Meadaba is a political rookie, a real neophyte. She just finished saying in her speech just now that she is not a politician in the regular sense. She even wondered if she had to make a speech tonight or not. So, and she's going to keep going with that speech because it's what the people in this room want to hear. An impressive win for her tonight. Obviously, people, that big election question issue about who would be best to attract or deal with Donald Trump and tariffs in the United States. People in this riding seem to swing to the Liberals on that front, and it seems to have made the difference. We're going to try and get Shannon Meadaba for a quick interview as soon as she wraps up her speech here. But obviously, this is one of the seats that the Liberals were really working hard on trying to bring around, and tonight they did it.
Thank you very much. The CBC's Tom Murphy waltzing from bar to bar in the riding of Halifax. Rosemary, not a politician, coming from a Liberal. That sounds a bit familiar.
Yeah, it does sound very familiar. Okay, as we get ready for this next large amount of votes coming in and polls closing, did want to show you where we are as we leave Atlantic Canada. This is the vote change in Atlantic Canada. You can see there the Liberals up 8.6, but the Conservatives up 9, more than 9%. The story, though, coming out of Atlantic Canada is really about that NDP number, down 12 percentage points, and that tells you that they are not performing well in Atlantic Canada, and this really is confirming what we knew about this race, and that this is a two-party race. Let me show you the seat change in Atlantic Canada, and this is what has the Conservatives happy today. Liberals down 2 and Conservatives up 2. That's the kind of movement the Conservatives are happy to see coming out of Atlantic Canada and would hope to see as the polls begin to close right across the country. But we will see, right? As we've said, this is early times. Now, what we're going to see now is a whole lot more data coming in. I'm going to just go quickly, just like 30 seconds to you, David.
I just want to show you one interesting thing where the NDP vote is going a way that common wisdom would suggest it wouldn't. This is way down by about 4 percentage points. By the numbers, it's all gone to Jonathan Rowe, the Conservative, as has the People's Party vote. In this riding, the Bull Arm Fabrication Yard that built the Hibernia project, there's an oil refinery there, so it's trades people and traditional offshore industrial base. So the NDP collapse is more that blue-orange thing rather than the orange-red. So that's how it's playing out, at least right now.
That's what Jason Kenney was warning us about, or telling us about. Yeah. Okay, good. So good thing to keep in mind as we get ready to bring you a whole lot more information. This is where the bulk of your votes are going to be counted now. Almost 9:30 Eastern. Polls are going to close between Quebec all the way to the Rocky Mountains and 2 territories. This is when your say will start to determine who is going to form government. As we come out of Atlantic Canada, you can see where the results are at the bottom of your screen. Polls now closed in much of the country.
Remember, Quebec is the largest.
Polls have now closed in most of Canada, and that means we're about to get the biggest waves of results we'll get tonight. From Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added to the count. Many of these are key battlegrounds of this election, ridings you need to win to form government.
Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at where we are right now. Coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals leading and elected in 22, the Conservatives with 10, and the Bloc there, we're not going to talk too much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought that they were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in losing a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hannah-Manson.
There are 2 ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi-Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one riding that 4 years ago flipped, in that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives. The lead has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over Lisa Harris. And the other one I want to show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska-Restigouche, still a lead here for the Liberals. But the last, one of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here for Madawaska-Restigouche is that the Liberal candidate, who's not the incumbent, is performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times. It is the Conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time. And so relatively closer, I think, Rosemary, than a lot of people expected. So these are the 2 ridings in New Brunswick, which are still, at this point in the evening, in play.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in At Issue, if I can, just for a moment, to get a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch for now, as so many more polls have now closed.
Well, obviously, what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote, whether it's going to be down, as was predicted, or whether the Bloc will hold its ground. The only riding that we actually have numbers for, Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and I'm not even sure that we're getting the entire numbers, because a section of the riding is actually on the same time zone, in the same time zone as the rest of Quebec.
I see.
So, but this riding, which we will get a result, a more definitive result early, is significant. It's actually 2 ridings because of redistribution, a former Bloc riding and a Liberal-held riding. So someone is going to lose a seat here. And if the Bloc keeps the seat, as opposed to the Liberals, it may be that they'll have a better night than they would have otherwise. But the big area to watch, obviously, for the Liberals is in and around Montreal. Okay. And that is also true of the Bloc, with some battles in Quebec City, mostly against Conservatives.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Andrew, in just a minute. But Ian's got some results because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah, counting super quickly in Battleford's, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted. And there are a couple of things that are notable about the results to this point. First of all, this is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win. She has already, and her vote share in 2019 was 78%, in 2021 69%, and it's even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range. And one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this riding. A lot of Conservative supporters there. And I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the Desnethe, Missinippi, Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that more likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And the Liberals have not won a seat in Saskatchewan since 2015. The Conservatives have won all of the Saskatchewan ridings in 2019 and 2021.
Okay, Catherine Cullen, I believe, has some early results.
We've got some early results coming in from Quebec. Let's start with a new riding, Les Pays d'en Haut, where you can see, Rosemary, this is an area, now, again, only 2 polls reporting, but based on redistribution, this is an area we'd expect to go Bloc, but the Liberals have a candidate, a local mayor in the riding, who is going to have a little bit of name recognition. Let's move on to Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. This is a Bloc Conservative fight, so interesting to see the Liberals in the middle of that mix, but again, only 1 poll reporting. We will move on to Terrebonne, where the Bloc incumbent, Nathalie Sinclair-Gagné, is in the lead. And another really exciting riding to watch in this province, a 3-way race in 3 rivers, Trois-Rivières. Now, the Liberal candidate in this case was actually something of a parachuted-in candidate from the Outaouais, Yves Levesque, former mayor in the area, and René Villemure, the Bloc candidate, who is the incumbent here, actually had to have surgery for cancer in the middle of the race. It is a riding that we've seen a lot of the leaders visit. Very dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there tonight.
Yeah, I was talking to our colleague Louis Blouin today, who says that none of the parties knew what was going to happen here. And to be fair, it is a riding that I have visited several times covering federal elections. Always a little bit hard to read. Andrew, what are you watching for now as more polls are reporting? What are the things that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, there's been 2 things happening. We've been focusing on how the race has been tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals. Right. There's also been a bit of a bump up in the Bloc support in Quebec in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And why that's important, you know, in a first past the post system, everything's on such a knife edge. Small little differences in the popular vote can lead to major changes in the seats. What was really working for the Liberals when they were projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the Bloc and the Conservative vote was almost perfectly equally divided. And that's an ideal thing for a front runner. If the Bloc starts getting ahead of the Conservatives, then that, you know, a lot of seats can move on that. Similarly, in Ontario, you know, it's easy to, we often say the national numbers don't mean that much, it's regional. Well, the race had been tightening in Ontario as well. And Ontario votes, the seats have traditionally been so closely fought that a relatively small tightening in the popular vote, again, can mean quite a few swings in seats. So we'll have to see how much of that tightening was real and how much of it turns out on not to have been.
Okay, great. Althea, I'm going to come back to you, but first I want to get to Adrian, who's got some results.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. Thank you. What everyone is looking for in a province like Ontario is a flip. And in some very early results, we're starting to see one. Let's begin with Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. Now, 1 poll of 262, a lead of only 5. But keep in mind, Cheryl Gallant has held on to the Conservative Party has held on to this riding since 2000. Cheryl Gallant, a long-time MP there. Just a lead of 5, but everyone immediately always looks for flips. You're not seeing a lot, though, in the early results. Let's look at Haldimand, Norfolk, Leslyn Lewis there. That's a sizable lead already, 737, with only 5 of 266 polls reporting, counting very fast there. One more to look at, if we can. David McGinty, one poll, but already a lead of 1,000 over the Conservative. That is
Not surprising.
No,
for
I was
David
about to say
McKenzie.
it's been a Liberal riding since 1988. So,
and he got in cabinet for the very first time. What was it, Justin Trudeau that put him in cabinet? Yeah, Justin Trudeau. Yes, yeah. And then he stayed there with Mark Carney. So he would like to hold on to that and stay in his cabinet job. Ian, you have some results.
Yeah, we have 2 results in Manitoba so far, Winnipeg West, and at this point, it's really early. I show you this, though, not so much because of the count, but that this is a riding that both the Conservatives and the Liberals feel really good about. And it is a rematch between Marty Morantz, the incumbent MP, and Doug Elson, who used to be the MP for this riding. So we're going to keep a close eye on this through the evening. The other result we're getting right now from Manitoba is Riding Mountain. Huge lead for Dan Mazur. He is the incumbent MP there. He's won the last 2 elections with huge margins. So even though it's early there, this is probably an indication of how Riding Mountain will go, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that,
Kiss
Ian.
of
Let's
death
just take a
endorsement.
look and take a pause for a moment in terms of where we are
it's still
tonight.
close.
As we've said, most of the polls in this country have now closed. British Columbia, of course, and Yukon still to come. But as we see those results
for the
start to come in,
dictator
take a
already
look at
making
where
that
they're
life
at.
horrible.
Liberals leading or elected in 37, Conservatives 26, and the Bloc at 9. Nothing yet for, oh, look, the NDP's just popped up, of course, as I said that, leading in 1. If you want to see who has been confirmed elected, you should head to our website or have it open as you're listening to us. cbc.ca/results is where you can find that. A lot of people also asking me about advanced polls. Yes, there was a huge number of you that voted on those advanced poll weekend. It is up to every polling station to decide when they count those. You can count them as early as 2 hours before, or you can count them right at the end. So you're right, sometimes that will impact the results. Lots of you are watching for that, but we simply don't know when they're getting counted in each polling station, but they will get counted, so not to worry about that. I'm going to go back to the panel now. Althea, you haven't had a chance to weigh in so far on what you're watching for now, as so many other polls close, and you've also been joined by a fellow you know well, Jason Kenney, former Alberta Premier and Conservative Cabinet Minister. We'll get to him first, but what are you watching for now?
I'm actually not watching the results coming in because one poll doesn't really tell you a ton.
What are you there for, then, Lee?
But I still find the results out east really interesting.
Yeah.
The fact that Sean Fraser is struggling to hold on to his riding. This is a seat that Pierre Poilievre actually visited just last week and had a big rally with Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay. This is, of course, the seat that they held. And what you see in Atlantic Canada, what you hear from candidates at the door is that the pitch is Pierre Poilievre's party is not the party of progressive conservatives anymore. So come and vote or lend your vote to the Liberals and Mark Carney, who probably is more aligned with your values. At least that's the Liberals' pitch. And you're seeing that that pitch clearly is not working in Central Nova, and that coming out with those 2 huge figures in that riding may have made a difference. At the same time, you're seeing South Shore St. Margaret's, which is traditionally a very conservative seat, possibly flipping Liberal, which is also quite interesting. And it's like there's bad news for both parties because the Cape Breton Canso Antigonish seat, there with the candidate that was running, the Conservative candidate, is the former provincial finance minister. And that is the kind of riding the Conservatives needed to win if they were to form government. So there's not a ton of great news, frankly, for both parties, and the Liberals are underperforming their own, but so, frankly, are the Conservatives. Their own desires.
Yeah. Okay. And obviously you can see the numbers. They're moving on your screen, fast and furious. They're going to go up and down because we don't have actually that many people projected elected at this stage. It's really just leading and a few, well, the people out of the Maritimes mostly projected elected. Jason Kenney, you're hearing from people, talking to people, watching things. What are you making?
Yes, I think that most Conservatives are hoping that this trend continues. Now, look, in the pre-election polls, one of the toughest regions for the Conservatives was Atlantic Canada. So to see them being competitive, I think is very encouraging. Okay. There were some polls going into this week indicating that things were narrowing quite a bit in Ontario. I think the last Abacus poll had 44-42. Let me tell you, if Conservatives get a significant turnout advantage on that kind of number, you could see very significant close races all through what I referred to earlier as the GTA Metro Belt, that 905 swath of like nearly 50 constituencies that have a tendency to vote monolithic. But if the NDP collapses that bad, and if these soft NDP voters don't actually show up for Mr. Carney, or many of them actually go to Mr. Poilievre on that appeal to blue collar trades and working people, you could actually see the Conservatives, I think, splitting the 905 or even winning a plurality of seats in that region, and that would make for a very long night.
Would you all agree, though, that we are not seeing an election of a wave, or are we? Is it too soon to even say that? Well, okay, too soon. Okay, okay, all right. Andrew,
well, that's my opinion.
I don't know. Okay.
The Liberals have done worse so far in Atlantic Canada than they did last time when they got a minority.
Yeah.
So if Atlantic Canada is any kind of indication, if.
Yeah, but like Atlantic Canada's
I'm with Althea. It's a bit early.
Okay. Catherine Cullen's got some results from Quebec.
Some early results. Let's just emphasize that. Right. We're going to check in on some exciting races, starting with Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville. We were telling you earlier that this was the riding that was decided by 12 votes in a judicial recount last time around. Patrick O'Hara is back. He told my excellent colleague on the House, Emma Godmere, that he has been thinking about this race every single day since last time around. He's up against a Liberal star candidate in Nathalie Provost. Let's check in Berthier-Masquinongé. The interesting name there that Canadians are going to remember is the NDP candidate, Ruth Ellen Brosseau, known to much of the country as Vegas Girl, because in the time of the Orange Wave in 2011, she went to Vegas during the campaign, but things have changed a lot for Ruth Ellen Brosseau. She lives in the riding now. She is a farmer. They, in fact, raise boar and bison, despite the fact that she is a vegetarian. But it does appear that it is going to be some difficult sledding based on just the first poll for Ruth Ellen Brosseau. And we want to take a look to Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU. The Liberals have a candidate here that they're pretty excited about, Mandy Gull-Masty. She was the first female Grand Chief of the Cree Nation government. She actually stepped away from that term in order to run for the Liberals. But the Bloc really want to hold on to this seat. Yves-François Blanchet went all the way. This is a northern riding. He went up to visit it to try to give Sylvie Bérubé a bit of a boost. So again, this is another riding folks are going to be watching closely tonight. It'll be interesting to see how that race shakes out.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, Catherine Cullen. Just a couple of numbers to keep in your mind as well. David's going to give us a few more. But in order for the Liberals to reach majority tonight, they needed to gain 18 seats. They are not on that path so far. The Conservatives, though, needed to gain 44. So I don't think anyone is on that path so far, but it's early. It's early.
It's a night of early results, Rosie. Let's face it, we still don't have some seats called in Atlantic Canada. So look, right now there's a couple of seats in Atlantic Canada that are very close, and within one riding I'm looking at, there's only 5 of the advanced polls in. There's still like 20 more advanced polls to come in, and this is why some of these aren't being called. So we've been talking about the Atlantic for a while. Let's look at where we're getting results now, now that Quebec to the Rockies is open. Right now, it's a hodgepodge, but just to show you, for example, look, this is the island of Montreal. The battleground is the North Shore and the Short Shore ridings. It's all gray. This is like the big chunk of seats that's going to determine a lot of the storyline tonight. So you're looking at the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen. The big ridings where a lot of people live in Quebec have still not come in yet. Let's go to Ontario, and let me give you a pretty good example of that. You're seeing some red in the north and different things like that, but let's go to the Greater Toronto area. Very few results, very early, right? So this is that belt that Jason Kenney was talking about, Mississauga and Brampton and up in the York region. That's the battleground between the Liberals and the Conservatives in Ontario for first place. We have almost nothing from there at this point in the night. Similar thing, I believe, in southwestern Ontario when we go there. This is where the Conservatives are very strong in some of the rural areas, but we've got Windsor, we've got London, we've got Kitchener, we've got Hamilton. If I'm going to extend southwestern Ontario beyond normal definition, we still have nothing from there. And it's a similar story out on the prairies, okay? You go into Manitoba, you see the blue seat there, but look, Winnipeg, we have one riding. You know, the bulk of the population in Winnipeg, there is no reporting from there yet. So it's still very early in terms of being able to draw any firm conclusions about where this is going. Same thing in Saskatchewan. Nothing from Regina. Nothing from Saskatoon. You go into Alberta, right? You see orange right there, but look at where this is. It's Leduc-Wetaskiwin. Cars cost less in Wetaskiwin. New Democrats don't often win in Wetaskiwin. That is a conservative riding historically, and so you got to keep that in mind. Here in Calgary, where it's expected to be the battleground, where the Liberals hope to gain, you've only got 2 conservative seats reporting at this point in time. Similar thing in Edmonton. You do not have results yet from the bulk of the ridings in the big cities of Canada at this point of the night. So while it's 57, 43, 10, and 1, that one, Rosie, is in Leduc-Wetaskiwin. I believe that's where Pierre Poilievre had that massive Edmonton rally, because that's the riding where the airport is. If the New Democrats win that, nobody knows anything about this election, and everyone has been wrong all along.
I mean, I'm willing to accept that. Let's as we've been saying. So early results and lots of results flooding in, and as you can see there at the bottom of your screen, 11 minutes now before polls close in British Columbia and Yukon. But let's look at the share of the votes to start to get a sense of the story so far this evening. 51.2% for the Liberals, 39.7% for the Conservatives. The NDP and the Bloc still in very, very low numbers there. Let me show you what that looks like in terms of seat change so far, right? And this is leading and elected. This is not the full picture yet, but look, the Liberals are up 13. And it looks like, at least at this stage of the evening, that it is at to the expense of the Bloc Québécois down 12 and the Conservatives 1. If that kind of trend were to continue, that would be encouraging for the Liberals. That would mean that they would come out of Quebec having gained some seats and some more strength, frankly, than they perhaps needed. We're not there yet, but that's what that is pushing towards, and we'll keep our eye on Quebec to see how many of those things turn into actual flips for the Liberal Party. Let's look now at Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, watching results as they come in there with his wife, Diana Fox Carney. He's just, well, he was watching us. That's also good. He's also waiting, of course, to see the results of his own riding. He is putting himself up for public office for the very first time in the riding of Nepean. We'll keep our eye on how he's doing in his own riding. Okay, let's go to Adrian now, who's got some results from Ontario.
We do, yeah, we do, Rosie. Really interesting. I'd really like to start with Kapuskasing, Timmins, Quebecois. This was Charlie Angus's riding, right? This is the one where people wondered, I wonder what will happen in the north. Could it be that we're looking at an orange-blue transition? So far, no. Steve Black, who's the former mayor and the city councillor in Timmins, has a lead of 79. Just 3 of 206 polls reporting. This is one you have to keep an eye on. This will matter for a whole bunch of people, including the NDP, of course. So let's move on to Markham-Stouffville. Again, Helena Jazik was the incumbent there. With 1 of 217, you already have, for the police officer, the Conservative candidate, a lead of 65 there. That is the sort of flip that the Conservatives will really want to hang on to. One more that's relevant to this conversation in particular is Essex. So Chris Lewis, this was held by the Conservatives I guess it's been a Conservative NDP race, basically, in the past with Liberals in third. But look at what is happening here with Chris Sutton, who's a public affairs for a Millwright Council. He's got a lead of 42, just 4 of 278 polls reporting. But that whole area, the cross-border relations, it wraps itself around Windsor. You can imagine the tariff conversations that have been happening there. No one knows that better than Chris Ensing, who is joining us now. Chris, what are people saying there?
Adrian, the tariffs top of mind. Talking to voters here today in Windsor West, the riding I'm in right now, where the NDP are hoping to secure Brian Massey's seat as the longtime incumbent. Voters were telling me that who is going to battle Donald Trump in these conversations and negotiations of a new NAFTA is top of mind. That threat against Canada's sovereignty is also something that they're taking very seriously. And when we think about what's happened here in Windsor, Essex, just in the past, you mentioned in Essex how the NDP have been sparring with the Conservatives, the Liberal in there now. Well, you also have this fight going on in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, where the Liberals have eked out wins with slim majorities or slim wins there in that riding. And so what we see in Windsor-Essex is an area that is trying to decide what it will do next in the face of this trade war. just very quickly here, Trump is saying they want to onshore manufacturing there now. Well, we watched this with Biden as well. That administration throwing credits at battery plants that want to build in one of these countries. Well, the battery plant that came here that is promising more than 2,500 jobs for vehicles built in Windsor, well, people are starting to wonder what is going to happen there once this election finishes and once these negotiations finish up. When we're talking about that new NAFTA, it's something where that deal was renegotiated with the IRA credits to make sure that that plant stayed here under the Trudeau government. And now people are wondering what its future holds as well. That's what's in the mind of voters as they try and decide who they're going to pick to lead them moving forward here, Adrian.
Okay, Chris, you might be in for a long night. Thanks very much, eh? Rosie?
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks, Chris. And I'm going to go to Ian now.
Let's take a look at Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River in Saskatchewan. Redistribution suggested that the Liberals had a chance to pick this seat up, have a chance to pick this seat up, still obviously really early in the counting. And Jim Lemaigre is a former Saskatchewan Party MLA. Buckley Belanger is a former NDP MLA, both high profile, both considered strong candidates by their parties, and we are going to be watching this riding very closely because if the Liberals were able to win this riding, it would be their first win, as I mentioned before, since Ralph Goodale won in Regina with Scana back in 2015.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I can tell you that at this hour, more than 1 million votes have been counted, and obviously the counting continues. Of course, there were also more than 7.3 million of you that voted in the advance polls, but lots of vote counting going on right now to bring you some of these results that you're seeing here at the bottom of your screen. Take a look. Those numbers are leading and elected. So the Liberals are leading and elected in 80 ridings at this stage, Conservatives 56, Bloc on the board with 11, NDP with just 1, where they are leading and or elected. And remember, we gave you those numbers before. If the Liberals were trying to form a majority government, they needed to pick up 18 seats. The Conservatives needed to pick up 44. The Liberals have picked up 15 so far. So those not all confirmed, but that is the trend that we are seeing so far, and we'll keep watching as more polls about to close in British Columbia and the Yukon. Catherine Cullen.
Yes, let's talk about Alberta, Rosemary. We're going to start with the first projected elected in the province of Alberta by the CBC Decision Desk, Michelle Rempel-Garner, Conservative, who is certainly a well-known vocal member of that caucus. That big smile on her face because she is the first Conservative that the CBC Decision Desk says has been re-elected to her seat. Let's take a look, though, at some other interesting races. Edmonton Southeast. Part of what makes this interesting, Amarjeet Sohi, former Liberal cabinet minister under Justin Trudeau. He was defeated. He ran for mayor of Edmonton. He won. He has stepped away from his mayoral duties to run in this seat, but it is worth noting it is a new riding. And if you look at what the numbers say from the 2021 election results, this is a riding that should go Conservative right now with the first poll reporting. The Conservative is in the lead in that riding. Let's move on to Edmonton Northwest. Billy Morin, this is a candidate the Conservatives are certainly excited about. Former chief of the Enoch Cree Nation, very enthusiastic about resource development and somebody that the Conservatives would really like to have in their caucus. Finally, in Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas. Now, what makes this riding so interesting? Certainly, it is traditional Conservative territory, but Chris Spearman, the Liberal candidate there, former mayor of Lethbridge, he was endorsed by the provincial NDP former cabinet minister Shannon Phillips. So note, NDP provincial cabinet minister endorsing a Liberal candidate. Also, Rosie, provincially, Lethbridge is 2 ridings. Lethbridge West, on the board that went NDP. So perhaps a movement here, but Rachel Thomas definitely has some reason for enthusiasm as well. This is serious Conservative territory.
Another strong member of the Conservative caucus. Jason Kenney, you want to weigh in there on Michelle Rempel-Garner winning re-election, the first Conservative re-election in Alberta?
Yeah, well,
not surprising.
Not surprising that any of those folks would be well in the lead, and I think it's confirmation early stage that the strong Conservative support in Alberta is holding. There are some phenomenal new candidates as well. You just saw Billy Morin on the screen. Good. I've worked very closely with him as Premier. He was chief of the Enoch Cree First Nation, and really a significant leader in economic development for First Nations in Western Canada. He, together with Ellis Ross, former chief councillor of the Haisla First Nation out in the BC West Coast Kitimat, if those two are elected, you will see 2 very strong voices for reconciliation for First Nations to not just exercise the right to say no in consultation, but to say yes to responsible resource development. So one of the interesting aspects of this campaign has been energy has not been a dominant, but a significant issue, perhaps for the first time ever. And you may end up with some very strong pro-resource development First Nations leaders in the next parliament.
And that may be because of Donald Trump. Really, that's why we're talking about it in a different way than we had before. Okay, thank you for that, Jason Kenney. Polls closing in British Columbia in just over 2 minutes, which will add another
they close at 7,
British
not
Columbia and the
7:30.
Yukon,
My
another
bad.
44 polls to our count, and which will mean that all polls
But
are
if you're
closed
there
right
and
across
you're
the
still
country.
in
That happens
line,
at
you
10
can
p.m.
still
Eastern.
vote.
343 seats, remember, because there has been a map that has been redistributed. 172 is the magic number to get you to a majority government, but we are not able to get anywhere near calling any of those things yet because results are still coming in, and Adrian has some.
Boy, you're not kidding about them coming in fast, Rosie.
I told you.
All right, let's look at some important ridings that we've been talking about all night. Let's start with Peterborough, because this has always been a riding to watch. Historically, a bellwether, bucked the trend in 2021 when Michelle Ferreri, a popular TV anchor, won. But look at that lead, 436 for Emma Harrison, the small business owner, with just 6 of 308 polls reporting. The Liberals will want to hang on to that one. Let's look at the next one here. This is important. Newmarket,
83
Aurora.
more seats.
Okay, so this was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals in the GTA in 2021. But look at what is happening. Sandra Kobena, lead of 227, just 2 of 212's polls reporting. But that is on trend, certainly for what the Conservatives want to see. They poured a lot into that riding.
92 bottles of beer
One last one to
wall,
look at. This is important. This is Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake. So this has gone back and forth a little bit between the Liberal and the Conservative this evening. Only 3 of 202 polls reporting, just a lead of 8. But this is a riding that's been Conservative for the last 25 years. It's definitely smaller in redistribution. The Liberals were hoping that would help them out. Rosie?
Okay, but a very, very small lead of 8 votes, so we'll see. Mark Carney was down there pretty recently as well, making his case about Canada, the U.S., and taking on Donald Trump, another area where, of course, that argument resonates very strongly. Okay, polls closing in British Columbia and the Yukon in just moments. If you're in line to vote, stay there, because you still get to do it even after the polls are closed. It is 7 p.m. Pacific. Polls are now closing in the westernmost parts of this country. There are 43 ridings in beautiful British Columbia and 1 in the Yukon. That means that polls have closed right across the country. 343 polls reporting. And British Columbia, aren't you excited? We haven't called government yet. That rarely happens to you. So guess what? Your votes are going to matter here as we get ready to decide where this is going to go. Let's give you an indication of what we're noticing already. And that is the change in the share of vote. Liberals taking off now at this stage, well over 50%. And the Conservatives at 38.8, which, to be clear, is a very good score for Conservatives on any other normal election. But this election has been unusual. And you can see the NDP and the Bloc not performing where they normally would be. That, too, has been the story of this election. Let me show you now what seat change looks like. Okay. Let's go through this. Liberals seem to be at this stage leading or elected in 17 seats. Conservatives down 5, Bloc down 11. That would be a devastating amount of losses for the Bloc Québécois in Quebec. NDP down 1. Of course, that is going to change as British Columbia starts to report. But remember, that number to keep in your head here about whether we can get to a majority government is for the Liberals to gain 18 seats. They are 1 away right now in our projections. Not everything confirmed, but they are tracking towards that at this hour. And a lot of it coming at the expense of the Bloc Québécois.
How's the good old hockey game?
Yeah, let's try to look a little bit closer at what that story is, the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. Let's start with looking a bit at the big picture in the province of Quebec. The seat change, the Liberals up 14 seats. The Bloc down 11, the Conservatives losing 3 seats in Quebec. But again, these are still relatively early numbers. Let's dig into some of what we're seeing in the province. Here is a riding that folks are going to remember the name of, La Salle, Émard, Verdun. That consequential by-election in the fall, it's on the island of Montreal. This is part of the Liberal Chateau Fort, right, a fortress. And yet the Bloc Québécois, Louis-Philippe Sauvé, a former Bloc Québécois staffer, won in that by-election. Now the Liberals have something of a star candidate in Claude Gay, former president of IBM Canada. Right now, with 2 polls reporting, he's in the lead by almost 300 votes. Let's move over to Shefford, where, again, the Bloc Québécois incumbent, Andréanne LaRouche, in second. And in the lead, the Liberal candidate, Félix Dion. I believe he's a councillor in Granby. And finally, Rimouski, Alexandra Rayford, again, a name that would be known well in that area, the former director of the Métis Gardens in the area, English Gardens, and the Bloc Québécois incumbent, Maxime Blanchet-Jonca, in second. So all, again, Rosie, you know, these are only some of the polls that are coming in, but interesting to see how those numbers are shaking.
Yeah, Métis Gardens also, just a lovely
Beautiful.
place. Yeah. We could just do ads of places to vacation. Chantal, I want to get your take before I get some more results, because if this holds and the Bloc is trending or looking projected to lose as many as 11 seats, that's pretty devastating.
The Bloc itself believed it could lose 10 to 15 seats. Of course, that wasn't the hope.
70 more seats needed.
This is the best beginning of night
for the Liberals.
The Liberals in Quebec that
right.
I have seen in decades.
How many decades?
Oh, I don't think I was around because Jean Chrétien never won a majority of Quebec seats.
Yeah.
So you go back all the way to Jean Chrétien, and Brian Mulroney wiped them off the map. So I think you'd have to go back to Pierre Trudeau. To this, but it's early.
It's early. It's early. But that's still it's early. But it's still fascinating that someone who at the beginning of the campaign was not speaking French as well as he was at the end
close, but it
would
looks
be
like
suddenly
they're
that
gonna get it for
appealing
sure.
to Quebecers, if this is where things go.
But I'm also wondering, and the numbers are still coming, whether the Conservatives are also having a difficult night in Quebec.
Okay.
Because at this point, they are under what is called the paying zone. In percentage points, they're below 20%. That's not when you get votes, but not seats. You need to get over that. And at this point, who knows? Because we're still missing a lot of seats and a lot of posts. But for the Liberals who want 40 seats, they're ahead in 33.
Yeah,
not too bad.
No, and if that is true, that the Conservatives are going to suffer in Quebec, that I think speaks to some of the choices that Pierre Poilievre made. But we will talk more about that as results firm up. Ian has some results, though, now.
Yeah, let's look at your home province, Manitoba, and in particular 3 ridings in Winnipeg that are reporting results right now. This one would be, if the Liberals were able to keep it through the night, a pickup. I'm laughing because, of course, I can read the numbers just as well as you can. It's really early. What's interesting about this, besides the fact that it's an NDP incumbent is in second place, is that Raul Walia, 23 years old, got the nomination here in the old days, December 2024. Remember then? Remember the prospects for the Liberals at that point? So I don't think when he became the candidate, he expected to be possible that he could go to Ottawa. We'll see what happens in Winnipeg Centre as the evening unfolds. Let's go now to Winnipeg West and see what's happening there. And Marty Morantz, the Conservative incumbent, is in a lead, not a huge lead. Doug Elson has been the MP here before. This is the third time, I think, these two very well-known politicians, and Doug Elson, also an ER doc, so well-known for that as well, are facing off in Winnipeg West. So another one we're going to be looking at very closely. And in Winnipeg North, no surprise to see Kevin Lamoureux, the incumbent, in the lead. But I'll tell you what is interesting is that if you look at the percentages last time around, the NDP was in second place with 28% of the vote. Their support right now has plummeted to 8%, and almost all of that has been picked up, and this is early, I know, not by the Liberals, but by the Conservatives. So just kind of interesting. That's we would expect Kevin Lamoureux to prevail in that riding. I mean, we'll see what happens, but it's fascinating to me to see the change in support between the NDP and the Conservatives.
Yeah, Kevin Lamoureux hugely popular in that riding, so we'll see whether that continues.
NDP's
just want to tell you that the
4
Liberals
seats.
continue to do well here tonight, but also want to tell you that there are 85 ridings where it is very close still, and so we might well be in for a long night as we get through all of these results and track towards being able to project a government. Catherine Cullen.
We're going to go back to Nova Scotia for just one riding, Rosie, one that we knew was going to be a real scrap tonight, but we've got a projected elected in South Shore, St. Margaret's. Let's take a look.
You want a food?
The Liberal Jessica Fancy Landry projected elected in that riding. Rick Perkins took this riding from the Liberals in the last election, but it was not to be for him this time out. He had an additional challenge because, of course, the NDP did not run an official candidate in this riding, so there will be questions, I think, about what happened to that vote. Although when you look at the NDP vote across the board, it hasn't been all that substantial across the country, Rosemary, so perhaps that won't have been that much of a factor. But nonetheless, Jessica Fancy Landry projected elected in South Shore St. Margaret's.
That's a significant flip. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to show you a board right now to try and explain where we're at and what you should be watching for as the results continue to tick in from polls right across the country at this stage. This is where the Liberals are right now. They are leading or elected in 123 ridings. Let me show you the next piece of that. That is the pink seats that you're seeing there. Those are incumbents. Those are the seats that they would have to now win. 51 more if they want to track towards a majority. And if they were to win those 51 incumbents, incumbency, as we've been talking about, does give you an advantage, but if they were to win that, they would surpass the 172 they need to get to a majority. So they need to hold those leading and elected in 123 that you see on your screen. They need to hold the 51 incumbents that are there, and then they're on their way. And things are tracking in this direction so far tonight. But again, many close races, and we're watching some of those. And I think David Cochran wants to talk to us now.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea of how close this is, when we were talking about Atlantic Canada earlier, it was 22-10, right? 22 Liberals, 10 Conservatives. Well, there are two ridings, Terra Nova, where Anthony Germain is running for the Liberals, where the advanced polls offer the hope of them getting over the top there. And in Central Nova, the advanced polls have put Sean Fraser back in the lead, as that has now gone to red. So we're to a 23-9 count in Atlantic Canada now. You move into Quebec. Chantal was saying this is the best early results she's seen for the. I'm in Ontario. My apologies to the people of Quebec. It was the best night she's seen for Liberals in a long time at the start of an election. Well, look at this, what we're still waiting for. You know, Rosie was saying the Liberals are up seats. We still don't have a lot of seats in from the island of Montreal where the Liberals are going to be strong, and in some of these battlegrounds on the South Shore in particular, where the Liberals and the Bloc are in a fight that really could determine whether the Liberals can get to this majority government that the polls have been suggesting was available for them in this election. And it's a similar situation in Ontario. We're starting to get things populated. You're seeing a lot more red getting there in the GTA, but still not out in sort of the Halton region and the Peel region. We're still waiting on a lot of seats there. And when you go into southwestern Ontario, look, we are seeing red in Windsor, red in London, and we're still waiting on some of southwestern Ontario where Liberals are hoping to gain. I'll show you one last thing before I send it back to Rosie, and that's in Manitoba. Because the urban centers are where the Liberals are this majority is going to live and die tonight. There's only two ridings in from Winnipeg, so still a lot to come in the big cities of Canada. Rosie?
Thank you very much for that, David Cochran. And some news for all of you, Canada. Get ready. Our CBC News decision desk is ready to make a call.
Oh, boy. We're waiting.
Canada's next government will be a Liberal government. It is not yet clear at this hour whether it will be a minority or majority to come as some of those close races we were talking about. This marks a fourth Liberal mandate. Very rare in Canadian politics. But the Liberal Party, led by Mark Carney, has pulled it off. A stunning reversal, a Liberal comeback with a first-time politician as leader. You're looking live there at the Liberal Party headquarters right now.
Whoa! All the fucking way! Hot damn!
Okay, remarkable, as we said, reversal in political fortunes for the Liberal Party that was thought perhaps to be left for dead just months ago, has now made this incredible comeback, remarkable comeback, and is going to form government yet again with someone who has never been elected to public office before. We're waiting on results from his riding tonight. Mark Carney, the 24th Prime Minister, will now be the 25th Prime Minister as well. Let me show you how it happened. here is the vote share, the share of vote that we've been showing you through the night. The Liberals over 50%, the Conservatives at 38.6%, which again, we've been saying in a regular election would have been a remarkable share of the vote for them. But the story really in what's happening with the other parties on the board there, the Bloc and the NDP, not even reaching 5% at this stage. Let me show you the seat change that allows us to call for a Liberal government. 23 seats are leading and elected in. The Liberals are up, the Conservatives down 5, the Bloc down 12 at this stage, which, as Chantal was saying, was not out of the realm of possibility even for people inside the Bloc, but would be very disappointing for them. And the NDP now down 6. The NDP right now on your screen only leading or elected in 2 ridings. Remember, you need 12 to get official party status. I'm going to go over to David to give us a sense of how we got here.
Well, look, it's a bit of what we were, at the risk of repeating myself, but that's going to happen a lot on election night. There are 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. We said the path to majority for the Liberals was 25. Right now, they sit at 23, and I can tell you, this riding in Terra Nova, my buddy Terry Roberts is at the watching party for the Conservative candidate. He says the air has gone out of the place because the advanced polls are coming in and the lead is shrinking. The Liberals might get to 24, not the 25. We said they need it for a majority, but that gets them a little bit closer. We go into Quebec, you see a lot of red in a lot of places, and you're going to see even more red in the island of Montreal. Right now, we had said that the Liberals needed 40 seats in Quebec to be on a path to a majority. They're sitting at 42. And Montreal and the North Shore and the South Shore haven't populated. Down to 40, I'm told. It's changing in real time. But still, the areas where they're strong still needs to come in. And that is a sign of hope for them. This is why you can see a minority government is almost certain at this point, or is certain at this point, and a majority government is still very much in play. Let's go into Ontario, and let's go to that key fortress, one of the 4 big pillars for the Liberal governments that have been elected since 2015. You still see a tremendous amount of red, certainly in the city of Toronto and in the areas around it, punctuated with a little bit of blue right now. The latest numbers I had is that the Liberals are at 56 seats and they're up 2 seats in Ontario. They're now at 63 seats in Ontario. We had said they needed to be at 80, so they're tracking towards that because a lot of these seats that will fill in over the course of the night, history and polling tells us that these will go Liberal. Now, let's go into Manitoba. The Liberals are currently sitting at 4 seats. We had suggested they would want to get 6 here to build up to a total of 10 on the prairies to be at a majority level. They have 1, obviously, in the north right now where they're leading in the NDP-held riding of Churchill. And they've got a couple of 3 seats right now in Winnipeg. And these are also seats where the Liberals will be competitive once we get more results throughout the night. So there is still upward potential for the Liberals as they try to get to that magic number of 172. And this helps right here. This is Desnethne Misnippy Churchill River. That's a Liberal leading in Saskatchewan. Do not adjust your set. That's a real thing. It's not officially projected elected yet, but this is a chance for the Liberals to break through in Saskatchewan for the first time since Ralph Goodale was a member of Parliament. And here in Alberta, you see a lot of blue. This is where a lot of the Conservative seats are coming from. But you got to zoom in on Calgary, where the Liberals are leading right now in Calgary Centre, and you got to zoom in on Edmonton. These are going to be the areas where the Liberals and the New Democrats are going to be in a battle. Those 2 seats that I just showed, those would be pickups right now for the Liberals if those results hold. So, Rosie, you can see a roughly even performance in the Atlantic with the potential of it to get back to where it was and maybe grow a little bit. A good early start in Quebec, decent numbers in Ontario, presence in the prairies. Still too early to say exactly what's going to happen in British Columbia. But, you know, BC often complains about being the empty net goal on election night. They might be the winner tonight when the results come in there.
Okay, and one of the reasons we have yet to call what kind of government Canada will have is because there are 100 ridings where the vote margin is about 100 votes. And that is simply too close to call for us and for the decision desk. And so we're going to wait to be sure before we get to that point. And that's partly why, as David said, British Columbia could be awfully important here tonight. You're always important, British Columbia, but even more important in terms of forming government for Mark Carney to become now, who is Prime Minister right now, but stays Prime Minister, the 24th Prime Minister, and now, for sure, won't have any problems beating Charles Tupper's record of being Prime Minister for only 68 days. He's going to hang in there a little bit longer, apparently. Ashley Burke is at Liberal headquarters where they are dealing with the news and waiting for more news in terms of what kind of government they're going to have for this 4th mandate, Ashley.
You heard the reaction here in the room, Rosie. People erupted. They were cheering. They were excited. Just moments before that, we were talking about how they were feeling. People are still cautiously optimistic. People in the campaign, they want a majority government. And as you just mentioned, they're thinking, could it come down to BC? They're hoping that as the results come in, it'll become a bit clearer, but that's what they're waiting for. This, as you mentioned, is one of the most dramatic reversals in political fortune that we've seen in recent Canadian history. Just last year, the Liberals were tanking in the polls. Justin Trudeau, after he left, Mark Carney came in and turned things around. But we've really been watching him on the spot during this campaign learn how to be a politician. We've seen him have to try to figure out how to navigate photo ops. And over the campaign, we've seen him get more comfortable with that, including being in crowds and talking to people. But as you mentioned, there were questions about if he would be the shortest serving prime minister or not. 45 days he's been prime minister, and now Canadians tonight have decided that they want him to stay on and lead this country. After he's really been hammering home his message about during this campaign about who is best to deal with Donald Trump. Rosie?
Okay, Ashley Burke coming from Liberal headquarters, where there are a lot of happy people there tonight, but we'll see how happy they are, because we still have to call what kind of government Mark Carney is going to lead, a minority or a majority. But we should remind you that a fourth mandate like this, incredibly rare in Canadian politics. The last time was from 1993 to 2006 under two leaders. That was Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. Some similarities here, again, because this is happening with two different leaders. Chantal, your thoughts?
But it is also that Mark Carney has succeeded in doing what John Turner and Kim Campbell could not. That is, become the new leader of a very unpopular government, get a boost in the poll. That's all par for the course. But to hold that lead long enough to not go in that portrait gallery as someone about whom the kids ask, who's that guy? Yeah, right. That is quite an achievement when you go back 4 months to where we were. This is not the election night that anyone imagined we would have.
Unreal.
And I'm guessing it's not the election night looking at those numbers that the NDP
to an election this closely.
No, pretty devastating numbers, and we'll come back to them. But I want to get Arif Virani in, because you are a former Liberal cabinet minister. Still happy with that decision not to run, are you?
I'm very happy with that decision, as is my family. But, but I'm also equally delighted with what's transpiring. I mean, what we've seen is something that is truly quite remarkable.
Yes.
And I think what I'm really proud about tonight is Canadians, how strongly they came out to vote, what's been motivating them, but also just really discerning in terms of making choices based on what's on offer. An individual with a business background who had navigated two world economies through difficult crises. And you had another politician who was frankly still offering catchword phrases and running an election as if we were back in November or December. Things changed. Justin Trudeau is no longer around. The consumer carbon price no longer around. And Donald Trump entered in a big way. And we saw other conservative politicians in this country pivot, like provincially, Doug Ford in this province. We saw an inability for a pivot on the part of Pierre Poilievre. And I think you're seeing the results. People have decided that they want mature professional leadership, and that's what they're getting with Mark Carney. And I think it's a really important time for Canada, because there's a lot of hard work to be done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of government we end up with here, Andrew, because that also sends a message. If Canadians opt for a minority government, that also is a message to the Liberals and to Conservatives.
So
but what do you make of the fact that this has happened? Because it is right. It is a remarkable thing.
Yeah, it would not have happened without Donald Trump, I don't think. If Mark Carney had simply come in and said, well, I'm change, I'm a new prime minister, I'm not sure that would have been enough to carry the day. I'm not sure if Trump alone would be enough to carry the day, though. I think it's the combination of so far as the first part of the campaign in particular, focused on Trump as the issue, and therefore focused on leadership and the relative qualities of the two-party leaders. That was clearly to Carney's advantage. But I think probably what put him over the top was he was also enough change for enough people.
Right.
He wasn't, on its own, it wouldn't be enough change, but the two things together, I think, was enough to put him over the top.
Althea, what do you make of the win?
I agree with everything Andrew said, but I would add, basically, it's New Democrats that have handed Mark Carney the ability to become prime minister, remain prime minister. And for them, the fear was, Donald Trump, but also Pierre Poilievre. They decided that they really feared Pierre Poilievre more than they feared another Liberal government. And so they've basically abandoned their party in droves and possibly handing Mark Carney a majority government.
I vote
so it's
alternately NDP or Liberal, sometimes Green, but
I think progressive voters in my riding of Tyakon Park, Delhi Park, and good luck to the team there. But I think progressive voters really had to make a difficult decision, and that was simply that in the face of what the country is facing, we need to select a prime minister and a government. That's more important than anything else. That relates to the CBC, that relates to protecting linguistic rights, that relates to protecting human rights. And you had a choice between somebody who would empower Donald Trump and somebody who would confront Donald Trump. That's the choice that Canadians have made tonight, and I think they made the right choice.
Okay, and the NDP sitting right now at 7, leading our elected. Let's get some more information about how we got here, how we were able to call a Liberal win tonight. Catherine Cullen's got some of those results.
Yeah, and obviously, Rosie, part of this picture has to do with Quebec and what has happened with the Bloc Québécois. So let's take a look. The Liberals up 12 seats. Yes, one of them coming from the Conservatives, but most of that, the vast majority, at the expense of the Bloc, again, based on the numbers that we're seeing early. Let's see where it's happening. We're going to take a quick zip around the suburbs of the island of Montreal. We're going to start in Thérèse de Blainville, and you can see here the Liberal candidate in the lead. Let's go to Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. We're going to stay on the North Shore. And again, the Liberal candidate with the Bloc Québécois incumbent in second.
I knew they would,
we'll head down to the South Shore.
Taken a drop,
Saint-Hubert,
a heavy
and
drop
again,
in,
yes, the Liberal candidate in the lead with the Bloc incumbent in second. That pattern being repeated both north and south of the island of Montreal. Liberals looking like they're going to gain at the expense of the Bloc. That's a big part of what's happening tonight.
And we'll look at more. We'll look at more of those results as they firm up, and we can project elected. Ian Hannah-Mansing's got some of those right now. Some results anyway.
Yeah. So not projected elected, but still interesting trend lines. And let's start with Churchill. Kiwanatuk Aski. Nikki Ashton has been the MP here for the NDP since 2008. In 2015, she almost lost to Rebecca Chartrand. There was a difference of 3 percentage points. And right now, early, but still, when you look at those numbers, fairly significant lead at this point for the Liberal candidate. This is Kildonan St. Paul, one of the Winnipeg ridings, and Raquel Dancho is the incumbent for the Conservatives. She's won 2 elections in a row. Thomas Nathan's a relative newcomer. Hard to find information about him, but he was acclaimed as a candidate when the polls suggested there was little chance of winning, and right now he's in the lead there. And let's just look at Regina Wascana. This is interesting. It's super close.
We have to thank him
when I started speaking a few minutes ago, Jeffrey Walters was in the lead. The big question in Regina Wascana for a lot of people is the number of times the Liberals won there. Was it Ralph Goodale that was the factor, or was it Liberal support? And a lot of people wondering what's going to happen there tonight. As you can see, it is close, but the Conservatives are in the lead in Ralph Goodale's old riding.
Okay, Adrian, you've got some results too.
Certainly. Catherine showed you some seat changes. I'd like to show you some vote changes in Ontario. Why don't we have a little look at this? So Liberals up 9.5 percentage points. Conservatives also up 9.0, but look at the NDP down 12.7. That is where the votes are largely coming from. So what does that look like? Let's start with Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma. This is a riding that Terry Sheehan is ahead by 428. Interesting, because the Liberals only picked it up by 247 last time. Still just 35 of 287 polls reporting. If we move on to the Bay of Quinte, this is a riding we've been keeping an eye on. The Liberals picked it up in 2015. They wanted it desperately because this is the sort of riding they need if they want to get a majority. They've got a lead of 193 with just 15 polls reporting. And the last one, which is a big one for Fortress Toronto, if you will, is Leslie Church and Toronto St. Paul's with a lead of 701. She lost that to Dawn Stewart in July by just 600 some votes.
Congrats,
so they're counting
Fortress
on that lead.
And remember, that is part of the story. Thank you, Adrian. That is part of the story here, is that a lot of these ridings are still close, and that's why we cannot yet tell you what kind of government Mark Carney will lead. But yes, in case you missed the big moment, the Liberals have secured a 4th mandate led by Mark Carney, who is at this stage waiting to see whether he will be elected in his own riding. In Nepean. Ferrani, what are you hearing from your Liberal friends? Are you getting lots of texts? Are people? Are they thinking that a majority is still within reach here? What are
they saying?
I think obviously a majority government is aspirational. That's what we would like to have. You heard Dominic talk about that earlier, but I think people are elated. I mean, we know where the party was prior to Christmas.
Yeah.
We know where we were in early January. The fact that it's been such a remarkable swing is a testament to optimism. It's a testament to Mark Carney's leadership. But again, it's a testament to Canadian voters. And I think, when I think back about what's really changed in the last little while,
don't piss off
I think
the
if you're looking
Canadian.
at somebody who you need to stand up to an American threat that is as clear and demonstrative as Donald Trump, and you have somebody who's posturing themselves that they want to be that person, Pierre Poilievre, who shows an inability to stand up to Preston Manning and Danielle Smith, I think you know you don't have the right individual. When you have somebody who still continues to speak in three-word slogans as opposed to presenting an accurate plan, an outlined plan, a professionalized plan, you don't have the right person. Canadians have realized this, and as I said earlier on the show, I think Quebecers have realized this, notwithstanding linguistic limitations, notwithstanding concerns about Francophone rights, those are all very valid concerns. But when you're facing a threat of that size from the American neighbor, you need to put that aside and vote in terms of selecting a leader. And that's what Canadians have done. And my colleagues are all keen on securing a majority. A majority government would allow us to have that strong mandate that Prime Minister Carney is seeking to effectuate the change that we need to see, to grow the economy, to build a collaboration, to diversify our trade partners, and to continue to make progress.
Althea made a little bit of a squint there, winced a little bit as you spoke, so I'm going to let her talk before I get some more results.
Well, I was going to say on the whole, like who we should give a testament to, it's all the Liberal backbenchers who tried to get Justin Trudeau to leave. Chrystia Freeland, who finally, frankly, knifed him. If Justin Trudeau had not left, there is no way we would see the result that we are seeing right now, even with Donald Trump in the White House. So there's other people
There's lots of
who
things going on.
create the scenario that we find ourselves in at the moment. And also, pretty soon people won't be able to vote, so you don't need to convince them to vote for you.
Yes, you've already won. You've already won.
The votes have already been cast?
We're just waiting to see. Yes, we're just waiting to see how it goes. But it's hard to shake it off. I understand. I think Ian has some early results.
Yeah, in British Columbia, as we've said, the Conservatives, Liberals, and NDP have done well there. They certainly did well there in 2021, and so there's a lot of potential, particularly for the Liberals and the Conservatives, to pick up seats. Let's look at some early results with some potential changes. North Island, Powell River, this has been a stronghold for the NDP, and right now in the lead there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at in the interior, Silkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Again, relatively close, but this is would be a pickup for the Conservatives if they could hang on to this. Helena Conans is a former professional tennis player and competed in Wimbledon and at the U.S. Open. I did not know that, and I find that really interesting. And South Surrey, White Rock, obviously really low numbers. We just wanted to show this to you because it would be a change if this were to hold. And interesting, Ernie Klassen was acclaimed as the candidate. I think we're seeing a lot of that across the country, right, where candidates who were acclaimed when maybe nobody else really wanted the nomination. I'm not sure if that's what happened there, but you know, some of those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay. All right. Let's have a look at someone who is having a difficult night, but at least his own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. He has won handily in that riding, but he is probably not enjoying the evening so far, given where things are tracking for the Bloc. Remember, at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats, and right now they're tracking towards 23. We'll continue to watch some of those numbers because, as we've told you, the vote is changing. It is close still in many, many ridings across the country, and that is why we are waiting to tell you whether you have a minority or majority government. Rafi Bouchikanian, I can see you there. Yves-François Blanchet has been elected. We have the Decision Desk has projected him elected, but not a strong evening so far for the Bloc Québécois. What are you hearing?
It is not, and you'll forgive me. I was just turning around to try to figure out who they were cheering there. There have been a lot of cheers for people you'd expect to get reelected, like Yves-François Blanchet and a couple of others like Alexis Brunel-Duceppe, you know, like a stalwart of the party. But this is not the results they're looking for. 23 seats, I mean, that's kind of a number where if the Liberals get a majority, that's not a great night for the Bloc Québécois. They're trying to cheer up here. They're trying to be, you know, enthusiastic. They did have one major win. We were talking about Gaspésie earlier. Well, they won that riding. Radio-Canada announced that they project a win for Alexis Deschênes, that star candidate, who would be taking that riding from Diane Le Boutillier, a Liberal who has been there for a while. And the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers here when that happened. So that was one that's a take from the Liberals. So that's a real reason for them to be happy. But for the rest of it, I mean, they're really just sort of trying to hold on to hope. We've got a little bit of a show here. They keep inviting incumbents or candidates to come up and talk to the crowd. There's an MC asking them all sorts of questions about, how did your campaign go and what do you think of Yves-François Blanchet's messages, and they're just sort of trying to hold on to hope at this point.
Okay, Rafi Bouchikanian, thank you so much from Montreal. We will be back to you, of course. Perhaps we can show a bit of how the vote share in Quebec changed. Let me know when we can go to that. But I'll go to Chantal, I think, if I can. Yves-François Blanchet, this is his third election, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, and he probably is feeling better when he compares his fate to what could be happening to the NDP. Yeah. I don't think anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. A lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to lend our vote to the Liberals because of special circumstances. But it wasn't a judgment on the Bloc Québécois that they were making. Now, that being said, what also created this dynamics in Quebec in particular, the only province where Pierre Poilievre never led the pack, was always in third place, was this notion. At some point, the Bloc surged, not because the Bloc was doing so well, but because a lot of Quebec voters looked at the numbers outside Quebec and thought to themselves, the rest of Canada is about to elect Pierre Poilievre. Yeah. We don't want him. Yeah. So we were going to build a wall by voting for the Bloc. Yeah. And of course, that wall crumbled the second that Justin Trudeau left and the polls showed that Mark Carney had a shot at winning.
Well, then they built a wall around the Liberals in Quebec is really what happened to keep out Pierre Poilievre.
I mean, they're looking at 440 seats and it looks at this point in the evening like they're going to get better than that.
Okay, some other good news for the Liberals at this hour. Let me show you who has just been elected as a member of Parliament for the very first time, and that is Mark Carney, Canada's Prime Minister. This is his first time running for public office. He was tempted many times, but never decided to go for it, and this time he has, and he has won handily in his riding of Nepean. This is, I can't remember, what I have this trivia somewhere, but the last time that a Prime Minister's riding was in the nation's capital. I'll go find that for you. But Mark Carney winning his own riding tonight. That is the first time that he has won public office, the first time he has sought public office, and now he can also not only be Prime Minister, but be elected as Prime Minister, something that he wasn't before. That is Liberal headquarters, where they are waiting for more information, obviously, about how this evening is going to unfold and what kind of government they will celebrate tonight. David Cochran.
Yeah, Rosie, I'm beginning to think Mark Carney's never going to be the finance minister at this rate, because that was always the rumor on his entry into Canadian politics. I want to go through sort of where the Liberals are at this stage, to support the reason why we have projected a Liberal government and to show why a majority is still very much in play. And I'm going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador just to show you something here. This is Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. This has been a Conservative seat throughout the night, but just have a look at this. It's now down to a 28-vote lead. This has been happening in a lot of the ridings in Atlantic Canada where the advance vote is being counted late and where the Liberals did a really good job of getting their vote in early over that Easter weekend. So with 12 polls reporting, you can see Anthony Germain, the Liberal candidate there, chewing up that Conservative lead and getting now within less than 30 votes. There's been similar stories. We saw that happen in Central Nova, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser was way down for a period of time, but as more and more advanced polls have come in, he's moved into the lead, and also in New Brunswick, in Miramichi, Grand Lake, where the advanced polls have put the Liberals into the lead there. So the Liberals started the night with 24 seats that they held as the 32 in Atlantic Canada. They're back at 24 with a chance, if Terra Nova flips, to get it to that 25 that we talked about on the path to majority earlier. So still a chance for them to hit the threshold here. We'll go into Quebec, where the last I checked, because the numbers are changing soon, they were at 42 seats. They're now at 45 4 seats in Quebec, 13 of them pickups. And look at this. We're still waiting for a little bit of data on the island of Montreal, only really in one riding. There is a Conservative leading on the island of Montreal right now in the riding of Mount Royal, so we'll have to see where that goes. But either way, the Liberals at this point in the night, with still a lot of votes to be counted, are ahead of the 40-vote threshold they needed to be at in Quebec. Now, Ontario, a lot of votes being counted, slightly different story. They are at 69 seats of the 122. They are down 6 right now. You're seeing some movement here in the GTA seats that have been the stronghold of the Liberals. Oops, I didn't mean to click on Kitchener, but they're doing well in Kitchener. But there's only about 11% of the vote counted in Ontario.
Hey,
and again, this is going to be a pattern throughout the night with the Liberal vote. They are believed, widely believed, by all the campaigns, we've heard this from Conservatives as well, to have outperformed their opponents in the advance vote. And in a lot of cases, that comes in last. So while they're at 150 seats there right now, the last time I checked, there were still about a dozen seats that we were waiting on results for that all the campaigns believe are going to go Liberal. So you can bear that in mind as a reason why we have not yet ruled out the possibility of a Liberal majority government. In Manitoba, we had set the threshold at 6 for them to be at, to be on the path for majority. They're right at 6 right now. They've got 2 pickups. They're leading right now in Winnipeg West, which was a Conservative seat. They are not leading in Winnipeg Centre, but they have picked up, or at least leading in the Northern Manitoba riding right now. In Saskatchewan, we said 1. All they needed was 1. Well, guess what? It looks like they have 1. They're up there. They're leading right now in Desnethe. That's Buckley Boulanger, as Ian was telling us. They're nowhere right now in the Saskatoon ridings, though Mark Carney did go there, and Saskatoon University was a riding that the Liberals had talked about as a potential gain for them. They've held right now 2 of their 3 in the north. Nunavut is still trending NDP. I don't want to ruin the NDP's night, but they are no longer ahead in Wetaskiwin, as we predicted earlier. But right now, the Liberals do have 2 seats in Alberta.
Sad,
and they're both in Calgary right now. So Calgary McKnight, where George Chahal was the incumbent, and Calgary Centre, which was on their target list. They're leading there now. They are not ahead in Edmonton. That is where they had 1 seat. That was Randy Boissonneau's seat in Edmonton Centre. That is blue right now in Edmonton Strathcona. Maybe the safest NDP seat around. We don't have results from that yet. So with a lot still to come, Rosie, in Vancouver area in particular, the Liberals right now, they only have 8 in BC, but look at this, right? We got a lot to come. But of the 8 that are reporting, the Liberals have 3 pickups, and we're still not fully into the Vancouver core and the suburbs there, and that is the Liberal stronghold in British Columbia. So they're at 155 right now at this point in time. There's still upside growth there for them. You can see a path to the Delta of 17 that they need, and it might actually include Delta, which is a seat they hold on the Lower Mainline.
Yeah.
Good thing
okay,
he's got a
so let
pension
me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there a joke there that I missed that I was supposed to?
Yeah, I was talking about deltas and deltas. You know, like sort of thing. Don't worry.
I got a lot of people talking to me. That was a funny one. Thank you.
Sure.
There are 47 ridings still where the vote is under 100. So that gives you a sense of why we are still holding off in determining what kind of government this is. But as David rightly points out, it is still possible, and we'll show you more about that in a moment. And just because I have a lot of good colleagues who heard me, the only other Prime Minister to hold a seat in the Ottawa area was John A. Macdonald. So Mark Carney becomes number 2. Ian, over to you.
That's pretty
amazing, interesting things happening in British Columbia in terms of the vote. And let's look at the vote change so far in the province of British Columbia. And you see both the Conservatives and the Liberals up. Liberals up by 15 percentage points. And who is down? Well, no surprise, the NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because if you look at what happened to the NDP support there, at least as of right now, it was 18% in 2021. It's down to 2.7%. And it seems to be going to both the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals right now in the lead, the incumbent in second place. Let's take a look at Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. There, the NDP support has gone from 18.9 percentage points to 5.5. Now, super early, but still interesting to note and to keep an eye on. And now Richmond East, Steveston, this is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19% in 2021 to 3.7%. Both the Liberals and Conservatives up. It looks like the Conservatives in Richmond East, Steveston might be benefiting more from that drop in NDP support than the Liberals are. But throughout British Columbia, we said this hours ago. I mean, maybe it was yesterday, I'm not sure. But anyway, hours ago.
We haven't been here since yesterday, to be fair. Yeah, I know.
Anyway, what would happen to NDP support? Would it drop? It seems to be doing that in British Columbia and in a province where the Liberals and Conservatives are so competitive in so many ridings. Who will benefit the most from that? Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's get another part of that story, and that's to look at whether a majority is still possible here as we wait to make a firm call on what kind of government Canada has chosen. So here you go again. This is back to the House of Commons. All those red seats there, leading and elected. So that gets you up to 157. Now we're going to add incumbents to come. Those are the pink seats. That is 9. So they need to hold the 157 they have, gain 9, and they are still under 6, not quite reaching a majority so far with those numbers. But let me give you another little piece of information that is relevant as we think about whether this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 24 of those, the Liberals are in second place, meaning that there is still a possibility that they could flip some of those ridings and indeed get over that threshold of 172. And that also tells you why we're not saying anything just yet, because there's a lot still in flux here. It's possible, but it's getting a little bit harder for the Liberals to get there, and they're going to have to work a lot harder in these other ridings and these counts in order to make it. Let's go to Adrian now, who has some results.
You bet. You're talking about tiny margins. You're talking about areas the Liberals want to flip. Let's look at some of those. Let's start with Kitchener Centre. You are not seeing green on the map on the bar at the bottom because Mike Morris is trailing by 33. Just 3 out of 213 polls reporting, but it's the very thing Rosie's been talking about. Let's look at another one, Hamilton Centre. Again, the NDP wanted to hang on to that. Liberals are leading with 55, just 55. One last, another one that's tiny margin. That is Niagara South, and that is a riding that would have flipped to the Conservatives in redistribution. The Liberals are holding it with just 22. Only one poll reporting there, Rosie.
Okay, so some of those early results you're seeing, some of those tight places. Oh, I think you've got one more elected
here.
here.
Well, look at that, and that's a big one to miss. That is Leslie Church, projected elected in Toronto St. Paul's. That was a rematch against Dawn Stewart. That lead, 1,840. She lost that by 647 votes in that by-election that started everything that's happening right now. You can draw a direct line between that and this.
Yeah, that loss, that by-election loss, was part of what got Liberals upset with Justin Trudeau and starting to speak more openly about how he needed to leave. A lot of Conservatives thought that by-election win was an anomaly. And indeed, the Liberals have taken back that riding tonight with Leslie Church. Let's have a look at Conservative headquarters now.
Yes,
and see what's shaking over there. Also in Ottawa. Okay.
Frowny, frowny, frown faces.
That is what it looks like when you know you're not going to form government, and it looked like you were back in January, 25 points ahead. They are waiting to see whether they can hold the Liberals to a minority, which would be something to celebrate for them, but we are waiting to see more. I should also tell you that we are waiting for results to come in from Pierre Poilievre's riding. They've started to come in. Remember, he and his riding was up against 91, I believe, other candidates. But as you can see there, this is only one poll reporting. The Liberals slightly ahead. The expectation would be that Pierre Poilievre would win, but there was some concern expressed about how that long ballot initiative, which is a protest movement to try and protest the first past the post system that we have, would affect this. Obviously, Elections Canada has been counting those ballots for a very long time. They got special dispensation to start much earlier in the day. Oh, David's got a long ballot with him.
Rosie,
of course you have a prop.
Because we have an arts and craft division at Power and Politics, we had a replica. This is the ballot you're dealing with in Carleton, right? This is what the longest ballot, this is what 91 names look like. right? And you got to do this to kind of find Pierre Poilievre. He's right there, by the way, on the ballot. Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal, is right there on the ballot. But just look at the sheer girth of this thing. Right? Just look at this, 91 names. So you got to get this, you got to write it, you got to fold it up, they got to stuff it into, I don't know, a mail box as opposed to a ballot box. And there were 43,000 of these cast in the advance vote, right? So that's already in there in the system. That's why they got that special dispensation to go early. So while we may know that the Liberals are going to form government, we don't yet know whether it's going to be a majority government or not. Those by-elections that we were talking about, this happened in Toronto, St. Paul. We hosted one of a by-election special there and with LaSalle and Marivera. It was 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before you got results. Now, with a leader and a seat on the line, may go faster, but they had to count tens of thousands of these. Yeah, that's the challenge we're up against.
I do have to say that those numbers that we saw there with a Liberal advantage, it's because the advance polls were counted first for that riding. So let's not, you know, no one's going to suggest here that that's the direction this is going to take. Arif, you wanted to say something there?
Well, I think you know, it's interesting. You showed that photo of the folks in the conservative room, and the concern that I have is actually what it's going to look like that first Conservative caucus meeting. What I'm getting at, Rosemary, is that in terms of expectations, the expectations were quite large on the part of Pierre Poilievre's caucus, that he would deliver them into government, minority or majority, but he would deliver them into government. They have this legislation that we deal with all the time as parliamentarians. First act of a caucus is to decide on the Michael Chong private members bill about what we're going to do.
If you want to get going, Andrew Coyne's ready for this conversation.
But it's an interesting conversation because I just think what we've seen after consecutive elections is Andrew Scheer turfed, Erin O'Toole turfed. So Pierre Poilievre is concerned with his caucus and the expectations. And I would hear about that on the floor of committees, Rosemary. I would hear about it on the floor of the House of Commons. People measuring the drapes on their future ministerial offices. That has not happened tonight. There's going to be unhappy Conservatives.
Sure. But let's see. You know, if he improves the Conservatives' results from the last vote, which was 128 with redistribution, he's at 133, 134 here. I don't know. It's possible that some people will want to let him. You know, he could say this is a partial victory if he holds them to a minority. I don't know. I'm just saying. Andrew, you went in, and then I got to go to Catherine here.
One thing to measure the drapes, another thing to measure the coffin. You know, I mean, it's maybe a little early for that. I think it will depend in part on whether it's a majority or minority.
Totally.
I think you absolutely are right that if he comes out of this with 40% of the vote, he would have bettered Stephen Harper. The other question is, you know, he's got such a lock on the base of the party. Can you really take him out even if the caucus decides?
Yes,
the caucus might turf it. I mean, the base might vote him back in.
Okay,
but Rosemary, in terms of the base of the party, it's the inability to stand up to that base in Alberta that has cost him this election.
Okay,
if he could have stood up to Daniel Smith, I think that's what's happened.
Let's talk about it after. I do want to spend time. We're not going to write off anyone because we're not at that stage in the evening at all. Catherine Cullen, apparently you have a guest.
Yes, and first we're going to just talk a little bit about what is going on in Quebec before we get to Vanessa Lee, our colleague on the island of Montreal. Let's start by taking a look at what is going on in LaSalle and Verdun. Oh, perhaps. In fact, we are going to go to Vanessa Lee right away. Let's just get to the good stuff. And there you are, Vanessa Lee, on the island of Montreal. I believe you are with some prominent Liberals. Tell us what's going on.
Well, Catherine, we are at the Society of Arts and Technology in the heart of downtown Montreal, and this is a very happy place because this is where more than a dozen Liberal candidates in the greater Montreal area are gathering and celebrating tonight. And joining me now is Stephen Guilbeault, the Quebec Lieutenant, most recently responsible for Parks Canada as well as Canadian culture and identity. Mr. Guilbeault, congratulations on your party's win. How are you? What's going through your mind right now? Because your riding is still too close to call.
Yes, I think things are looking very well in the riding, but as you rightly say, it's too close to call yet, or it's very early. I think our numbers are very good, but very early. We're very grateful that Canadians have decided to give us another mandate, and we feel honored, and we will work hard for Canadians. We're asking for a strong government because we know we have tough days ahead, certainly with the U.S. administration and President Trump. We know it's going to be complicated, so the stronger the Canadian government can be, the more united we are, the easiest it's going to be to face President Trump.
What do you think made the difference in this election that Canadians have voted for another Liberal government? And how confident are you that it will be a majority government?
Well, clearly the the numerous attacks by President Trump on the Canadian economy, but not just the economy, on our sovereignty and our very identity, I think have really mobilized Canadians. And I think they saw in Prime Minister Carney someone who has experience on the world stage, someone who has experience with the economy, with finance, who has managed crisis, versus Pierre Poilievre, who's never done anything else than work on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And they felt he was the right person for what's coming ahead and the difficult times we have ahead of us.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Catherine.
Vanessa Lee in Montreal. And Rosie, worth noting, Stephen Guilbeault's riding, it was Gilles Ducep's old riding. It's gone Bloc in the past. It went NDP. Even in 2015, Hélène Laverdière kept that riding.
That's right.
Right now, though, Stephen Guilbeault, about 46% of the vote. Still early numbers, though.
Okay. And you can see there at the bottom of your screen, we have still not made a call about what kind of government Mark Carney will be leading as the 24th Prime Minister. 162 seats leading and elected for the Liberals, 138 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 10 leading or elected for, I think they're just leading, but maybe leading and elected for the NDP. You need 12 to form official party status. The Greens, oh, look, they just popped up. It seems like every time I mention them, they just appear. Leading and elected in 1. Remember that the number that the Liberals are still hoping to get to tonight is 172. That would give them a majority government and, of course, the ability, the mandate to implement their agenda much, much easier than if they're going to have to work with another party. But what we're seeing tonight is really the story of what this election has been. Largely a two-party race and the collapse of the Bloc and the NDP's vote right now. I want to talk maybe a little bit about popular vote and whether it matters here. I'm just looking at our dashboard. The Liberals are at 44.7%. The Conservatives at 40.6%. And I would just note that these numbers are so big, right? They are so big compared to what you would normally see in an election. 2015, for instance, Justin Trudeau won his majority with 39.47% of the popular vote. That is, I guess, just because we're in this two-party race. Is that how I should read that, Chantal?
Yeah, you should also wait to have the full score.
Yes, of course.
What you're getting is a lot of those Alberta Conservative votes that are kind of
pushing theirs up,
raising the numbers for the Conservatives. But having said that, yes, it is both numbers are way too high for the kind, and that's why when you look at the seats and the possibility of a majority government, it's really hard to have a minority government if you do not have a strong third-party presence. And at this point, yes, the Bloc looks like it's going to get 23, 24 seats, but still, we're used to parliaments where minority rule means many parties that have an official party status.
Yes.
And at this point, that's not where we're going tonight. So I'm curious to see how the night unfolds. Yeah. I notice there are still loads of places where the vote is barely being counted.
Yes, there are probably 6 places where, 24 places where it has barely been counted. Worth remembering here that 6 of the last 8 federal elections have produced minority governments, right? The last majority government we had, of course, was Liberal in 2015.
And with 4 parties with official party status, we look like we're going down to 3. I don't really believe there are loads of new Democrat votes hidden in those uncounted votes.
No, we might get to 4. Does that concern anyone that there is fewer, less representation of parties inside the House of Commons in terms of what that means for democracy, Andrew?
I don't think it's a good thing or bad thing on its own. I mean, again, you get into the issue of how representative is the popular vote in that regard. How well represented is it in terms of the number of seats?
Yeah.
But ultimately, the electorate is going to decide whether they want to have a multiplicity of parties or maybe in the present circumstances. That's the question is this a one-off or does this represent a greater degree of change? We've seen the NDP written off before they came back. We've seen the Liberals written off before.
The Bloc, too, yeah.
We've seen the Bloc.
Yeah.
So these are enduring brands, and the wheel goes full circle, and they may come back.
Chantal, then Althea.
On the NDP, they went from no official party status in '93 to a decade or two later, I admit. But they still, at some point, they had presence across the country, from Atlantic Canada to BC, including Quebec. So that possibility is still there. Do not assume that a victory for the Liberals tonight is necessarily a Liberal reign for all times.
No.
At some point, the seeds of change will come back, and they might have a better chance to bloom.
Yeah, and Liberals probably shouldn't assume that either. Andrew, and then Althea.
But one thing I think we should be looking for is not just, will they get over the majority, will BC put them over the top, but also how will the Liberals do in Western Canada? One of the things people have been very worried about, some people, is will another Liberal victory cause Westerners, and some Westerners anyway, to give up on Canada? I should note that the numbers coming in BC and Alberta are looking pretty close to what the polling numbers were suggesting, and the polling numbers are saying the Liberals are going to do better, at least in the popular vote in those provinces, better than they have since 1968. So that should hopefully dampen down some of the sort of attempts to portray this as the West being shut out yet again.
We'll see. We'll see. Last word to you, Althea.
Just a few things. So on that is something that the Liberals were quite concerned about, which is why Mr. Carney spent the last day going to Saskatchewan, going to Alberta to make that case, hoping to grab seats that they otherwise did not have. I think it's not a thing about democracy if there are no parties, smaller parties in the House. I think it's just, if the balance of power is the Bloc Québécois, it is an opening for the Conservatives to say that it's an illegitimate coalition, much like they did in 2008, which basically means that we will have another election.
But it's not a coalition. It's just one party helps another. Right?
Right, but they framed the last supply and confidence agreement as a coalition.
Just because isn't about to sign the supply and confidence agreement.
Of course not. They will do issue by issue as they always have, as they have always communicated. But that will not stop the Conservative Party from framing it in that way.
Right.
And I think it will make it very difficult, especially if Mr. Poilievre remains the Conservative leader, because I don't see areas where, although there actually are lots of policy areas where they could get together, I don't see the personalities leading to cooperation in the House of Commons, which basically just means that we will have an election, if it is a minority government and the Bloc has a balance of power,
they're going to be hard to
either
deal with.
later this year or next year.
But at that level, if the NDP doesn't even need official party status, it can have a share of the balance of power. Let's agree that we are not yet in those scenarios where the Bloc was going to become the official opposition. And then I was going to hold a knife to the throat of the government. That's not what's happening.
No,
I got to get to David Cochrane here. He's got some stuff from the 905.
Well, look, this is part of the reason why we are where we are. You see the Liberal number actually retreating a little bit. Right now, they are only at 65 seats in Ontario. They are down 10, down 11. And I'm going to look at the Greater Toronto area, and this gives you a sense of where we are right now. So you can see here, Mississauga is blue, Brampton is blue, another Brampton is blue. So Peel region has been breached by the Conservatives at this point in time. As we were saying earlier, this is the gate that they need to break down and get closer to the downtown part of Toronto if they're going to make it more of a game at the top line numbers, but certainly in Ontario. And the Liberals are having a little bit of a struggle, at least at this hour of the night. Similar story. There we go. In Vaughan Woodbridge, this is a Conservative-held seat. Thornhill, that's Melissa Landsman. But York Centre, this is another Liberal seat that is blue at the moment. And in Richmond Hill, Aurora, Oak Ridge is a Newmarket, Aurora. York region and Peel region. The Liberals felt pretty good about Peel region. There was some top-line polling suggesting that it was tightening up there as you got towards Election Day. And you are seeing that also up in the York region, which is what the Liberals were the most worried about in their seats in Ontario. But an interesting thing developing as well here in southwestern Ontario, because look, the Conservative number is 144. Like, that's way up for Pierre Poilievre. Like, that is a big increase in the seats, at least at this point in the night. In the NDP, from Hamilton to London to Windsor right now, those are blue. The conventional wisdom was the collapse of the NDP vote would elect Liberals. But if the Liberals and the NDP both are strong second and third, the Conservatives could come up the middle. That may be what is happening in those areas. And just going back to the GTA, I know this was a concern up in the York region here, was that the NDP vote dropping would help the Liberals run up the score in the downtown Toronto core where they're going to win just by larger margins. But there were not really any NDP vote to be gained in a lot of these 905 outer areas. And that would just, you would have a false sense of how viable you were in those ridings, and you would see Conservatives flip those blue. So the Liberals, still early yet in Ontario, but vote inefficiency not playing in their favor as they are down double-digit seats in a province that pollsters from start to finish had them up double-digit points, right?
But that, again, speaks to what we're talking about around the popular vote and the seat efficiency. Nothing is working as it normally would in an election. That's what's happening, right?
Yes, and you know, Donald Trump obviously disrupted this entire election. I mean, the U.S. president makes about $400,000 U.S. a year. The Liberals should probably book that as a campaign expense, given the way that it's helped them throughout this thing. But, you know, until we get sort of the urban votes in mass number to know exactly how the cities of Canada are going to vote, and the suburbs of Canada are going to finally vote, and of course British Columbia, it's hard to know if they're going to get there. But the vote efficiency that has helped the Liberals win the 2019 federal election and win the 2021 federal election, despite losing the popular vote, at this stage, we're not yet seeing that. Now, they're starting to tick back up. They're in 161 right now. Them and the New Democrats and the Greens, Rosie, that's a majority. You got a bingo right there. But, you know, that's a whole lot of work that still needs to be sorted out at this point of the night.
Okay, thank you so much for that, David Cochrane. If you're just tuning in, we have, in fact, called a Liberal government with Mark Carney as Canada's 24th Prime Minister. He also has been elected for the very first time in his life in the riding of Nepean. We are waiting to see whether it's a minority or a majority. So we're going to go to Adrian now, who's got some results, projected results, maybe that will help us get there.
Indeed. So we're looking at a projected elected, the only one that is a flip in Ontario so far. That is Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Again, the only projected elected flip for the Liberals so far in Ontario. Wouldn't it be interesting to talk to Leslie Church? Well, why don't we do that? Let's talk to Eli Glasner, who is in Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Hello, Eli.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Adrian, so we are here in a room crammed with volunteers, and here she is, Leslie Church. Congratulations. I want to know from you that that very close loss to Don Stewart back in June, and then to pick up the campaign and start again. How was it different when you started knocking on doors for now a second time?
Well, the difference was really Trump and Mark Carney. Donald Trump, I think, has really set the stakes for this election in a way that people understood at the doors. And the change of leadership. Mark Carney came in as a fresh, new, experienced leader for the Liberal Party, and I think people were looking for that too. So that really changed the playing field. And also it was more time to do the outreach that we needed, to hear from people heading into a general election as opposed to a by-election. And I think that was really important. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful for the result tonight.
You lost in the by-election to the Conservative Don Stewart, a small margin of votes of just over 600. Now here you are. How are you feeling this evening?
I feel very good. I feel so grateful for the trust that the community of St. Paul's has put in me. I'm so grateful for the team. We've had just people coming out in this election in ways that I've never seen before, getting involved because of what's at stake. And so I really hope to continue that engagement as we go forward.
I understand people were coming to your campaign manager when he was out putting out signs, something like 4 times the amount of requests for signs. So there really was, this time as opposed to the by-election, a bit of an uphill battle. A lot of voters talking about Justin Trudeau, not so happy, but a different atmosphere this time.
Well, look, the world has changed, and St. Paul's feels that. And so it's absolutely true. We had people coming in literally off the street, getting involved in their first campaign of their lives, saying this matters, this is going to be the most important election of my lifetime in Canada. And we're proud to be part of a party that is pushing a positive agenda, that wants to build a better future here, and most importantly wants to stand up for Canada in the face of Donald Trump. I mean, that was just an existential threat that really loomed over all of this election.
All right, thank you for making time for us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
There you go, Leslie Church. here at Toronto St. Paul's. Very dramatic riding, bit of a bellwether, bit of a wake-up call for the Liberals when the by-election, a big surprise when Dawn Stewart won just a very small margin. But as you're seeing from those results, a very dramatic difference tonight. And certainly when she came downstairs and entered, this celebration, there were loud cheers. And as we were hearing from the organizers when they were out on the street, when they were knocking on doors, the thing they were hearing again and again was Trump and the tariffs, and those concerns has brought this red wave back to St. Paul's. It was a red riding for many, many years with Carolyn Bennett, and it is red now once again.
Okay, all right, Eli Glasner, who was with Leslie Church there. That's a story of Fortress Toronto, but if you go outside Toronto, it's a different story. Let's look at what is happening in the Greater Toronto area. Used to be known as the Greater Trudeau area for the hold the Liberals had on it, but look at what's happening now. Liberals are down 9 seats, seats that they're not leading in. Conservatives are up 9. That is not what they were hoping for. What's happening in particular ridings? So let's look at Newmarket, Aurora here. This was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals. Last time they hoped they would hang on to it. They are not. Let's look at Brampton. I spent a lot of time in Brampton. Even though this is a place affected by tariffs, everybody there talked about affordability and crime. They were very nervous. That may explain some of what you're seeing here with the Conservatives with the 419 vote lead. One more I want to look at here. This is Milton East, Halton Hills South. Brand new riding in Ontario. It was projected that it would be very close with the Liberals, and yet with only 43 polls reporting, the Conservatives have a lead there of 528. If at the end of the night we are talking about a Liberal minority and not a Liberal majority, you might want to look at what happened in the GTA for some answers there. Rosie?
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Adrienne. I should tell you there are 5 ridings where we don't have any information yet at all, no data. But you can see there are 2 greens on the board there, and just to give you a sense of who those are, not confirmed, projected elected, but leading. That is both in Kitchener Centre with Mike Morris and with, of course, the co-leader Elizabeth May in Saanich Gulf Islands. We'll, of course, keep you posted on whether those hold. Let's go over to Ian, though, now with some results.
Yeah, Rosie, counting is slow in a lot of the British Columbia ridings, but I do want to take a look at what the seat change looks like at this point. And keep in mind, a lot of the seats in British Columbia are not projected to be done, to be elected, but still in play. But you can see both Conservatives and Liberals up by 3 each, and that's at the expense of the NDP. Let's look at some examples of what's leading to the potential seat change. Langley Township, Fraser Heights. What's interesting to me about this is John Aldag, who used to be an MP running again here, is how his share of the vote has just soared. It's gone from 30% in the last election in this riding to 48.3%. And so it's not coming at the expense of the Conservatives. They have almost exactly the same support right now. It's early, I know, as they did in 2021. Some of it's the NDP. Their vote has collapsed from almost 20% to just 5%. Vancouver Kingsway. If you know BC politics at all or follow the NDP closely, this will be really surprising to see Don Davies, the longtime incumbent, in second place. It's only a lead of 13, but we'll keep an eye on Vancouver Kingsway. Interesting to see that result. And in Richmond Centre, again, counts pretty small. They take a long time to count votes in a lot of the British Columbia ridings. But you see the incumbent, Wilson Miao, in second place, and the Conservatives right now in a small but still interesting lead. Lots of churn in these early counting moments in British Columbia.
And lots of close races, too. And we'll show you a little bit more about how close some of those races are and why the numbers at the bottom of your screen are moving back and forth so dramatically. And indeed, why we have yet to be able to call what kind of government Canadians have elected here. Right now, the Liberals leading are elected in 156. Remember, it's 172 you need for a majority. Conservatives ticking up to 148. Bloc at 25. NDP at 10. And the Greens now back down to 1. That shows you, as Ian was just talking about there, a lot of churn
a lot of things still moving here, and that means that we're going to take our time to call what kind of government Canada will end up with by the end of the night. We know it will be Liberal. We don't know whether it's a minority or a majority. Catherine Cullen, you have some results.
Yeah, let's look at some places where the numbers are starting to firm up. In this case, we're going to be looking particularly at Quebec and what is happening with the Bloc vote. You can see there the vast majority of the benefit there is going to the Liberals with that one Conservative seat. But some of this is less tentative now. We're going to look at 3 examples of projected elected seats, and they're all pretty interesting, starting with LaSalle and Verdun. Of course, we talked about earlier that famous by-election where the Bloc got into that Liberal stronghold. Well, no more. Claude Gay, projected elected in LaSalle and Verdun. Let's move over to Chateauguay, Les Jardins de Napierville, where Patrick O'Hara lost by 12 votes last time around. This time, it is Liberal star candidate Nathalie Provost who is projected elected in that seat. And finally, in Rivière des Mille-Îles, the Bloc incumbent Luc Desilets will not be winning the day. Linda Lapointe projected elected in that riding. So giving you a sense, Rosie, of how some of those numbers are firming up in this case. These are not just early numbers. Now we're projecting elected.
And that really tells the story about what's happening in Quebec. The Bloc down and the Liberals picking things up there, which could help them on their road to seeing if they form a minority or a majority government. Where are we going next here? Oh, let's check in with the panel. Yes, Arif Irani?
Well, I just think
Arif Irani put his hand up, so I should have known that's where we were going next.
Rosie, I think what's important is that sort of understanding sort of the optimism and the aspirational component of the election, right? You've talked about it yourself during the course of this evening. Mark Carney was not a polished politician. I think the fact that he wasn't a polished politician actually allowed him to present himself as a fresh face to Canadian voters, but he was also very ambitious and very confident, right? Going into ridings like Saskatchewan, where we've been talking about Destinethie tonight, working on his French for that French language debate, showing that optimism that we can maybe take seats on Vancouver Island. A lot remains to be determined, but I think that optimism was telling, and I think that started to become a bit infectious. And as you saw, as the campaign rollout happened with the advertising, for example, he was front and center on almost everything. And then you saw Pierre Poilievre conversely sort of being resiling a bit and sometimes being replaced by Stephen Harper, which is a bit antithetical to that change narrative. You're talking about a guy who was the Prime Minister 10 years ago. So I think that's important to sort of understand in terms of what's been taking place here. And what I heard from folks in the 416, in the 905, is that that message that Carney was offering was really resonating. So I heard that from James Maloney in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I heard that from people such as Kareem Bardisi, and I will just a personal shout out to Taya Khan Park, Eli Park. He's been declared elected. He will make an excellent successor, and that's a terrific result to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to point out that issue of leaders' favorability, because that obviously may have been a factor here as well. What I'm not going to accept anymore is that Mark Carney's not a politician. He's a politician. That's it. There's no going back. That's who he is. That's who he is for the rest of his life. Yeah.
Well, and if people thought he was going to run as a high-minded technocrat, I think we found he was very much a political animal. And he's been after this job for years. He was quite capable of being economical with the truth. Quite capable of putting forward policies that were vaporous on observation. You know, he could play the game for good or ill.
Well, he also got good just at talking to people and doing rallies. And, well, Theo, you were out with him for a while.
He got a lot better. Like the first 2 weeks of the campaign, the difference between the last two is just astronomical. Like, he has really fine-tuned his skills as a politician, as a public speaker. I don't want to defend the Conservatives on this panel or any political party, but I mean, I do think that a lot of Conservatives have also pinned their hopes and dreams on Pierre Poilievre, and they feel like, just as so many progressives feel, that Mark Carney is the one to lead them out of the threat of Donald Trump. So many Conservatives and new members of the Conservative Party feel that Pierre Poilievre is the person that is going to make them wealthier and reduce crime and get rid of the homeless on the streets. And you know, I do feel that there has been a lot of projection of aspirations on political leaders in this election.
And that can be dangerous. Obviously, Prime Minister Carney started with lower expectations, but I think what's really quite amazing is that learning curve and how quickly he adapts and how quickly he could pivot from being a leading banker in two different sort of states to an elected representative, because it's difficult, let alone in a different language that isn't his mother tongue. And I think the Quebec electorate has responded to that.
Chantal.
Talking about the Quebec electorate, if you look at the province that did deliver what the Liberals needed tonight, it was Quebec. Take away those 9 gains and we are in a very different territory, the one where we never go to sleep tonight because we're still waiting to figure it out.
Well, that could still happen, let's be clear.
And what was but the feature that caused this, yes, there was the Trump factor, but it was Pierre Poilievre's lack of popularity in Quebec.
Yes.
If Quebecers had not been so viscerally opposed to Pierre Poilievre, the Quebec results for the Bloc would not be as bad as they are.
Yeah.
And the Liberals would not be sitting with not a very big lead on the Conservatives seat-wise.
Yeah, no, not a very big lead at all. We'll see where that goes. But if you see that kind of tight, if we're heading towards a minority and is that tight, my gosh, that's not a very stable time for anybody. David, you got some stuff you want to talk about there?
Look, Rosie, I think the political science term for that is a parliament from hell. But what's happening right now is the stories in Ontario, folks. I mean, look, the Liberals have been projected to win the most seats here tonight, but they are down in Ontario, not just below where we thought they needed to be for the path to majority. They're just flat out down. And like, let's go through some of the regions here. The NDP vote is nowhere in Ontario, but a lot of it's going Conservative. So we've seen the Conservatives moving into the Peel region here and like gaining seats in the York region. But what's also interesting is if you go to southwestern Ontario, look at this. Windsor right now is blue. London Fanshawe is blue. I believe Kitchener Centre, the Green Party seat, that is blue right now. And I bet you if we go into the Hamilton area, we're going to see some of that there as well. Look, there's no orange in Hamilton. But in Hamilton Centre, there's a Conservative in the lead right now. So this is the top line numbers, and sort of the conventional wisdom of this election has been that the NDP vote collapse would just all huddle around Mark Carney as the new Progressive Party avatar. But what you're seeing is a lot of those orange votes seem to have gone blue, or at least the orange ridings are going blue, because the dynamics where red and orange are pretty strong seconds and third. And you know what? Doug Ford rode this dynamic to a majority in Ontario because you had Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles kind of competitive second and third place in vote share. And we're seeing this sort of playing out in Canada's biggest province, in the key battleground of Ontario. The last numbers I had on Ontario, because it is changing back and forth, 63 Liberal is what I'm told right now. They're down 13 in Ontario right now. And 59 Conservative. They're up 18. So the Liberals are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. The NDP are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. And look at that. It's 154 to 152 right now. Like, we're getting close to a tie. Rosie?
Okay, Althea, you went in there, and then Andrew, and then I'm going to get some more results.
Two things. Yeah. One, I don't think we actually know enough at this moment because we don't know what the advanced polls are, and there was such a huge turnout for the Liberals. So I don't know, but a lot of the ridings that Mark Carney went to in the last week, like Newmarket, Aurora, King Vaughan, those are all blue at the moment, and I think a lot of the major issues there are crime, and the Liberals really did not speak to a lot of people's anxieties on that. The other thing that you're seeing in Edmonton Centre, in Windsor West, in London Fanshawe, is that the Liberals decided to go after basically NDP incumbents to get to their majority, and Progressives did not know who to vote for. We talked about this at the beginning of the show. And so these are not naturally Conservative seats at all, but the Liberal and the NDP have split the vote, and the Conservative is coming in.
Yeah, Andrew, and then Arif, and then I'm going to take a...
Well, these are remarkable numbers at this point. Now, I know a lot can change. I know we've got the advanced poll. I know that there's probably more urban votes to come in. But a lot of seats are going to have to flip from where they are now to get the Liberals to a majority. And I would certainly only say, let's not equate minority government with instability or parliament from hell. You know, this is, there's, you know, even in a crisis, there's two ways in which you can have stability in a crisis. One is one party wins a majority of the vote and just rams everything through. Another is the parties figure out they have to work together.
I agree. But look at these two parties.
Put aside politics as usual.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre working with Mark Carney?
We'll have to see.
I mean, he believes that the role of the opposition is to oppose. That is how he attacked the NDP in the last
But look, if things get really hairy with Trump, the electorate will be in an unforgiving mood for anybody who's seen to be just playing politics as usual. I think we've seen that the electorate has adjusted their metrics as to how they look at people when they're really scared about things.
Maybe. Quickly a read for Ronnie, then I got to go to Catherine Cullen.
Well, I'll agree with a bit of what Althea said, but just politely push back. So on the point about the advanced polls coming out, that we still need to wait for that. There's no doubt. I think the conversation with respect to crime has absolutely happened by Mark Carney, by the platform that he put out. It talks about things like gun control. It talks about things like investments in officers. What it doesn't talk about is suspending charter rights and invoking the notwithstanding clause. I think that's a mature approach, a professional approach, and one that is required from somebody who aspires to the highest office.
Okay. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. That's what's got us all worked up here because things are moving around very quickly and things are very close. And so that's where we are tonight. Yes, it'll be a Liberal government. What kind is anyone's guess? Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, and you see the NDP there hovering just below official party status. But one thing that is a little bit more certain than that, one seat that is a little bit more certain, is that of Alexandre Boulris. He maintains the NDP presence in Quebec. And I believe we have Mr. Boulris. The CBC's Quabina Oduro is in the riding of Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. And you got the candidate himself there, Quabina.
Yes, I do, Catherine. And when it was brought up on screen that he was elected again in his riding, the crowd erupted. And I'm here with Alexandre Boulris. What's that feeling like?
No, I'm so proud, and I thank the people of Rosemont-La Petite Patrie for their confidence for a fifth mandate. And I will continue to talk for them and to fight for them and get results.
So it is going to be a Liberal government. What are your feelings about that?
At least it's not a Conservative government, and we showed in the past that we can negotiate with the Liberals and get concrete results for Quebecers, like dental care. So we will continue that kind of work in Ottawa. It's not going to be easy, but I don't know what will be the end of this evening. It's quite exciting.
What do you want Quebecers and Canadians to know now that you are going back to the House of Commons to serve them?
I will be there to talk for their issues, grocery, housing, the cost of living. We will continue to fight for working families, and we will have a close look on the Liberals and Mr. Carney.
So you are happy, your fans here are happy, your volunteers are happy. What is it like seeing your party not do so well tonight, though?
It's difficult. It's a rough night for the NDP in general. We'll see at the end of the evening. But it was difficult from the beginning because of Mr. Trump changed everything. But we will continue to be there for Quebecers and Canadians.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much for that, Quabina. The CBC's Quabina Oduro in Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. And I will note, Rosemary, I believe as of right now, Mr. Boulris is the only actually projected elected NDP candidate in the country. There are obviously a number of races where they're leading, but that's the only one the CBC's decision desk has said is a go.
Okay, so again, at the bottom of your screen there, 156 to 149, but those numbers keep bouncing around back and forth, and that's because we still have so many ridings where we do not have a projected elected, and that's what's going to happen until we get things a little more solidified. As David was pointing out, some of the numbers in Ontario may shift a bit still, with advanced polls being counted and what have you. So we might be in for a long evening here. It is late already, but we might be in for a lot longer. Chantal, it looked like you wanted to say something there.
I'm looking at what's available for Carleton.
Yes.
You talk about Ontario ridings not being, there are not that many polls counted.
No.
But at this point, the Liberal candidate is ahead of Mr. Poilievre. Yeah. But that's mostly an illustration. I believe the end result will be a lot tighter than what I'm seeing. But it gives you an idea of how long we might be here before we have some final sense of what's happening.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
It seems to me that the vote counting is slower than usual.
It might be.
In many regions of the country. Carleton is a special case because it's got 91 candidates on the ballot.
But, we don't know what the turnout is. If the turnout is anyway what the advanced polls was, if that is reflected in the general, there are more votes to be counted then too, right? That's possible.
Yes, but I also believe that in future elections, Canada should want a protocol where the advanced polls are all calculated at the
ahead
same
of time. Yeah. Yep.
So that it doesn't skew the commentary and the results. And kind of gives you a more stable basis for what's happening.
Right, because again, in Carleton, where they have those 91 people on the ballot, they were allowed to start counting those votes 6 hours ahead of time. Advanced polls in the rest of the country, it's 2 hours ahead of time if the returning officer wants. It's up to each returning officer to make that decision, and that's why things are a little sticky right now, I would say. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm going to show you. Oh, here we go. This is Carleton here, as Chantal was just saying. A lead of 1,400 for the Liberals. But that could be all those advanced ballots. That is very possible. If they were counted first, yeah, and only 10 polls reporting. So we're nowhere near calling anything in that riding, but that is why things are so, I'm not going to say volatile, but they are unusual and difficult to predict, I think is a safe way to characterize things in this highly unusual election. Ian, you've got some results.
Well, let's go to Saskatchewan, where things are more stable, and the counting has almost, well, if not been completed, at least the picture is a lot clearer there. And if you look at the vote change, well, look at the share that the Conservatives have. That will come as no surprise to anybody. The Liberals have increased their vote share by 11 percentage points, but kind of only a moral victory when you consider that is not really translating into a significant change in terms of seats, although even winning one seat in Saskatchewan for the Liberals is significant because it'll be the first time that they've done this since 2015. And the seat we're talking about, and we've mentioned it many times tonight, Desnefe, Missinippi, Churchill River, Buckley Belanger is going to Ottawa. He's been a provincial Liberal. He's been a provincial NDP MLA. He ran unsuccessfully for the Liberals last time around. Redistribution changed this riding and made it look a lot more favorable for the Liberals. And of course, the Liberals have won there. But in the cities, Regina and Saskatoon, this is a province that does not have a truly urban riding. So the ridings include the suburbs and the city core. Makes it difficult for the progressive parties to beat the Conservatives. And look at Andrew Scheer, the former Conservative leader. No surprise that he's won Regina Capel by a huge margin. And Regina Capel is where the CBC's Adam Hunter is tonight. Adam, I know you're an expert on things political in Saskatchewan, so you could take this in any direction you want. What's the headline tonight in Saskatchewan?
I think a crack in the blue wall for the Conservative Party. They held with that share vote you showed, Ian, very impressively, but the Liberals gaining that seat in the north is not insignificant. They'll be happy about that. Here in Regina, they were hoping to pick up some steam, maybe Regina-Wascana, Ralph Goodale's former seat. That didn't come to pass as of yet, and you showed us Andrew Scheer's result. No surprise there. Andrew Scheer winning for the 8th time. The class of 2004 coming in at the same time as Pierre Poilievre. As 24-year-olds, we're waiting to hear from Andrew Scheer. He'll be speaking with us, we believe, momentarily.
And what about the state of the NDP in Saskatchewan tonight?
I don't want to hear from him.
Yeah, Ian, it's a bit surprising and disappointing, I think, at the same time for the NDP because they did so well in the provincial election, putting up a big fight in that provincial result, really increasing their seat count, but that didn't translate federally. The federal and provincial NDP aren't really aligned, and that showed, I think, tonight in the results, that 13% drop in the share of the vote for the NDP, very significant, and the Liberals picking up a lot of second places across the province, which is a surprise here in Saskatchewan.
All right, Adam Hunter, thank you very much for giving us the lay of the land in Saskatchewan. Rosemary.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. Let me show you what's going on at the bottom of your screen there. And that is a whole lot of nothing definitive, basically. 157 leading and elected for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives. The Bloc sort of sticking around that number now that most of the counting is done in Quebec. The NDP at 10 and the Greens at 1. And I believe that's Saanich Gulf Islands at this stage. So we are waiting to be able to give you a better sense of what kind of government Mark Carney will lead in his new mandate, where he is an elected prime minister, not just one who won leadership. That is Liberal headquarters, where there was a lot of excitement earlier in the night when it was declared that they would form government. But right now, they are waiting to see what exactly that means. And I guess we're on there, too. So, Ashley Burke, let's hear from you. I think you have a guest with you.
I guess we're on there.
I do, and there's a lot of people in the room watching these election results really closely, nervous about whether or not it'll be a majority or a minority government. And with me is David Lametti, the former Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. He left the government last year. He's a longtime friend of Mark Carney and has been providing informal advice to him throughout his campaign. Mr. Lametti, can you just talk about how you're feeling seeing the results come in, especially a projection for the first seat in Saskatchewan?
Look, I'm really happy that Mark Carney will continue to be Prime Minister of Canada. I think that's critical. I'm really happy that in the riding I used to represent, Claude Gay has won that riding back for the Liberal Party. And I'm glad that Buckley Bélanger has won a seat in Saskatchewan. I think that's critically important for the government's credibility to be able to have support in all regions of the country. So I'm really pleased about that. Obviously, there are a lot of close races that we would want to see the end of. Hopefully our numbers will go up a little bit when the advanced polls come in Ontario and other places. But look, if you had asked me in December if these numbers were possible, I would have said no. With Mark Carney in place, we've got these numbers, we've got government, we can serve Canadians, we can stand up to Mr. Trump. There's so much we can do that we couldn't do last November, last December.
Right now, do you still think the Liberals can win a majority tonight?
Well, there are a lot of tight races left. A lot of really tight races in Ontario. We'll see more tight races in British Columbia. We still have to wait and see the advanced polls. So let's see what happens. We know we're going to get government. Let's hope that that government is a strong one.
The vote is so divided right now. What does that say to you about the state of politics in Canada?
There's division out there, and we need to work. We need to work as a country, and we need to work as a government. Mr. Carney, Prime Minister Carney, is going to have to work as a government to be a rassembleur, to bring people together. There's a lot of misinformation out there. We need to combat that. We need to establish the ability to talk to each other again. And since I left politics, it's been a lot easier to talk to people on all sides. And it is something that we all just have to do. Every single citizen has to do it. But a government in particular has to lead, and Mr. Carney will lead us.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Lametti.
Thanks,
That's David Lametti, the former Justice Minister here at the Liberal headquarters.
Okay, thank you, Ashley Burke. And of course, David Lametti, a good friend of Mark Carney's, who has been advising him, is what we kind of understand, a little bit throughout this campaign. As you see Liberals there waiting to find out how this night is going to unfold. Catherine Cullen, do you have some results?
Yeah, well, Rosie, a lot of action happening on that board. So let's go to Alberta, look at some of the cities and see where some of that action is happening. I believe we are going to start here with Edmonton Griesbach. There you go. Now, this was a rematch, right? Carrie Diot, the previous MP for this riding, Blake Desjardins of the NDP, won it in the last election. Carrie Diot has won it back. That is projected elected. So that is one of the certainties tonight, and some of the movement that you're seeing there also speaks to what is happening with the NDP numbers. Let's head over to Calgary. In Calgary Centre right now, the Conservative incumbent Greg McLean is in second. This is a riding that the Liberals took in 2015, but Greg McLean has had it for some time, so we're going to want to watch the results there. Calgary Confederation, Corey Hogan. If you're a political nerd like some of the people in this room, cough, cough, you might know Corey Hogan from his podcast, The Strategists. Right now, he is in the lead, but he's got quite an opponent in Jeremy Nixon, somebody well-known in provincial politics. And finally, Calgary McKnight, where the Liberal George Shahal finds himself in second at this point. The Conservative Dalwinder Gill ahead by more than 400 votes at this stage of the game, Rosie.
Lots of interesting races there in Alberta. Thanks for that, Catherine. Want to show you a little bit of how the leaders are doing. Those are the MPs or candidates I'm tracking. Let's start with Mark Carney. As we said, he handily won his riding, my gosh, by more than 10,000 votes in Nepean. First time he has been elected to public office, first PM to never hold an elected position, and also, here's another bit of trivia, first Prime Minister born in Northwest Territories, although he grew up mostly in Alberta. Next, let's have a look at... Okay, that is Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Again, he is trailing the Liberal by 1,700 votes. Not a lot of polls reporting, and as we talked about before, advanced polls may indeed be a factor here. The longest ballot initiative, also a factor. There were 91 candidates on that ballot, but right now Pierre Poilievre trailing in his own riding. Okay, Yves-François Blanchet, we told you about that either. Also, a big lead for him, an easy win in Belleuil-Chambly as leader of the Bloc Québécois.
And this is Burnaby Central. It is early still, but the news here is what many in the NDP feared. Jagmeet Singh is in third place in his own riding of Burnaby Central, the Liberal leading by 240 votes. But for Jagmeet Singh to be in third, that might be the start of a very bad story for him tonight. And there you go, Elizabeth May. She is leading in her riding by 1,700 votes. Saanich Gulf Islands will continue to watch there. Elizabeth May, of course, has been around for a long time. She is the co-leader of the Green Party at this stage. And that's because this man, Jonathan Pedneau, is the other co-leader. He decided to run in Outremont, came in fourth. Rachel Bendayan easily re-elected in the riding of Outremont in Quebec, and one more. There you go. This is in the riding of the Beauce. You can see the Conservative there won. My gosh, that is a huge margin, 20,000 votes in the Beauce. Maxime Bernier placing third. He is still the leader of the People's Party of Canada. We'll see whether that party continues after tonight. There has been very little success for him tonight and losing badly in his own home riding of the Beauce. All right, let's go back to David Cochrane, who's got some updates and some information.
We're going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador and show you what's happening in Terra Nova and the peninsulas, and let this riding be a lesson for us throughout the night, because the Conservatives were leading in this all night. But look at this. With 2 polls left to go, the advanced polls, where the Liberals are believed to have dominated, Anthony Germain has gone from hundreds of votes back to just under dozens of votes ahead. He's got a 23-vote lead over Jonathan Rowe right now, with 268 of 270 polls reporting. We've seen some change, for example, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser has moved out to a pretty big lead right now, almost 2,000 votes. But Miramichi, Grand Lake is flipping back and forth in New Brunswick, and this is all on the advanced polls. And that's going to be something we've got to watch in the GTA, for example. Rosie, as I was saying earlier, the Liberals are down about 10 seats in Ontario. There's a lot of advance votes, they think, still to be counted in a lot of these ridings where they are losing. The vote efficiency, you would expect, with them being in the 44% or wherever it is in the popular vote, is not quite showing up because they're winning these seats by bigger margins. And a lot of the NDP loss, essentially what's happened is, like, the Liberal surge and the NDP collapse has elected a lot of Conservatives, or at least has the Conservatives more competitive at this point in time based on the vote splits. But you go back and look at what has happened in Terra Nova, what's happened in Central Nova, the Novas basically, on the East Coast. You're seeing the power of the advance vote coming in and driving results late. So, you know, as we look at the tightening back and forth, as these results come in massive numbers, Carleton, for instance, the Pierre Poilievre riding, 43,000 advance votes in a single riding there. So there's numbers like that in the tens of thousands right across the country.
And to that end, look at what's going on now at the bottom of your screen. Things have changed pretty dramatically again. Now the Liberals shooting back up to 163 and the Conservatives dropping down to 146, the NDP dropping there as well. So that shows you a little bit, again, how fluid things are still at this hour. What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern. Polls have all been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern, an hour and a half in. Yes, we've said who's going to form government, but because those numbers continue to shift around a lot, because of the way this election has unfolded, really being a race between the two main parties, that is where we're at tonight. Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into tomorrow morning. Let's go to this result, though, that has been projected elected. Here it's coming. There you go. And that is in the riding of University Rosedale. Chrystia Freeland has been projected elected with a significant lead, more than 8,400 votes. And Chrystia Freeland joins me now. Congratulations to you, Chrystia Freeland.
Thank you, Rosie Barton.
How are you feeling about where the Liberal Party is tonight? Yes, you're going to form government again. Not sure what kind of government, but what do you make of what has been a remarkable turnaround?
I think it's a remarkable turnaround, Rosie. You know, I look back to where we were as recently as December, and you know as well as I do that at that point, people had totally written us off. People were even talking about whether the Liberals would retain official party status. And right now, you are talking about what the strength of our government will be. So to me, that is a remarkable comeback. And I really want to say kudos to our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who showed in his few weeks as Prime Minister that he is totally up to the job. And he has been a remarkable campaigner. So this is a great night for the Liberal Party. It's a great night for Canadians. What I have experienced in my own riding, supporting 27 other candidates in Ontario and places like Saskatchewan, is Canadians recognized that this was a critical moment for our country. Canadians understood that the ballot question is who can fight for Canada, who can stand up to Donald Trump, and the answer is the Liberal Party and Mark Carney.
How much responsibility do you take for where we are at tonight? Because one could argue that part of your move to quit is what triggered Justin Trudeau's resignation, Mark Carney's arrival. Do you take any solace in that difficult decision given where you are tonight?
You know, Rosie, obviously I did not have a crystal ball on that morning when I took the really tough decision to resign from the cabinet, but I knew it was the right thing to do. I didn't know what would happen next, but I knew that we were headed in the wrong direction and that I had to do something about it. And I knew it was the right thing then. I'm delighted by our party's comeback and really grateful to all of the fabulous Liberals who have come out and worked so hard for this result. I've seen in my own campaign and campaigns across the country, people really getting this is an existential moment for Canada and showing up and working hard and showing, democracy, it's a noun, but we have to make it a verb. So for me, this campaign has been a really joyous experience and a moment when I have been so proud of Canada, so proud to be Canadian, and felt this real palpable wave of patriotism. Now we need to harness that patriotism and use it to unite our country and to build our country. And I know that that is what Mark Carney's government is going to do.
Okay, Chrystia Freeland, thank you for making the time on this busy night for you. Congratulations. We will speak again soon, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too.
Okay, thank you. That's Chrystia Freeland, who has easily won her riding tonight. She is projected elected. Adrienne Arsenault has some more results.
Not such an easy battle in other parts of Ontario. We've been talking all night about how tight it is. Well, let's just look at some places where it's very tight. Eglinton Lawrence, Vince Gasparo, only leading by 55 with 114 polls reporting. This is happening all over Ontario. Let's look at another riding where it is extremely tight. Brampton, North Carleton. Ruby Sahota, the government whip, again, only leading by 29. There are 6 seats in Brampton. Almost all of them are very, very tight. The one I find especially interesting is the next one here, which is Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore. Now, it's 325 votes. This was initially thought that it might be a Liberal NDP toss-up, but look at what is happening. And if the numbers don't tell you a story, let's look at this next graph, which shows how tight it has been there all night long. This is the vote share in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore. Look at that line between the Liberals and the Conservatives. This is the story that is playing out in many, many ridings across Ontario, potentially across the country. That is why the number keeps bouncing the way it does at the bottom of your screen, Rosie.
Okay, yeah, it sure does. It's moving around an awful lot, but right now tracking a little more heavily for the Liberals. Remember, a majority government, 172. The Liberals right now projected or elected in 164. Let me show you what the vote share looks like right across the country. Adrienne showed you that one particular riding. Look at that. 42.6 for the Liberals, 41.7 for the Conservatives. That is how close things are. And again, the second part of that story is as you go down your screen and you see what's happened to the Bloc and the NDP at just 5%, which is undoubtedly a devastating outcome for them. They are not yet right at official party status. Not sure whether they will get there. That is the number 12 that you have to watch for. But again, lots of things still fluid and in flux. And Ian's going to tell us a little bit about some of that.
Let's take a look at Vancouver Island. This has been a fortress in the past for the NDP, and a lot of people wondered what would happen to their seats. And you can see here that right now the NDP is trailing in 4 of the ridings that they hold on Vancouver Island, and both the Liberals and the Conservatives are taking the lead there. None of these, though, are projected elected. But let's take a look, first of all, at Victoria. Will Greaves, University of Victoria professor, has pretty well doubled the vote share for the Conservatives in a riding which for a long time has been held by the NDP. I talked to another professor at UVic who said that Professor Greaves got the nomination back when it didn't look like there was really any chance of the Liberals winning. Well, now next year he's not going to teach any students. He's going to be heading to Ottawa. Esquimalt Saanich Suk, Stephanie McLean has gone from being a cabinet minister in the Rachel Notley NDP government in Alberta to displacing the NDP candidate here. This is Randall Garrison's old riding, so of course he was an analyst with us earlier tonight. Obviously the incumbent not running again, but Maya Tate, Mayor Suk, was seen as a star candidate, and you can see she is in 3rd place. Let's take a look at Nanaimo Ladysmith, another place where the NDP support has plummeted. And Tamara Cronus is a lawyer, but on her website, it says you might find her bartending at the Legion, sport shooting, or playing bridge. So a lawyer with a bit of a twist. That's kind of interesting. And yeah, huge lead going on in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Let's look at North Island, Powell River. This is a riding that I think some Conservatives thought they would win easily. And this is a riding that so far the NDP candidate, who is not the incumbent, has managed to hold on to more or less the share that the NDP had last time around. But still, Conservatives in the lead by just over 500 votes, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I'm going to show a couple of boards myself now to explain a little bit more of the story we're seeing tonight. This is sort of what we call a party summary board, how they're doing right across the country at this stage in the evening. So you can see their vote share 5.5% overall. But look at those numbers on the right, on the far right of your screen. Those numbers down. The NDP is down in every region of the country. And let me show you where some of that has gone by showing you this next board. This is the Liberal Party. Overall, 42.6%. But look at that. Look at what has happened to them on the right of your screen. Up in every single region of the country. And that explains a little bit where we are tonight. That collapse of the NDP, yes, has supported everyone, the Conservatives and the Liberals, but the Liberals really surging with some support growth, some growth in every part of the country. Let's go to David Cochrane.
Yeah, Rosie, I mean, the NDP are down by double-digit percentage points everywhere. They could go down by double-digit percentage points. The only spot where they're not are the ones where they were in the single digits to begin with. But look, the path to party status was a difficult one for the NDP coming into Jagmeet Singh's 3rd national election. They need 12 seats to get there. It's going to be tough. They have nothing in Atlantic Canada. We know that. They do have 1 seat in the island of Montreal. Alexandre Boularice was re-elected in the Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie riding. That's one. He's the Eastern Canadian flank. We do have them leading in Nunavut, but I don't believe they're elected yet in Nunavut. But let's look at Ontario. Let's look at Greater Toronto Area. Olivia Chow is the mayor of Toronto. There is not a single speck of orange anywhere to see in the GTA. We go into southwestern Ontario, northern Ontario. That was Charlie Angus' seat. Right now, that is blue on our map. You go into southwestern Ontario. There was an NDP seat in Windsor. Right now it is blue. There was one in London. Right now it is blue. You go further east into Hamilton. There was an NDP seat. Right now it is blue. Their vote collapse, while the Liberals have gone up, the vote inefficiency has created a path for Conservatives in a lot of seats that I'm getting texts from people in the NDP campaign saying this is the consequence of strategic voting. People hurrying to the Liberals stop the NDP from stopping Conservatives in seats where if they're voted held, they might have won. Either way, they have 2 seats basically in the north and all of Eastern Canada. You get into Manitoba, you go into Winnipeg. This was another place where they had 3 seats coming into this. Right now, Leah Gazan is the last New Democrat standing in Manitoba. She has been elected, I'm told, in Manitoba. In Saskatchewan, they are nowhere at this point in time. You go into Alberta, you go to Edmonton. We already reported earlier, Blake Desjardins had lost his riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. Heather McPherson is leading right now at Edmonton-Strathcona. So that means, really, obviously, no growth potential here. no growth potential here. It all comes down to British Columbia. This is where the core of the NDP caucus was. They had 13 seats in the last parliament from British Columbia. Ian talked about what's happening on Vancouver Island. Well, you know, this is going to be tight. It's already one of the orange seats is flipped blue as the counting goes back and forth. You know, I have described Vancouver Island as the Narnia of Canadian politics. You got green, red, blue, and orange. Nowhere else in the country does that happen, but it's playing out here on Vancouver Island. But you have Liberals in Victoria leading right now for the first time since David Anderson was a member of Parliament in the Chrétien years. But look, this is where it really comes down to right now, is the Lower Mainland. In Greater Vancouver, there were 5 NDP seats in Vancouver, including the leader, Jagmeet Singh. He's trailing right now. The others are close. Don Davies in Vancouver Kingsway, the last update I had on that was less than 300 votes. So these are the areas where the NDP needs to come back, Rosie, if they're going to get to the 12 seats. But the arse is out of their vote. It's up to Vancouver to put it back in there. And I don't know if they have enough time and enough ground game to get it done at this stage of the night.
Okay, thank you for that, David. We can, though, elect another leader. Let's show you that. Elizabeth May has won her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands with a significant lead, more than 2,500 votes. She was first elected in 2011. She continues to be the co-leader of the party. Her other co-leader lost in his riding in Outremont, so we'll see what that means for the future of that party. But right now, only one seat, and it's hers, in British Columbia. She has always been an effective parliamentarian, but obviously difficult when growth continues to elude that party, particularly in an election like this. Chantal Hébert, what are you thinking?
I think this is what it looks like when you have a two-party system.
Yeah.
And the nights get long because it's a one-on-one battle.
Yeah.
And there are so many contradictions. I keep going back to the riding of Carleton,
yes,
Mr. Poilievre's riding, which after 40 polls now,
yep,
he is still lagging well behind. I'm not saying he's going to lose, but you would think they've done well in Ontario. And yet in his riding, this is happening. But the night we're having now is a direct product of the fact that we had a binary campaign.
Yeah.
And the reason why we're all a bit trying to find our footing is because we've never done an election night that was like this one.
Yeah.
Where none of the usual assumptions allow us to know how this is going to end.
Yeah.
Yes, we know it's going to end with the Liberal government.
Yes.
I also believe the advanced poll thing. And the lack of a protocol forces us to not go anywhere because we don't know where those votes have been counted.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that hopefully will be the last time we will have an absent over the universal word on how you count those votes so that we know what we're dealing with when we see results.
Well, and it can be done, right? Because the chief electoral officer issued that special directive for Carleton to begin counting advance votes 6 hours before because they were so long. Again, it is the choice of the returning officer, so that's what they get to decide. I guess the issue is, should they be able to decide that way? I will remember an election. Now I'm really dating myself, where Jean Charest was going to win in Sherbrooke, and it looked like he was about to lose.
Oh, the Radio-Canada declared him lost.
That's right.
Half an hour was lost on burying Mr. Charest, who subsequently won his seat.
Won. And I was in Sherbrooke, and they kept saying to me, "Don't do it, don't do it. The boxes aren't open." And that is exactly what happened. The advanced ballots got opened, and he clinched his riding.
So you know why I'm obsessing over advance
I do.
votes?
I've
because I lived through that.
Yeah. Andrew?
Yeah, I have one small concern about that, which is to date, we have not had a lot of conspiracy theories about Canadian elections, you know, that we mark them with a paper ballot. It's hard for people to make funny business out of it. But we did see some people talking about, you know, pens versus pencil, et cetera. And I'm certainly hoping that there won't be anybody jumping on this advance thing where if it comes in a wave at the end and the Liberals improve their seat count, I hope that will not give rise to people saying, well, it was all because there was some funny business with the advance polls.
Well, you can use a pen, but they do have special paper. So even if you use a pencil, it doesn't get erased. Just so people fact check that. But if you have 7.3 million votes in advanced polls, like something's going to happen. Either it's happened or it's going to happen, because that's a lot of people who voted.
That's
a record number,
So as I say, for some people, that's going to feed some conspiracy theories.
Perhaps, yeah. Althea?
Even though I absolutely agree on the advanced polls, and we don't know where it's going, but the trickle that you normally see in ridings that the Liberals should have felt confident holding is not there. It is bad news for the Liberals in the 905, and so there's probably a lot of people feeling quite antsy at the moment about the results that they're seeing in Brampton, for example. I mean, it's just so tight.
Yeah.
It's so tight. And whoever, well, Mark Carney will be the Prime Minister, but there will be a lot of, I think, reaching out to millions of people who did not vote for that party. When I asked him about that on Saturday, I felt his answer was not sufficient, but we were not allowed to ask follow-up questions, so.
Yeah, I'm told we're at about 38% turnout. Is that right, where we are right now? So that suggests that there's a lot of ballots that have not been counted.
Yes.
No.
25% of the vote, right? You know, like 7.3 million people voted.
Unless really nobody voted today, which I also find hard to believe, because I was also told 1 million votes had been counted. So the count may be slow. That might be part of the problem.
Did we even want to do Churchill? Maybe we turn into California.
And what?
We're turning into California, where it takes them a week to count the...
I don't think that's happening, but yeah.
I know you're taking breakfast orders. Sunny side up.
I can get you a coffee. I don't know that I can do eggs yet. I'll get my Uber Eats out if I have to. We'll get you guys sorted. Okay. I'm going to go down to show you where we're at right now as we talk about all these factors that are not allowing us to make any determination on how this night is going to end as we get closer to midnight Eastern here. 161 leading and elected for the Liberals. We've told you they're going to form the next government. We are not confused about that. That is going to happen. Confident in that projection. The second part of the story is what is left there on your screen at the bottom of your screen. 150 for the Conservatives. That is moving up and down pretty often, that number. The Bloc pretty much holding where you see it around 23, 24. The NDP not getting into the double digits for some time now, and that one green there, Elizabeth May. So that is where the fluidity of the evening is, and as Chantal just brightly pointed out, it is because of this unusual race where we are really talking about two parties fighting it out, as you can see there on the bottom of your screen, that it makes it very difficult at this stage to know how the night is going to end, because all the things that we would normally know during an election simply aren't happening, even when it comes to the share of the vote, which is pretty evenly matched as well. I'm going to go to Ian, who's got some results now.
Before I get to the results, I want to say one of the cool things about sitting here is that when David Cochrane uses a phrase that's very colorful from Newfoundland, and I can watch Andrew Coyne's face. Yeah. It was not on camera, but it was one of the most amazing moments of the evening. So good on all of you.
I'm here for a good time, and apparently a long time.
Anyway, that was really nice.
Cable. It's after dark, right? So
let's go to Manitoba now and start with seat change in the province of Manitoba, where they've been counting for a long, long time. And you can see the Liberals up 2 at the expense of the NDP, though only one of those two
I must have
is
clicked
elected.
on the wrong things.
Is leading. But let's take a look, first of all, in the one they're leading. We've talked about it a few times already. Nikki Ashton has been the long-time we're going to actually start in Winnipeg West. Doug
Carney won. The Liberals won. So
who was an MP
we're all very,
for this
very
riding,
happy, but there's too much of a blue
has turned the tables on him.
Red division going on. We lost our middle ground with the NDP and the Greens.
And the longtime MP Nikki Ashton is trailing by quite a bit. So we don't have enough.
We don't have a
information
majority
there to declare this riding.
Liberal
You can see
government
it's a
yet.
big and solid
I don't
lead
know if
for Rebecca
it's
Chartrand,
still possible. I think
who
that we
lost this
could
riding
get
by a small
a majority
margin to
government.
Nikki Ashton way back in 2015.
But I'm
And
thinking
let's
of
look at
ending the stream in a
perfect
couple of
bellwether,
minutes because I'm
the
getting
riding
really
Winnipeg
tired.
South, which since I think 1988, the winner of
I would
this
love to
riding
cover
is
Carney's
also
speech,
a member
but
of the government. It happens time
so far
and time
he
again,
hasn't
and
showed
it's
up to do
happened
it.
Again, Terry Duguid is leading, or actually has been declared elected there. Bartley Kivis, our CBC reporter who's done some excellent work in Manitoba covering politics, is with the winning candidate in that riding. Go ahead, Bartley.
Oh, in the riding.
So Ian, as you mentioned, Winnipeg South is a perfect bellwether since it was created in 1988. It is only elected candidates from the party that wins, and I'm with one of them right now. Terry Duguid, first of all, when you were thinking in December 2024 about your prospects, and think back to that right now.
Carney wins, but Peepee gets in the way. Well, if he loses his damn seat, I hope they just kick him out as leader. He's useless.
It's been a very decisive victory tonight, and I'm very grateful to the people of Winnipeg South and these amazing
Thank you
volunteers,
guys.
that
Thank
are
you
behind
all.
us.
Love you guys.
A decisive victory here,
Elbows
but
up.
not a decisive victory
Canada
nationwide.
strong.
What do you make of the very close margin here and the fact that you've fallen short of a majority?
Well, it
No,
was a very hard
we don't.
fought race.
We
The
don't have a
polls were very,
contract
very
with
close,
the
all
Starlink
throughout the
yet,
election
so
campaign. But compared to where we were a few
Elon
months
couldn't
ago,
get his
I think
monkey
we can
fingers
be,
in
very,
there.
Very happy about the result tonight.
So in a couple of months, if these results hold and you're sitting there in the House and the
Thank
Bloc
you,
Québécois votes
Doug.
with you for the
Thank
first time,
you,
what will your response be to the
everyone, for
Conservatives
putting
who
up
say,
with me and
"This is
my
yet another coalition"?
amateurishness
Well, I think we have to
with the
respect the will
microphone.
of the Canadian people. They give us the parliament that they give us. We have a responsibility to work with all parties in the House. And we will do that. NDP, Bloc,
Right on.
Conservatives.
Okay.
You know, our country is
I'm
is
gonna
under
retire.
threat right now from our neighbor to the south. So we need to work together to stand strong for Canadians.
Terry, thanks very much for taking
And
the time
that's
here.
it for me.
All right, Bartley, thank you very
Bonsoir
much.
tout
And,
le monde.
we have the CBC projected that the Liberals will
Go
form government,
Canada.
and we have not yet had a projection as to whether that government will be majority or minority. Still a lot of counting to be done. Rosemary.